Well, I come from Brooklyn, New York. I was born and raised in the city, but I don't think you're looking for that much detail. I am an advocate for independent education and learning without school. I'm an advocate and a supporter of living and learning without intervention and interference from the school dogma or the school paradigm. And, I try to support parents and encourage parents to understand and embrace the idea that we can learn and we can help our children learn and become educated without school, and to break free from the false understanding that schooling and education are synonymous, which they are not. So that's basically what I've been doing for the past, I'd say, 3 or 4 years now.
Excellent. And speaking of mistakes, I just said 190 seconds when I meant 150. So sounds like I could use some more schooling myself, or unschooling as the case may be. So how did you actually fall off the treadmill, as it were? How did you discover what led to the creation of this website and the book and all the work that you're doing?
Well, I describe it in a lot more detail in the beginning of the book. I have a pretty dense preface in the beginning of the book. But basically, when I became a parent, my life really changed. It really altered. A lot of things changed. And I know a lot of parents say that. They say, well, when you have a kid, everything changes. But I think something a little bit more profound may have happened. And right around that same time, my firstborn daughter was 2 weeks old when 9/11 happened. And I was living in New York City, and I didn't know where my husband was. And my baby was 2 weeks old, and that was his first day back to work. And that had a really profound effect, I think, on how I moved forward as a parent. And then living in New York for those first few years surrounding 9/11, and how the atmosphere changed and the political climate changed and the social climate changed, really had an impact on my parenting and the choices that I made. So I started to make informed, deliberate choices, and then everything kind of spiraled out from there. Over the years, I've evolved, because before I talked about home education, I talked to parents about natural parenting and natural birth, and just doing more natural stuff with children. So I've always been an advocate for things that are a little bit out of the ordinary and out of the mainstream. When I started talking about home education, it was really just from a perspective that, this is a great option for families who maybe school's not working for them. But the more I researched, the more I learned about it, the more I read, I started to realize that not only was home education a good alternative, but it was better insofar as school was actually harming people. And the more you learn about the origin of schooling through history, the more that idea really solidifies for you, and you realize there's so much truth in that, and truth that we don't realize when we're going through the system ourselves. So when I first bring it up, it depends upon the audience. It depends upon who you're talking to, of course, because you want to take more of a gentle approach with people who have never heard of the concept before, and because if they think you're a crackerjack right out of the box, they're not going to hear you anymore. They're not going to listen to you anymore. And this is such an important message that you want it to come across. But there does have to be some veracity there. There does have to be some real strength behind it. You can't be wishy-washy about it. You can't be weak about it. So I find that I have difficulty saying, well, it's okay, and, school's all right for some people, because it's just not true. It's just not true. So yes, it is a very difficult little pill to swallow when we first hear it. But as you well know, James, that's how truth is sometimes. Once you have it, though, and once you wrap your brain around it, there is simply nothing more liberating than knowing the truth. Well, that's really what it comes down to. This is why I believe that school is harmful, and school has been harmful for generation after generation after generation, and continues to be. And one of the most dangerous side effects or symptoms, like you were just saying now, is that it's so difficult for people to accept that truth. That is a condition of the conditioning in and of itself. Most of us grew up in this system. It's very hard for us to accept that our entire lives were a trick, that we spent 15 years of our childhood inside of a system that has tricked us. Or it's even more difficult for parents to accept that they are putting their children back into that same corrupt system. And I even speak to parents that are would consider themselves outside the box, quote unquote, or outside of the mainstream, and they will talk to me about politics, and they will talk to me about anarchy and 9/11 and vaccine issues or whatever other issues, controversial issues that are out there right now. So then I introduce the schooling to them, and all of a sudden that's shocking. So the conditioning runs so deep, and we really need to look at ourselves and say, okay, what have we done here? How damaging has this conditioning become to society and culture, and how long has it been going on? One of the things that you mentioned was getting used to surveillance, getting used to the panopticon surveillance, getting used to validation by an authority. These are all very little and subtle things that this artificial process conditions us for, and we accept as real and we accept as normal, and we don't see it until someone points it out. And that's what I'm trying to do with the book, is point it out. For example, getting used to surveillance. Children in school are constantly surveilled. We were, when you and I were in school, and assuming that you went to school as well, we were surveilled. Of course, we were surveilled, and you just knew that somebody was watching all the time. You behaved yourself in school, and you didn't talk, because even if you knew the teacher wasn't looking, you figured she was going to see at some point, or the principal was going to see you, or some school aide was going to see you. You just got used to the fact that you had to behave yourself because someone's watching. Not because it's the right thing to do, not because it's the human thing to do, but because someone is watching. You just accept that from the time you're 4 years old. Someone's watching. Now it's even worse, because now the schools blatantly have cameras. Now the schools blatantly, some of them have TSA agents working in there. They blatantly have scanners and metal detectors, and these kids are just perfectly used to video surveillance and the knowledge that someone is always watching and there's some authority figure, and that's behavior modification. So they enter into the quote-unquote real world thinking that this actually is the real world. So 1984 becomes a reality for these kids. Well, yes, of course. When the idea of home educating my children first occurred to me, I rejected it. And I said, no, that's too crazy for me. And, at the time I was going through my own metamorphosis as far as my own preconditioned ideas on society and philosophy were. But even to me, that seemed outrageous. It's just what you do. Your kid turns 3.5, 4 years old. And in New York City, that's how it was. 4 years old was the accepted age to put your child into the school system. And they turn 4, and that's what you do. You send them off to school, and you wash your hands, and you say, okay, I don't know how to handle their ABCs, so you go ahead and do it for me, and you leave. When I started looking at the different schools and deciding where my daughter was going to go, that's when things started to get turned around for me. And make a long story short, I ended up deciding to tackle home education and so on and so forth, learning more and more. But at some point, I said, you know what? I don't want my child to be in this same mill. And I started remembering my own feeling of being herded and my own feeling of, what am I doing on this hamster wheel? You go to school so that you can be trained to get a job, and you're under the impression that you've chosen your career or that you've chosen your job, but somehow along the lines you've been set up for that. Maybe not specifically, maybe in a very non-specific way, but you've been trained to believe that this is what you do. You go to grammar school, and then you go to junior high school, and you endure some bullying, and you endure some peer pressure, and you try some drugs, and then you go to college. Well, you have to go to college, because anybody that doesn't go to college is just a loser, right? So you go to college even if you don't know what you want to do with your life, and you must pick something, because if you don't know what you're doing by the time you're in your 20s, you're a loser. And that's it, you're just conditioned for that. So by the time I was 22 years old, there I was, and I had a cosmopolitan job. I had a very well-paying job. I had my college education. I had my career. I was doing great. I was working in Manhattan, and everything was great. And I was very unhappy. But for all intents and purposes, I had it all. But still, I was unhappy because I was in what they would consider a rat race, and I wanted to save my children from that. Well, it was a business move. most of the states at the time, we're talking about early 1900s, starting in the late 1800s, but at that time there was school, and a lot of people will say that to me too, and that's the argument. Oh, but school existed since ancient Greece, since the days of Socrates, and that is true. But it was not the compulsory system that we have today, and it's very important that we understand this distinction between how children historically were educated, even formally educated, even if they were educated outside of the sanctity of their own family, how that happened throughout history, and how it is happening in the artificial process that it exists within the last 100 years, specifically in this country. But we have to understand, first of all, that what the model that we're using now, the compulsory system that we're using now, is modeled after the German system, which was a vehicle for Nazi Germany before World War II. So that whole era, that whole section of humanity was conditioned to believe that what Nazi Germany was doing was the right thing. And they supported it. That's how, I read a book recently. I'm going to go into that for just 1 second so I can round this back. The book itself, it was written in a very mediocre way, but the idea was so profound to me. And it was, how do you kill 11 million people? And the message in the book, the answer was, lie to them. And that's basically how you do it. You lie, and you tell people generation after generation after generation that this is education, this is good for you, this is good for your mind, and you let them believe that it's just a normal part of life. And here we are. Now, when we talk about all the things like you talk about on your show, James, and we are trying to develop solutions for all these things by spreading the truth, but let's ask ourselves how we got here to begin with. How did we get to this place where so much of humanity has just accepted all of these tyrannical things that are happening to us? And the answer is because we've been conditioned little by little by little to accept these things and allow them to happen. So in the early 1900s, the idea of this mandatory compulsory school system was introduced to the country. Most of the states were rejecting it. They thought it was a terrible idea. Education is a good idea, learning is a good idea, but forcibly taking children from their parents and making it mandatory that they must go to school and they must be in this system. And think about that too. Who is choosing what the children are learning? Who's in charge? It's not the parents anymore, it's the state. So now the state gets to decide what every single child is going to learn, how they're going to learn it, and what information they are going to have access to, and what information will be kept from them. That is a dangerous idea, and I think people 100 years ago knew that. That's why they rejected it. Eventually, it came to pass because the politicians that wanted to make sure that this happened got the businessmen at that time on their side. And if you remember, of course, in history, this was the time of the rise of the businessmen, the Industrial Revolution, and the heydays of Rockefeller and all of his friends. So President Wilson in 1909 gets together in a meeting with these businessmen, and he explains to them how it can benefit them and the future of their profit margins if they support this legislation. And he says to them, quote, "We want one class to have a liberal education. We want another class, a very much larger class of necessity, to forego the privilege of a liberal education and fit them to perform specific, difficult manual tasks. Meaning that we want to train workers to work for your companies to make you richer and be consumers and buy your products so that they will do exactly what we train them to do." And now, 100 years later, most parents automatically, compulsively, without questioning it, without thinking about it, say, "My child has turned 4 years old, I will drive them to school, or I will put them on a school bus." We don't question it, we don't think about it, we simply do it. And then you have parents that don't do it, and they're considered, of course, fringe and crazy. And think about that, James. I taught my own children how to read, how to write, how to spell, and now that they're getting older, I'm helping them learn about biology and chemistry and higher mathematics, and we're finding tutors, and we're learning ourselves. with the help of our community, with the help of other family members, and yet I'm crazy, but the people that are compulsively putting their children on a bus, that is a very common question that is asked of me, and also if I'm a teacher and if I'm myself qualified to teach my own children. But the answer that I have is, you have to be careful, because I don't really have anything against teachers. I think for the most part, teachers are just people like you and me who go through the school system and think, hey, I really like kids, I'd like to do this for a living, and they go ahead and they become teachers, and it's really just as simple as that. There are bad apples in the bunch, of course. There's corruption, and there's the teachers' unions and everything else, but that's not on the individual. It's important to remember, however, let's separate ourselves from taking it personally. Teachers are trained to school large classrooms full of children. That is true. As a parent, I don't know that I would be able to do that without having been trained to do it like they want it done. However, that is not what I'm trying to accomplish with my children. I'm not trying to be their teacher. I'm trying to be their parent, and the best one that I can be. Helping them learn, helping them discover the world, helping them learn how to communicate, helping them learn how to understand the world around them, and helping them to sharpen themselves and become healthy physically, spiritually, and intellectually is part of my role as their parent. I do not have to be trained in how to handle or how to provide specific information for 30, 40, 50 kids at a time, because that is not my goal, that is not what I'm trying to do, and that is not my job. All I need to do is be a present and active parent and understand that their intellectual health is my responsibility, just like their spiritual health and their physical health is. That's the distinction between what a teacher is and what a parent is, and why you can and you're supposed to do it yourself. Well, James, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but also to point out, teachers are, especially here in the United States, and I'm sure it's similar wherever you go nowadays, because it's the same compulsory system. You become a slave to the system. You have to teach what the pre-selected curriculum is, even if you disagree with that curriculum. That is what your job is. That's where you're getting your paycheck. That's what you have to do. If you deviate from that, you risk your job, or you risk getting reprimanded for deviating from that. And you cannot, it's just not feasible. It's logistically impossible to really hone in on any one child's given talents or their unique abilities. You have to teach to the median, which means that the kids that are excelling have to slow down and just wait for the other ones to catch up, and the kids that are lacking, that are maybe not catching on as quickly, have to either speed up, or they slip through the cracks, which they often do, or they just get pushed along, and different programs that we have that aren't really working. So it's really, I don't ever blame individual teachers for this problem. They're just unwitting victims of the same system, unfortunately. Yeah, that is the most common question that home educating families are asked. What about socialization? And that is why I dedicated an entire chapter of this book to the socialization question, because it is the first question on everyone's mind. And I answer that by rejecting the premise of the question itself. Think about what you're asking when you're asking that. How are my children going to socialize? Is socialization really what you want? Socialization, by definition, is a process of conditioning. That is the definition of socialization. So when most parents understand that, they kind of go, well, no, but you know what I mean. I just want them to meet other people and make friends. Okay, so then we're assuming that the only place a child can possibly meet other people and make friends is inside of a classroom with 30 other children that are exactly the same age, and most of the time from exactly the same ethnic and social background, and one adult for every single day of their lives for 15 years of their lives. That is a healthy social experience for a child? No, that's not a healthy social experience for anyone. That is a very contrived and forced environment. So the children are making friends, but they're making friends with the only choices that they have. When you're outside of that containment, you're in the actual real world where we interact with people and we see people and we meet people every single day. Sure, there are home educators and home educated kids that are not as outgoing as other people, but isn't that normal, James? Some people are more outgoing than other people. A lot of times when people meet my family and meet my daughter, they're stunned that she's home educated because she's just so friendly. And that always makes me laugh because I think, well, what are you assuming? To me, it's really the opposite. When you take a child and lock them inside of a building, and think about what some of these buildings look like, especially in the crowded cities, the old school buildings, they look like prisons. You lock them inside this cage for 15 years of their lives, and you think that's a healthy social experience? You think that's the real world? We spend 15 years trying to prepare them for the real world, and we never give them a taste of it. It's crazy. That's why to really understand it, you have to reject the question. Yeah, this is a little bit more touchy than the other subjects, because I do understand that in a lot of households today do require double incomes. Okay, and I also understand that there are also a lot of single parent households out there. The one thing that I will start with is that in the 12 years now, about 12 years almost, that I have been home educating, I have met probably thousands of families, because not only am I a home educating mom, but I'm also an advocate. And I had the radio show for 2 years, and I did a lot of public speaking and a lot of traveling and a lot of article writing and everything else. So I've met a lot of home educating families. There are many single parent home educating families out there, both single moms and single dads. And we're talking about single working moms, not welfare moms, because that's not usually the home educating types. These are single working moms and single working dads that are out there that are home educating, sometimes with single children, sometimes with multiple children. And the answer in those situations is usually, when it's important, you find a way to make it work. When you have really got it into your mind and understand just how harmful school can be for your child, you do whatever you need to do to make it work. Sometimes that involves the help of family and friends to babysit while you need to be at work. Because remember, when you're helping your child with academics, and a lot of parents do home education differently. Some are very informal about it and very flexible. Some are more formal about it, but it doesn't matter. Even if you're going to do formal academics, first of all, it takes much less time than it takes in the classroom to spend per day with your child. A couple of hours is really all you really need, because you're essentially teaching them how to learn. A lot of it is happening on their own, all by themselves. And that can happen at 2 o'clock in the morning if that works for your family. It can happen at 10 a.m., it can happen at 3 a.m., it can happen whenever you need it to happen. So you do it around your work schedule. Same rule applies for families that require double working incomes. Okay, you have mom and dad that are both off to work, and they need to figure out how to make it happen. This is how you make it happen. Then when the children get older and no longer require supervision or a babysitter, then it becomes less of an issue, and you just work around that, and you find a way to make it work. You have to kind of hook up with support groups, whether it be virtual or online, and that's when you start really hearing ideas from other families. You take those ideas and you incorporate them. But the number one most important thing is to really wrap it around your brain and say, this is important. This is my child I'm talking about. This is my child. I am their parent. I know that school is not going to be a healthy experience for them. I'm going to do whatever I need to do. You do whatever you need to do as a parent to make sure that your child doesn't get poisonous food, to make sure that they are physically healthy. And you do whatever you need to do to make sure that they're spiritually healthy, regardless of what your beliefs are, or even if you don't have any beliefs, you make sure that you have those conversations with your child, because you do what you need to do as a parent to keep them alive. Their intellectual well-being is just as important, because that, James, is what's going to make the difference in that child, whether or not they're going to be vulnerable to the lies and the tyranny when they become older. If you are able to protect them from that now, that's going to save their lives later at some point and save their liberty and save their freedom. So if it's important to you, you find a way to make it work. All you really have to do nowadays is Google home education or the term homeschooling. I try to stay away from the term homeschooling for obvious reasons, and I stick with home education. But Google either of those terms, and pages and pages come up, sometimes so much so that it's overwhelming. You have to kind of sift through it and narrow it down a little bit. But if you need help with academics, there's a plethora of curriculum choices out there to help you with academics. There's a plethora of cooperatives and support groups. There's virtual support groups, there's live support groups, and depending where you live and what state you live in, if you're in the United States or even anywhere in the country, it's becoming much more popular in Europe now than it's ever been before. You can find a lot of not only support groups, live support groups, but I live in the United States, okay, and I live in a state that has the most home educating families per capita than any other state in the nation. Because of that, our community and our city and our environment has responded, and the businesses have responded because we have actually become a force to be reckoned with. I can go to the library and find classes being given specifically during day hours for home educating families. I can find that in the community centers. I can find in stores discounts being given to home educating families. My children were on a home educating family swim team, and that competed against the other schools. There's an organization, a sports organization for home educating families that compete with the high schools. So the more and more families that drop out of the compulsory system, the more the community starts to recognize it, and the more we become a force to be reckoned with. And we have our own organization. We have our own cooperative effort. It's not government run. It's not state run. It's just a bunch of families together with similar ideas and interests, and we help each other and we volunteer. One parent will offer to do a weekly science class with the kids. Another parent will offer to do a weekly creative writing class, or whatever it may be. I teach a speaking and oration class for homeschool kids. So that once you enter into this world, the doors start to just fling themselves open for you, and you find more and more support, even if it's just online support, even if you're in a remote area. Some people are in other countries where home education is really not prevalent at all, but they find a lot of support from virtual sources and people online.
Absolutely. Well, what an incredible age we're living in. It is difficult to go against the tide, but much of the hard work has already been done for people who are just getting into this. So I think people have to take advantage of all those things that are available. You've been at this for a number of years now. Have you started to see a big turning of the tide when it comes to this issue among the general public?
Yes, just in the time that I've been doing it, I'd say in the last decade, there has definitely been a shift in perspective, and there's been a growth, a huge spike in growth. And I think that has a lot to do with a lot of the political and social issues that we've been pounded with over the last decade. And a lot of people are making those choices and those decisions, and as a result, of course, the support has grown, so we have even more resources available to us now. And of course, with the growth of the internet and access to information, we have virtual schools opening up and virtual courses, and it's just so much easier now and so much more effective to get a good education outside of the classroom than it is inside of the classroom. Other countries are starting to catch on now, but I think when I talk to home educators that were doing it before me, say in the last 30 years, they really see more of a boom, more of a spike than I see, because those were the pioneers, the ones that made it possible for us to enjoy it.
Well, there is no significant difference besides just in perception and how those things are perceived. Unschooling was a phrase that was coined, a term that was coined by John Holt back in the 1970s, and basically, simply put, what he meant is just not doing what the school is doing. Over the years, as it became more and more popular and it became more and more trendy, it's developed its own particular methodology and some would say own particular dogma. So it really depends upon who you talk to as far as getting a definition for unschooling. But at its core, really all it means is just not doing what the school is doing. Homeschooling, I usually try not to use the term simply because of its perception. Things have definitions, but then society gives them definitions. So you have to kind of go with that. It's all the art of language, if you will. We try to stay away from doing what the school does. Now, I don't particularly call it unschooling because of all the definitions that it's gotten, and I just feel like there are so many things out there that have become their own systems that I have tried to make an effort with my family to unplug from that. And that's really where the word unplug came from. And it's kind of like a tongue-in-cheek reference to the Matrix, unplugging from the Matrix. Because to me, it's so much more than just academics. The problem runs deeper than that in society, being that the school system, in my view, would be the root of economic breakdown and social breakdown and socio-political problems that we're having because of the maleducation that we're receiving as a society from an indoctrinated school system. So I just decided with my family that we were going to disconnect from that and we were going to recognize that learning is simply a natural extension of parenting, and what my children learn and how they discover their world and how they learn academics and how they learn about life and how they adjust to their own world is part of my responsibility as their parent. It's a natural extension of parenting. And that's pretty much why I decided to do it in the first place. And as years went by, I became an advocate for home education and tried to talk to different people and convince them of the benefits of home education over the school system, and so on and so forth. We got unplugged, and that's kind of what I do now and where I'm at. It's an uncomfortable topic, and it's an uncomfortable question for most people, and I've had to come to terms with the fact that I'm going to say uncomfortable things. If I'm going to be honest about who I am and be honest about what I'm saying based on what I've learned, then I had to realize that I'm going to make some people uncomfortable. But the fact of the matter is that's the only way to really reach the point where we're breaking through and we're getting to the core of the truth and we're getting to the core of the knowledge. And yes, I have, based on what I've learned and based on what I've read, and also I've done interviews with John Taylor Gatto and I've read all of his work, and I've just done an incredible amount of studying not only education but history and civics and government and economy and understanding. And after all these years, it's been about 10 years now, I finally come to the conclusion that this is not, a lot of the understanding of history and economics and just social political awareness is not taught in our education system, and it was difficult for me to embrace the reality that it may very well be on purpose. So yes, I do usually tend to agree with John Taylor Gatto in that it has been on purpose. One of his books is called Dumbing Down, and then there's another book by Charlotte Iserby called The Purposeful Dumbing Down of America. And these are very insightful reads because when you study this and when you go down this route, you start to put all the dots together and you start to make the connections and you learn about the nefarious history of public education and how it started and how it all began. And it was all about the bankers and politicians and corporate interests. It was never really about an academic benefit for the children. It was really about just creating obedient citizens that'll go forth into the world and become consumers and become workers and just really perpetuate the cycle. And now we're in this point in society where we have, social problems and unemployment, and the average person doesn't really understand civics and doesn't really understand the economy or what fiat money is or how the banking system actually works. And it seems like a stretch. It seems like a conspiracy theory. It seems crazy to say that it was on purpose, but how else could it have happened if we had learned from the very beginning. I mean, think about it. We're being put into this system when we're 4 or 5 years old. Everything we know about the world is being spoon-fed to us by a system that perpetuates itself. So I realize that it's a stretch for a lot of people, and it might sound crazy at first, but then after you think about it for a little while, it doesn't sound so crazy anymore. And you kind of realize that, yeah, you know what? I'm the parent. How come I'm not doing this? Why am I handing my child over for someone else to do it? Because I believe that I can't, and who taught me that I can't? You know, so you just dig one layer after the other, and you uncover like you're peeling an onion, only in the middle of an onion there's nothing. In the middle of this, there's truth. Well, first, Steve, I'd like to clarify that there are a lot of teachers out there. Most teachers, I would say, and school administrators are not dubious. They're noble in cause. They became teachers because they want to help children learn. And you know what? I know a lot of teachers that I've met throughout my work through the last 10 years that have come to me and said, you know, I left the school system because I do want to help children learn. John Taylor Gatto said himself he quit because he was no longer willing to hurt children. Because you get to a point, I guess, where you just say, this isn't really working. I'm part of a broken system. So I don't blame the individual people, and I'm not accusing individual teachers ever. I would never accuse individual teachers of being dubious or nefarious. It's the core of the matter itself, you know. As far as how people react to me, it's not as I guess abrasive as you would think. I mean, it seems like such an aggressive idea, and it might sound like that when it's said in certain ways or it's promulgated by certain phraseology. However, most of the people in my life and most of the people that I encounter, they're kind of like, yeah, you know, I get what you're saying. And you know what, Steve? It's because when we look at the school system as it is today, and we look at the financial problems that it's suffering, and just in the news all the time there's some kind of issue with some kind of bullying problem or some kind of testing problem, and whether or not we're opting out of testing, and kids are graduating without being able to read, and you know, kids are graduating without knowing basic math, and the skills assessments are declining. And if we look over the last 30, 40 years, the more money we've put into the system as a whole, the more tax money we've put into it. By their own standards, the test scores are going down and down and down. So when this conversation comes up, in the back of everybody's mind, they already know that there's an issue here, there's a problem here. And not that it's not fixable, it's definitely fixable, but the way to fix it is to stop doing what we're already doing. Now, there was a point where I would say, well, everybody should just pull out of the school system and unplug and, you know, embrace home education. But after working for a couple of years, I do realize that this is not something that's completely possible for everyone. So now I also advocate for education reform and changing the system from within, because clearly it can't go on like it's going. We have to evolve as a race, and we're still, the school system is still operating like it did 50 years ago, and it's just archaic, you know. It's time to embrace the modern society, and it's time to change and evolve as a culture. So your original question as to how people react to me, normally people just kind of nod and say, yeah, you know, something's not quite right. Well, it's a multi-part answer. There's not an easy answer to that question. The first thing that comes to mind, and parents have said this to me, you know, I would pull my kids out of school and I would educate them myself and help them learn myself if I could, but I just don't feel like I can. It's so important that parents understand the only reason we think we can't do it is because we ourselves have been essentially trained to think that we can't. We've been trained to think that learning is such a complicated process that it can only be done by professionals that have been trained to do it. Now, I am sure to always draw a line and differentiate between schooling and learning, okay? Because to me, they're two very separate things. You do have to be trained, and you do require professionals to school, but learning doesn't require anything. We're human beings. We're equipped to learn. We're born to learn. We're curious. A child at 3, 4, 5 years old is curious. Lots of children learn how to read and do basic calculations in math and build with blocks and spell their own name and write before they even hit kindergarten, because we're natural learners. We learn. And parents are natural lovers. We love our children, and we want what's best for them, and we teach them how to walk, and we teach them how to talk and how to eat and how to relate to others. And then suddenly when it comes to the ABCs, we become dumb. And we think, well, I can't do that. That's complicated. But why? Like, really ask yourself, why do you think you can't do that? Why do you think you are not equipped to help your child learn? And then they say, okay, I understand that, and that's the basics, but what about when they get older and it comes to trigonometry and calculus? First of all, think about what you're saying. You're a product of the school system. You went through the system. Most of us went through the system and graduated high school. A lot of us went to college and have college degrees, and yet you don't feel equipped to help your child learn? You know, there's something going on there. It's because you've been conditioned to believe that you can't do it, that it requires someone else, that you need to hand your child over and let them do it. My advice is you can do it, and you don't have to know calculus. All you have to do is know enough to find how your child can learn it when it comes time for them to learn something like that. And that's even if they go in that direction. All right? So that's the first thing I try to tell parents when they say, I don't know if I could do it. The next part of that is there are a lot of parents that feel that it's not an academic thing, it's a time thing, because they both work and they just can't be home with the kids. And I understand that. I do understand that. And that, again, is multi-part, because I feel the first part of that is we're in a society that demands that we have status and that we have cars and we have bigger houses and, you know, we need all this stuff and we need to keep ourselves busy. And we're also part of a culture that has trained women to believe that we're unworthy unless we're out making a paycheck. Now, I'm not saying anything against working moms. I think it's fine. I work, I run a show. Obviously, that's my business. Still, educating my kids is my top priority. All right? And from my perspective, women can do it all. There are many working mothers out there whose kids are still home educated, because learning is not as complicated as you think. You're not taking the classroom home and sitting your child down at a desk for 8 hours with a chalkboard. It's not about that. It's not like that. For some families, it does include a lot of book work, and that's fine if that's what works for them. But for a lot of families, it's not like that. It can take place at night. If you have little children and you need to be at work during the day, it's very easy to find babysitting or support, especially if you become part of a home education co-op or a home education support group. There are ways to make it happen. I know that Lisa Nielsen recently published a working parent's guide to home education. So the fact that both parents are working, that's not really a reason to say, well, I can't do it. You can do it. All right? Academics is not a reason to say you can't do it, because you can do it. Now we come down to where, okay, maybe there are some situations where, and I hear this all the time, well, what about the crack parents, and what about the parents that are just dumb and they're just not going to do a good job and they're going to, you know, neglect their kids and, you know, whatever. Yeah, I do realize that we do live in a society where we have this problem. Now, I mean, maybe it's a stretch, but I don't think so. I would venture to guess, and I would blame the system itself for creating this problem in society. Maybe we wouldn't have so many malfunctioning and dysfunctional families and crack parents, so to speak, like everyone likes to throw that term around, if we weren't the result of a system that has essentially produced and failed us and produced so many kids that graduate high school without being able to read, and they form all these bad habits in high school. But be that as it may, we do still need some kind of, society does still need some kind of thriving education system. I realize that, and I'm willing to support that. There are a couple of things that I feel should probably change, but that gets into a little bit of politics, and I know that we're really not here to talk about that. The thing is, though, I don't think that schools should ever be compulsory or mandatory. I think it should be an option. I don't think home education should be considered the alternative and the weird thing and the bizarre thing. I think it's time for us to embrace as a society, to evolve and to embrace as a society that this is just part of parenting. You know, it's just part of it. And the reason why it's easier than we think it is because it does not have to happen like it happens in the classroom. That's what happens in school. The way a home education parent and a home education family operates is not like what you see in the classroom. So it doesn't have to be replicated. It has nothing to do with that. Everyone can do it. It's a natural extension of who we are as parents and what we do as parents. And if you absolutely can't, then yes, school is an option, but it should be optional. It should not be our primary knee-jerk reaction, which it is now. The kid turns 4 years old, we put them in school. It shouldn't be like that. There should always be thought, okay, am I going to utilize the option of school for my child, or am I going to help them discover and learn myself? Yeah, okay, I understand what you're saying. You know, this is something that goes back to the policy of home education and home education regulations. I'm just going to use that as an example. There are a lot of states in which a family is free to home educate without notifying the local government or submitting test scores or attendance records or anything like that. And there are other states that are considered to be high regulation. Now, something that happens quite often among the homeschool community is we try to maintain our home education freedoms, and then in states that have high regulation, a lot of home education advocates are involved in trying to change the policy there. And one mistake that I think they always make is going in there with a prepared list of the benefits of home education and how smart home educated kids are. But you're right, that alone doesn't really do it. It doesn't sway policymakers. Something that does work, Steve, and that has been working and that I've seen the evidence of is dialogue like you and I are having and talking about it and just letting people know that education is changing and evolving. And I mean, even within the school system. Now, yes, there are a lot of home educators out there. There are two...
Lynn, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
I lost you for about 30 seconds there. You're saying there are a lot of home educators.
Okay. There are about 2 million families, a little over 2 million families now in the United States alone that are home educating. That alone by itself tells me that people are getting fed up with the way the school system is and the way education operates right now, and they're pulling out of it. But even within the system itself, and you know this to be true also just from the work I know that you've done with other advocates out there, people are ready for change, and they're saying we don't want this anymore. We don't want the standardized testing anymore. We don't want the unions operating the way they do anymore. We want more freedom for the children, more freedom for the kids. There are democratic schools coming up everywhere, opening up everywhere. There are alternative education options that are opening up everywhere. I did an interview the other day with Jerry Mintz from Alternative Education Resource Organization, and he talked about how the movement has grown so much in the last 20 years because people are ready. People are ready to evolve, and they're ready to grow, and they're ready to embrace a more individualized kind of education that isn't so one size fits all, and it's just not working. It doesn't work for a lot of kids, and a lot of the schools are just not ready to embrace advancements in innovation and technology and kind of come into the century that we're in. So I think it's happening anyway. I think there are a lot of ways that it's happening. Now, no, going in to a town hall meeting or a legislation session with a prepared list of how many homeschoolers won the spelling bee last year is certainly not going to help. They don't care about that. Because when it comes down to it, the policymakers and the corruption that's going on in politics, it's not about the academic success of the kids. It's never about the academic success of the kids. And I've learned that because I'm very politically active. And I'm always involved in legislation and protecting the rights of home educators. And I've learned just from being involved in that, they say they care about whether or not the kid is at home really learning something, but it's not about that. It's about how much money they can get through taxation and, get into the system, and it goes back to corporations and bankers and lobbyists and who's taking money from who. It's not about the education. So going in there and talking about how smart homeschoolers are doesn't do anything. You're absolutely right. But what does do something is getting more families to understand what home education is and pulling out of the system, more teachers pulling out of the system and saying, I really do want to help kids, so I'm going to join an alternative education center, or I'm going to open up an alternative education center. And that's happening more and more and more. More and more and more. We see World Learning Center is a former teacher. All these alternative learning opportunities, online, virtual learning opportunities that are coming up all over the place. It's just happening because people are turning to it and saying, this is stale, this isn't helping my child, and I want something new, I want something different. So the answer is this conversation that we're having, and then going out and having more conversations and saying, I want something better. My kid deserves better, my family deserves better, and I want something better for them. When I was in high school, I was required to take only one civics course in which there really wasn't much taught, there really wasn't much learned. I really didn't absorb much. It was very easy. All I had to do, really, to pass that course was go out and collect signatures for a quote-unquote cause, and I could pick any community cause I wanted. So I really didn't learn about government. I really didn't learn about the structure of the economy and how the economy works. I was only required to take one class on economics, and it was very, very basic accounting, bookkeeping type of stuff and what the stock market was. But I truly didn't learn about the economy until I went on to further education and went on to the working world in college, and I was living in the world, and I had no choice but to understand economics and the economy because I was part of it, and I wanted to make sure that I gave myself a stable and steady income, so I had to understand it. And it took years, and I'm still learning it. Okay? And I'm just an example. I'm an isolated example. But if you think about it, the typical school environment, public school environment, and this is a government school environment, they don't use that classical kind of critical thinking education style anymore. It's a thing of the past. They're not worried about it. They're not worried about teaching the kids about the economy. They're not worried about teaching kids about critical thinking. The art of language is a lost art. The art of communication is a lost art. Kids can't communicate as well as they could 50 years ago coming out of high school. The education that they have in American history is skewed. They're getting it from a textbook. Okay, and you have to always think about who wrote the textbook and what was the agenda of the company that wrote the textbook. What was behind that? And that's what they're being fed. That's what they're being given, is this very narrow and focused diet of this is American history, this is the economy, this is politics, this is all you need to do, this is all you need to know. Now go out and buy stuff and live in the world. But when you're outside of that, when you're unplugged from that, you have the whole world as your palette from which to learn. And that's when you can really sharpen critical thinking skills and you can really understand the economy. I believe that there are so many home-educated kids that are 9, 10, 11 years old that understand politics, government, and the economy better than the average high school student because we're free. We're free to learn these things. Okay? Now, I'll even go as far as to say that it's purposely not taught correctly in school because if you have an entire generation after generation after generation of a population that does not understand politics and does not understand the economy, then they're very easily manipulated, they're very easily swayed, and you could pull their vote in either direction. The debates, okay, as a matter of fact, there's a primary going on right now, and I wonder how many of us are even aware that there's a primary going on right now to select the nominee. The debates, if you watch the debates, it's like a circus. It's like a joke. And if you compare that to debates that happened 60 years ago, 50 years ago, we could see the decline in the way they communicate, in the way they speak, and what people understand. Because they're speaking to the general public on a 5th grade reading level because that's where the general public is at, and it's sad. Now, again, I'm generalizing, and I'm not speaking of individual people, because I'm sure there are a lot of us that are aware and we're sharp and we've learned, but those of us that really understand politics and really understand the economy, we're not easily manipulated. We can think critically, and most of the time we learned that outside of the grade school, public school system. Okay, so yes, I absolutely think that there is a connection between the government school system and our general inability to think critically and understand the political environment.
Roseanne asks, where are some learning centers? What are some examples?
Well, it depends upon where you are, how accessible these are. There are a lot of learning centers, virtual learning centers that are available online that you can learn online. You can take entire courses online sometimes. And those, I have a lot of those available on my website, unpluggedmom.com, if you look under resources. But you can just Google virtual learning centers or virtual learning, and a whole bunch of options will come up. Okay, and I can also provide you later on with some links, Steve, that we can pass on. But as far as physical learning centers, I know of many throughout the country that exist. You could, if you Google subsidiary schools, alternative learning centers, raw learning, and also the most important resource to that is if you go to educationrevolution.org. Okay, that's Alternative Education Resource Organization. It's educationrevolution.org, and you can find where brick and mortar alternative learning centers exist.
Sherry wants to know, once I become a parent, how would I go about homeschooling my child or children?
Well, you're looking for specific instructions, and I understand that because that's what most parents do. I did the same thing when I decided that I wasn't going to send my oldest to school, and she was 3 when I decided that. And I said, okay, now what do I do? And I looked for instructions, and the first thing I did was I paid like $1,200 for this boxed curriculum. I'll never do that again because it was essentially what I was doing was bringing the classroom home. So as far as what to do first, the thing that I always recommend to parents that are new to home education is to find a local support group. And there are support groups no matter where you live. It's as easy as going to Yahoo and going to the Yahoo groups and just typing in homeschool, and you'll find a local support group. There are also statewide support groups, and there are nationwide support groups that you can join. They're all over Facebook. They're all over Yahoo. Once you have a support group, it opens up an entire world of opportunities to you. That's when it starts to get a little overwhelming because that's when the choices, you're just kind of overwhelmed with everything there is. But you have to just take it one step at a time. So if your child is little and very young, there's really not much you need to do. Just be an engaged parent. Be with your child. Read to them. Learn who they are. Let them learn who you are. Get to know them and follow their cues. They want to learn. So all you have to do is follow their lead. And then as they get older, you'll just know, you'll just feel it, and you'll say, okay, you know, you're ready to learn how to read, or you're ready to start learning math, and it'll go on that way. If you have an older child that you're pulling out of the school system, there is a period of kind of what's called quote-unquote deschooling that is recommended. And that's just a matter of, that needs to happen for the whole family, though, not just for the child. It's a matter of unplugging your mind and getting used to the fact that you're not doing school. And I think that's the hardest part for people to do. That was the hardest part for me, to kind of break free of that idea that I need to do what they do in the classroom. I have rejected that system. I have opted out of that system. I don't want to replicate it at home. Now, that doesn't mean, by definition, complete radical unschooling. For some families it means that, and that's great for them. For my family and for most home education families, though, it doesn't mean that. It just means doing it your way in the way that works best for your child. Now, as far as recommendations on different methodologies, and I want to make the distinction between methods and systems, okay? A methodology of learning is just a philosophy. There are many different ones out there. I have lots of information on that on my website, lots of interviews with different spokespeople from different methodologies, ranging from very rigorous academic training all the way to the other end of the spectrum, which is unschooling. And if you just go to unpluggedmom.com, you can find resources there. Or again, if you just type in Google homeschool learning methods, you'll come up with a lot of options. So, you know, read, learn, get more familiar with what home education is, and as time goes by, you'll find that those answers to the questions that you have are going to come to you. But I can't give them to you. You have to find them because it has to be what works for you and your individual family. That is the key. You're pulling out of a system that is one size fits all because you want something better and more tailored to your family because you know you deserve it.
So Alexa wants to know, as a teacher, how can she help to change the system and help it evolve?
Well, what a lot of teachers are doing that are choosing to remain in the system is they're becoming very vocal about what they feel some of the problem areas are. All right? There's a growing number of teachers that are rejecting testing, and they don't like it because they themselves don't feel that it's fair that they should be measured by the test scores, and I agree. And they themselves, they also feel that their students' ability and their students' intellect shouldn't be measured by the test scores because they're standardized, and standardized means one size fits all, and that's just a really unfair way to treat people. We're individual people, you know. We're not just some sheep. We're not one size fits all. So the teachers that are choosing to remain in the system are becoming vocal about things like that, testing or better ways to handle peers or smaller classroom sizes or more innovative ways to teach. And they're becoming more vocal within their own school, within their own community, in the parent-teacher associations, and some of them are taking it as far as legislation. They're getting politically active, and they're getting involved in rewriting legislation or maybe even sometimes running for office so that they could be the legislators that are creating change. And they're trying very hard to work from within. Now, it sounds like an undoable task because you feel like, wow, but you're going up against a monster, you know. Hey, history has a way of changing. Things change, and they don't just change by themselves. Every change that we've ever experienced in humanity was because people stood up and said, this is no good anymore. We need to change it. And a lot of teachers are just choosing to do that. The way to start is just by opening up your mouth and creating you know, I guarantee that if you feel like, gosh, you know, I really want to be able to stay with what I'm doing because I do want to help children. I do have a passion for this. You know that there are other teachers out there that feel the way you do. Start a dialogue, start a conversation, see how you could get involved in positive change. Okay, being involved with an organization such as yours, Steve, is a great way to, a great step in the right direction. A lot of teachers also are just simply blatantly choosing to opt out of the system altogether and join up with a co-op, a home education co-op, or a community learning alternative, or just becoming home education advocates themselves. I have many of my friends in my own local home education groups that are former teachers that are home educating their kids, and now they've become advocates for pulling out of the system, or they start alternative learning centers. Sometimes it's right out of their own house. It starts out as tutoring, and then they build up. We have one, Debbie, a friend of mine named Debbie, calls herself the Barefoot School Mom. She's a former teacher, and what she decided to do was leave the system and devote her talents and her services to her community, and she goes around to different homeschool organizations and teaches them science and Spanish. So there are a lot of different options. It depends upon what's speaking to you and what you feel is in your capacity. Some of us are very loud and abrasive, and we're meant to stay inside the system and change it from within. Some of us are meant to leave it and do some work outside of it. So you just have to reflect on what is your goal and what are your talents, and how do you think those talents can be best utilized in promulgating change.
Okay, we got a question from Chris who asked, how do you select what areas you teach? Politics, economics, math, foreign languages, writing, reading, sciences, geography. The list is endless, isn't it?
Yes, of course the list is endless because we live in an infinite world and there's everything to learn. I don't categorize subjects, and you'll find that most home educators don't. We recognize that learning is a whole experience, and it's an integrated experience. Like, we're in the habit of asking kids, and sometimes my kids get asked this by people that are, you know, kind of still in the school state of mind. They'll ask them, what's your favorite subject? And my kids kind of just look at them, you know. And now they're getting a little older, so they kind of just say, I just like learning, you know. And we're so used to that because we're so used to categorizing everything and saying, well, now it's time to learn history. Now we're going to stop learning history and we're going to learn math. Now we're going to stop learning math and we're going to learn spelling. But that's not really how learning is supposed to happen in the natural human mind. It's supposed to just happen as an integrated and whole process. So as far as choosing what subjects I'm going to teach or whatever, there really isn't much where I have to sit down and say, okay, I'm going to teach politics and now I'm going to teach this. It's just integrated into our lives. My husband and I are politically active. So by default, my kids understand politics. We have open communication in my house. We talk about things openly. They understand that there's a presidential election coming up. They know what it's about. They know what the delegation process is. They know what the voting process is. They understand the difference between a popular vote. They understand legislation because it's part of their lives. They're with us. They're not locked away somewhere else for 8 hours a day. And they do have their social lives and they go on and they do their things, but our family is our focal point. So they understand these things. It becomes part of who they are. And I'm talking as young as 7 years old. Math is a part of our lives. Now, yes, we do book work, and I have workbooks that do supplement our learning, but it's just part of our lives. They control their own finances. They control their allowance because that's what you do. Any person does that. We control our finances. When they're writing, when they're communicating, that's how they learn to write because they're learning to communicate. Anything that they write, I'll go and I'll help them make it better. I make sure that they have the correct punctuation and so on and so forth. But they could be writing about anything. They could be writing about history. They could be writing a letter to their friend. It's all integrated. And then what you do is you go out and you find books to supplement that. Now, some parents don't do that at all. They don't believe in using workbooks of any kind, and they don't use those supplements, but a lot of us do. And that's up to you. You have to find that individual treasure for yourself. However, there is not that much effort that I have to put into choosing particular topics. Like right now I'm going to teach about the economy. It's just integrated into living. And when you're away from the system that categorizes and you're away from a system that compartmentalizes and your mind begins to become more and more free, the transition in you happens naturally. And when the transition happens naturally in you, it reflects in your family and the way you live your life.
Scott wants to know, what's the state's responsibility for funding innovative learning?
As far as home education or in the school system? Is there a way to clarify that?
I don't know that we have time to have Scott clarify, but I think the question is, maybe more broadly, what's the role of government funding in education?
Okay, well, if we're talking about government funding for education, I come from the school of thought that there should be no federal board of education. It should be brought back to the state level so the state can handle it. And the people that actually live in that state can decide how the money is appropriated for the school system within that state. So it should be left up to each individual state and even more each individual community. Like if I belong to a community and we utilize a particular school, it should be up to the parents and the members of that community to decide how the money is appropriated for that community. It really should be very, very localized because people have a right to decide on a local level. Again, the whole one-size-fits-all across the country is not really fair because we all have different needs and different values and different things that we find important in the school system. There are many communities that would believe that we need to have more technology and innovative solutions in public schools, and there are some communities that believe that they don't want that in their schools. They have the right to decide that, therefore they have the right to decide how their money is being spent. Government's role should be very, very limited as far as that. It should be more left to the people of the community and the individual state to decide how the money is spent. Yes, and I'm open to emails and questions. I have a couple of other people that work for me that help answer questions. So if you have more questions, feel free to email them to info@unpluggedmom.com.
Okay, well, to best answer that, I should start with the fact that I am the mother of 3 and I'm a home educating mother. And that's kind of what set me on the path that I am now, is because that is what is first and foremost in my life, is focusing on my children and their needs, because their mother, and I'm there. I should be there for them 100% right now, which I try to be as they grow and navigate through life. When they got older, and when my oldest was 3 going on 4, which sounds very, very young, but we were living in New York City at the time, and that was school age, we started thinking about, well, where will she go to school? And rather than just compulsively send her to the nearest public school, I started to look into other options and alternatives. And I even went to the local public school and I asked them what their curriculum was and what they'd be doing. And that in and of itself was the first red flag, because they didn't expect the questions. They didn't understand why I was asking questions. And it was, I encountered a lot of grief doing that, and a lot of pushback for just questioning it. And I was always the type of person to do that anyway, but it grew more and more as I moved more and more into parenthood, and social political climate changed and the world changed, especially post 9/11, and things just became a little bit more clear to me. So I decided that because the New York City schools were in the condition that they were in, I didn't want to just compulsively send her at 4 years old, because I felt that it would do a disservice to her. And I felt it would be detrimental to her educational development as well as her social development. So I wasn't really sure what my alternatives were at that point, because I had known anybody that home educated. It wasn't a thing that was very popular in New York City. I think it's growing in popularity now, but at the time, 12 years ago, it wasn't. But I actually stumbled upon it because I read a magazine and I heard mention of it. And when I realized that it wasn't what I might have thought it was, I wanted to give it a try. So I did. And at first I thought maybe I can at least handle the younger grades, right? I can handle kindergarten and teaching how to read, because I was already doing that anyway. I was teaching her how to read and count. And then as my perspective broadened, and as I learned more and more, and as I grew more and more and did my own research, I decided that it was going to be more than just the beginning years. And this was definitely the road that we wanted to take with our family. After some time, before I became a mother, my work involved a lot of public speaking. So it's just naturally part of who I am. So after several years and moving around the country, people began to ask me about my experience with home education. And because I didn't make the decision arbitrarily, I did do research and I did find out a lot, I was able to talk about it. So I started speaking to just little groups at first, and then parenting groups, and it kind of grew from there. And I did it when I had time to do it, around being a mother primarily. And at some point, I decided that I wanted to use the internet to do that. I started Unplugged Mom Radio 3 years ago. And I've been using Unplugged Mom Radio to talk about not only education, but unplugging, quote unquote, from the compulsory behaviors that a lot of us are conditioned into and indoctrinated into. And it's I just encourage parents and families everywhere to unplug. And we talk about various ways that we are plugged in, and then solutions, aka how to unplug from the system. And I started doing more research into home education, what it meant. And I did that primarily to supplement my own experience with my children. And the more I learned, the more I uncovered, and the more I discovered. And it was shocking at times, but that's how life is when we learn things about life. Sometimes we have to take some time to digest it and then take what we know and move forward with it. Unfortunately, that right there, I think very few of us are able to do. When we're faced with information that challenges what we already believe and our preconceived notions about how the world operates, we automatically want to dismiss it. Our reaction automatically is to turn our face away from it and dismiss it and call it crazy or call it conspiracy and say that it's not right, because it doesn't agree with what we've been led to believe. And that is primarily fed to us in our school experience. We spend 12 to 15 years of our lives. And it's the most formidable years of our lives, between the age of 4 and 20 years old, in a system that controls all of the information that develops our education. So it completely shapes the tapestry of our life and our view of the world. We're not really exposed to alternate views or reality. If we're given an alternate view, it's prescribed, and we're given the textbook and we're given view A and view B. And we're told that we're being given a choice, but we're really not. It's the illusion of choice. And we're told that we're being taught to reason, but we're not being taught to reason. We're just being taught to look at two choices that have been very prescribed for us. The entire experience is jarred and contrived. And we don't realize that because we're children, and our parents don't realize that because they've been through the system themselves. And back it goes. Parents put their children into the system compulsively. Most of the time, it's compulsively. Most people don't do what I did and say, okay, well, it's time, so let me see what you have to offer. What do you got? Why should I send my child to your school? Most people don't do that. They just say, okay, my child is 4, time to go to school, off you go. And they put them on the bus, and they figure that they're getting an education because that's what you do. Few of us, but it is a growing number now, and that's good news. So there's always hope. Few of us stop and question and say, why am I doing this? Why do I need this system to provide an education for my child? Why isn't that just part of my role as a parent? And moreover, if they are providing an education for my child, how are they doing it? What are the sources? Where does the information come from? Who controls the information and why? Those are the questions that we really need to ponder. And when we find the answers to those questions, it really opens up a world that challenges everything we thought we knew. Then the challenge becomes whether or not we're going to continue to learn and we're going to continue to be curious, or we're going to submit to our own indoctrination and reject it because it rejects what we thought we knew. Now remember, if you're in this process when you're a child, when you're at that age, you're vulnerable, your mind is open, and you're absorbing your world. And you're in school because your parents said that it's healthy for you. So you trust 100% and completely that this place is going to give you truthful information. That's why you're here, right? That's why your parents want you to be here. Go to school, stay in school so you can get a good job, so you can have a good life. And you're told this from the time you're 4 or 5 years old. And why would you not believe that that was the truth? So of course you think that this is the truth. It works the same with addiction. Cigarette companies used to target 11 and 12-year-old kids because at that age, their physiology is still developing, and the nicotine and the ammonia literally becomes part of their physiology, and they become more addicted if they start when they're 10 or 11 years old. It's the same idea. They're so influenced at that age that if you're being given this from the time you're a child, when you're 20 and someone says, it's all BS, you don't believe it at first. So it becomes even more difficult as an adult to step outside of that box and unplug yourself and stand out there and say, okay, I'm ready for the truth now. There are ways in which it is implicit and ways in which it is explicit. Most of the people, and like you yourself when you were there, most of the people that are working for the education system have no idea that there may be some hidden agenda there that is ill-intentioned for society. They know that it's broken. They know that it may not be working very well. They know that our school system ranks very, very low compared to other nations intellectually. So they know something's not quite right. And like you even experienced, and many other teachers experience, they feel that their hands are tied. You're in a classroom of 40 kids sometimes because it's so overcrowded and packed. And what can you really do? You cannot really give any one child the attention that they deserve or that they require. So it becomes about controlling them and keeping them quiet just so you can get through the lesson. And so you can get through the day. And the lesson doesn't even become about learning anymore. The lesson is just about just enough to pass the test so I don't get fired. And I know it sounds horrible, but it's not the teacher's fault. It's the fault. So those are the ways that it's not it's not on purpose. But you dig a little deeper and you find out that there is an agenda there. And it's okay to accept that, because if you accept it and embrace it, then you can do something to change it. But it'll never change unless we accept the truth in it. And if you want to talk about the history, that goes back to the onset of the public school system, because there was always school to some degree. There was always education. People always learned. But when we began the system that we have today, yes, it was based on a Prussian system, and the entire purpose of the Prussian system was to indoctrinate people. And that is what our system is based on today. And it successfully does that. The general concept, and this is what people really need to know. If you don't want to do the rest of the research on your own or whatever, or just to verify what we're saying, this is what you really need to know, is that it is based on a Prussian model, and it was introduced by businessmen, not teachers, not educators, but businessmen at the end of the 1800s, just around the turn of the century, just around the rise of the Industrial Revolution. And what they wanted to do, their purpose, was to create a citizenry of consumers and obedient citizens. And in many different articles and many different finds that you find in papers and documents, some of them are actually quoted as having used those words, obedient citizens and consumers. And they wanted to train the large majority of the population to be factory workers, so that they can fill their new industry with menial workers. Because anybody that had that possessed any great deal of intelligence and went on to university to become doctors and lawyers, and they weren't looking for, with the Industrial Revolution, they weren't looking for another Renaissance. They were looking to suppress intelligence so that people would be okay with menial factory jobs. And they needed a lot of people to fill those positions because factories were booming. They were exploding because the Industrial Revolution was exploding. And it also would reduce the amount of competition that they had, which inadvertently would allow for monopolization. So I say this, and I know that there are people out there that when I say these things, that what I talked about before, that antenna goes up, it challenges everything we think, and we say, okay, cuckoo, but let's stop and think about this, about what I just said for a second. Has it not been successful? And if you look at the way society is today, it has. So clearly the proof is in the pudding, because here we are. So there really isn't it's not far reaching. It's really a very simple concept to wrap your brain around. And at the time, that's what they wanted. That's exactly what they wanted. And it's really very simple. It's not otherworldly. They were businessmen. They wanted to improve their businesses. So they wanted to adopt this Prussian model of education because they felt that it was a really great way to train people and to train large amounts of people from childhood. And when they introduced it, at first the politicians rejected it because they felt that it violated liberty. They felt that it violated individual freedom and self-expression, and they felt that the current system of learning was just fine. Community schoolhouses, and most people self-educated. A lot of families taught their children themselves. So they pushed it along as, well, what about the children who aren't learning? What about the children in farmlands that their parents are not educated and they don't have access to education? And that's kind of how they began to sell it at first. Interestingly, most of the states, as far as the early 1900s, most of the states were still rejecting the system. And the first state to accept it was Massachusetts, which I find very ironic. Mm-hmm. And they did so, the politicians did so thanks to bribing and cajoling by the businessmen that wanted to push it along. President Wilson was in a meeting with these businessmen, and he had been quoted as saying, what we want to, I don't remember the exact quote, but I actually have it in the first chapter of my book, the history. And he basically explained what I had explained before, that we want a vast majority of the population to be trained for these tasks, and we want a smaller amount of the population to have liberal education. And by liberal, before the word was hijacked, I don't mean leftist and democratic.
Right,
What I mean
right.
is it actually refers to classical education, which is critical thinking and logic.
Exactly.
So they wanted to reduce the amount of people that had any kind of experience with critical thinking and logic. And now today in the school system, critical thinking and logic are not part of the agenda. They're not really part of what is being taught. It's really about the process and not about the person. Because like you said, that was the perfect example of what was in the history textbook. Now, regardless of how we personally feel about Bush's role in 9/11 or what we have come to believe about the events surrounding 9/11, that should not be posed in a book in an opinionated way.
Exactly.
It should be the facts. Children should be taught, this is what happened. These are the different versions of what happened. Now it's up to you to make up your mind. But that's not what is encouraged in school. They are not encouraged to make up their own mind. They are encouraged to memorize the dates and facts that are given to them and then regurgitate them onto a piece of paper and then move along. The children are trained to respond like Pavlov's dogs.
Exactly.
And they do. And
Yeah.
I'm going to say we because it affects all of us. As free as we might think we are, we still have ways in which we're still learning to break free from the indoctrination, but we take it with us into adulthood. And we respond to stimuli in the media like Pavlov's dogs. And we say that, you know, we're not affected by commercialism and we're not affected by advertising, but we are. There is a very deep psychology that goes into that. And part of preparing people to respond to that psychology happens in the school system because it's all a self-feeding and self-perpetuating cycle. And we do respond to those kind of stimuli. We might like to pride ourselves on the fact that we don't, but to some degree, all of us still do. It's a long process to completely, quote unquote, unplug. But the first step is to acknowledge that you're plugged in the first place.
Exactly.
Would we accept I know you have a family audience, but I'm so tempted to use the full on.
Speak your mind.
Would we accept the bullshit that is fed to us by the mainstream media if we were able to reason and think critically? Because once you start training yourself to think critically and reason, the first thing you realize is how stupid you are.
Right.
And then you start to move forward and apply some intellectual skill and say, okay, I want to learn this. I want to build my intellectual muscle as well as my six-pack on my abdomen.
Right.
And I want to move forward with this and make sure that I'm intellectually healthy as well as physically healthy and spiritually healthy. And you begin to recognize the bullshit, you begin to recognize the patterns, you begin to recognize the fallacies, and then you don't accept it anymore. So if children from the onset were given the opportunity to learn how to think critically and to build their intellectual skill, the people that have jobs on mainstream media today would not exist because we would not as a society accept it. Everything that's going on tyrannically in the country, it would not be because the majority of us would be too smart to allow it to happen to us.
Exactly.
There was a time in history when we were too smart to allow it to happen to us, but we've been dumbed down, and we've been dumbed down mostly on purpose. Like I said, those who perpetuated it, a lot of times they don't even know they're perpetuating it. They're just victims of the same system. But it has been done to us on purpose. And the purpose was to train us to be obedient and compliant and even apathetic, and trained to think that American history is boring and politics is boring and we don't want to talk about that stuff. And it's what do we need this for? Because when they teach history, they teach the kids to memorize arbitrary dates and facts that are completely meaningless.
Exactly.
They memorize them long enough for the test and then they forget about it. And I did too, because my God, it was dreadful. It was completely dreadful. So that kind of apathy is actually conditioned too. Folks like us talk about getting people to wake up. And we want society to wake up out of their apathy. And we have to wake up and realize, well, the best way
to keep society awake or to wake up society is to avoid putting them to sleep to begin with. So it starts with the children. The indoctrination starts with the children. That's where we have to start, with the children. Don't put them in school. Just don't put them in school. And a lot of times when I suggest that to people, they say, okay, I hear you. I agree with you. I got it. But I don't know that I can teach my kid myself. And my answer to that is, why do you feel that way? You have to, and it sounds like I'm using a rhetorical tactic. Okay, I get that. I get why it sounds like I'm using a rhetorical tactic there, but you really have to examine the premise of the question itself. Why are you even wondering if you can help your own child learn? It's because our definition of learning has been altered. Our concept of how learning happens is based on what happens in school. But the procedure that takes place in school is not actual learning. That is memorization and regurgitation. And yes, children do come out of that system knowing basic math, and sometimes they know more than the basics. Sometimes they, the smart kids, quote unquote, come out of school knowing more. But just the fact that we have this distinction between smart kids and slow kids is trouble in and of itself. That's a problem in and of itself. The first question is, why aren't all the kids as smart as the smart kids? That's number one. Number two, why are we measuring them? Why, and what does that even mean, smart? Because they got A's? And why did they get A's? Because they regurgitated properly. That's it. It doesn't mean they know anything. It doesn't mean that they're better critical thinkers. It doesn't mean that they're innovators or reasoners, or most of the greatest innovative minds of our time that developed the Industrial Revolution to begin with were not part of the school system. They were not schooled, or they rejected the school system on some level. So that process, that procedure needs to be abandoned. So when you think, how am I going to do this on my own? You're afraid that you're going to be overwhelmed by having to school your child on your own, but you can relax, because you're not supposed to school them. You're not supposed to do that with them. You're supposed to be their parent. And a natural extension of parenting is helping your child learn about the world and develop an education. You're responsible for their physical health. You're responsible for their spiritual health. You have to add intellectual health to that. That power, that responsibility has been stripped from us. And because it's been stripped from us as parents, we've been told as parents, you can feed your kids, you can clothe your kids, but you can't educate your kids. You have to give them to the state to do that. We're responsible for that part because you might not do it right. Think about that. That's insane. So we've developed this insecurity. I can't teach my kids. I can't help my kids learn. Right. But that's just the thing. You're not supposed to school them. You're not supposed to indoctrinate them. You're supposed to embrace the responsibility so that you can empower your child. And the idea is to help them learn how to learn so that they can acquire their education on their own. Once you embrace that, and once you understand that, it all becomes so much more simple, because you can appreciate then how it's simply just weaved into your life. It doesn't have to happen in a makeshift classroom in your kitchen with a chalkboard where you make your kids call you, Mrs. Smith, and bring an apple to the teacher. It doesn't happen like that. It's literally just weaved into your life, into everything you do and every conversation that you have in your life. And it becomes a natural extension of parenting. The second question that comes to me most often is, okay, I would like to embrace that. I would like to explore that and move toward that. But either I'm a single parent and I have to work full time and I don't have time, or both of us, me and my spouse or me and my partner, both have to work full time. And what am I going to do? I can't leave my 8-year-old or 9-year-old home by themselves, or my 5-year-old home by themselves. So how can I make this happen? That we have to make a distinction here. That is not a home education question. That is a babysitting question. Because what you're really looking for the school to do right now, you know that they can't educate your child. You're just looking for a babysitter.
Just take care of them for 8 hours a day for
Exactly. So if that's what you're looking for, is some supervision while you work, you can find that somewhere else. You can find that in family, friends, neighbors, community. you can find that in your social circle somewhere else. And as the children get older and don't require direct supervision during the day, then babysitting is no longer an issue. But as far as education, if you work 9 to 5, so what? Spend time with them at night. Learning doesn't have to happen between 9 and 5 or between 8 and 3. Learning happens all the time. So you spend time with them when you can spend time with them. The third option, and an option that I'm supporting very much, is alternative education centers. And we see them popping up all over the place now. They're becoming very popular. I think there's a couple in Texas. There are at least 2 that I know of here in Tulsa. One is brand new, and I'm actually embarking on a project, or I'm going to try to help someone with a project. He's trying to open a school here, education center here in Tulsa. I'm going to try to help him with that. They exist in New York, ironically. There's Peter Gray. Dr. Peter Gray is an advocate for the subsidiary schools. These are alternative education centers. They are not at all affiliated with the federal education system. So they're not accredited. They don't have to answer to any kind of state board exams or anything. Most of them are a la carte. The kids can go 5 days a week. The kids could go for an hour a week. The kids could take whatever courses they want, and a lot of them include the voluntary participation of the parents who will volunteer to teach certain things, and the kids can participate in what they want to participate in or not participate if they don't want to. That is another excellent option. I live in Oklahoma right now. We're a very, very friendly home education state. I think the friendliest in the country because it's actually written into our Constitution.
Oh, is that
so
right?
That we are protected by our state constitution, which is it's good for now until we have that perfect anarchy society, which I don't think we're going to see for another 500 years. Until we have that, then this is a very good place for home educating parents. And because of that, we have a huge and very rich and diverse home education social circle here, especially in Tulsa. So there are a lot of co-ops and families that will help other families with supervision needs and even with tutoring needs and helping to discover. I teach at a co-op myself. So there are options out there. You have to pretend that school doesn't exist or that it's an extremely dangerous situation for your child, which it is.
Right. You don't have to pretend, really, because it is.
Right, exactly. You wouldn't say, well, I'm going to put my child in the car and drive 90 miles an hour, but I don't have a seatbelt, so what am I going to do? You just wouldn't put your child in the car if there was no seatbelt. You just wouldn't do it.
Yeah.
You'd find another way. You'd find transportation some other way. And that's really what you have to do is understand the fact that this is a harmful place for your child. Keep them out of it and understand that it is part of your role as a parent.
You know, what if there is no school? Imagine there is no school. What are you going to do? And sort of, put that power back in the hands of parents. And I think that will go a long, long way. But there is that mental block, and I'm sure you come across that all the time. So
I do. And people have posed that argument to me as well. What if we don't have any school? We're going to have this huge gap, and we're going to have everything will just plummet, and we'll have these different classes and welfare state. And I look at them and I say, do we have school now? And they say yes. And I say, and do those things exist?
Right.
Yes. Well, how's that worked out for us? So clearly school is not the answer. And I understand the concern, though, because there's the idea that not every parent out there are a lot of apathetic people out there, obviously, because of the school system. So continuing to do the same thing that is producing the apathetic people is not the answer. It's never the answer. But the conundrum that people latch onto is what will happen to all of those children, of all of those apathetic parents that simply don't want to be bothered.
Exactly.
And these poor children will, just be left to crumble. And I think they have this like bombastic vision in their mind that what I plan to do is just close all the school doors at once all across the country and send all the children out into the streets, roaming the streets of America aimlessly. And, that's not exactly what I'm advocating for. I understand that this has to be a process. I understand that we have to build toward this. And the more parents that keep the children out of the system, the less people we have dependent on the system.
Right.
And the more parents, home education is growing. It's getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And if we keep up the momentum and just keep on, it'll get to a point where there are more of us that are doing it ourselves and less of us that are relying on the school system. And that concern in and of itself, when people start to panic and go, oh my gosh, what are we going to do without school? That to me speaks volumes, because it is indicative of just how dependent as a society we have become on this school system. And you think to yourself, my gosh, think for a second. It only existed for a little over 100 years. How do you think humanity got as far as it did without it? And remember, humanity experienced golden ages in almost every society in history. Humanity experienced the Renaissance. Humanity experienced the Industrial Revolution without the school system.
Absolutely.
So clearly, we can survive.
Yeah, I think society would be just fine myself. But you're right. I just to clarify, you're not advocating closing down every public school in America overnight. Obviously, this is, as you just said, a process.
Right.
There is a
transition.
transition. That's the key word, transition.
We should
exactly.
focus on transitioning away from it, and it'll happen over generations. Just like I can appreciate the theory of anarchy and the theory of volunteerism. I get it. I appreciate it. I think it's wonderful, but I don't think that we can wake up tomorrow morning and snap our fingers and say, that's it, here we are.
Sure, absolutely.
It's a transition. It's something to work toward. It's an eventual goal that you and I might not see in our lifetimes, but hopefully the legacy will be with our grandchildren or great-grandchildren. We can have a whole other conversation on how that affects liberty, because if we were to implement this one entire federal system of home education, then that would defeat the whole purpose of freedom. So it comes down to like state sovereignty, I guess, and that's a whole other conversation. But it does depend on the state that you're in. Some states, like New York, are not very friendly at all. They're very restrictive. It is very hard. But there are home educators in every state in the country right now, and a lot of them are experienced and veterans. There is also a lot of, thanks to the internet, and the internet is another thing in our society that has its pluses and minuses, and one of the benefits is that you can connect to other home educators everywhere and learn from them. The downfall to that is too much information and information overload. So you can also get a lot of really strange information. I've seen a lot of new home educating parents turn to people that set themselves up as experts, and that's another thing that really bothers me. The whole idea of transitioning away from school is to learn how to think as an individual and help our children think as an individual. And when we latch on to another organization and we do exactly how they say to do it, then we're not really progressing in any way. So you have to be careful. But if you can find a supportive atmosphere that is supportive and doesn't expect you to be indoctrinated into their new flock, then there's a good way to measure that and know that it's a healthy environment for you to be in. They can help you in each individual state figure out what you need to do. I don't know what people need to do in each state. I'm only familiar with what has to happen in New York and what needs to happen in Oklahoma, and I believe it's the same for Texas. Right. Whereas we really don't have to do anything. We are recognized as being free individuals, and it is not the state's business what happens with our children. There is the concern. A lot of people have the concern, and that's why they want to implement stricter regulations in states. And they sold this in California for that brief period of time. Yeah. About neglect and abuse. But we have to understand that child neglect and child abuse are separate issues than home education. And we should not automatically be considered to be potentially guilty of child abuse and be surveilled in case we might hit our children just because they don't go to school. That means that school is not a place of education, but a place where the state can keep their eye on your child and an eye on your parenting. And nobody really wants that. So to answer the question more specifically, I wish I could tell you and sit here and tell you what needs to happen in each individual state, but they're so different and their regulations vary so much. You really have to just get in touch with the home education organization in your state to try to figure out what needs to happen. I believe I have a resource on my site. I have a girl that works for the Unplugged Mom team that does all this research and has all these great resources. And I think it's up on laurettelynn.com under resources, a link to where you can find out what you need to do in your state. Unfortunately, some states do require that you report and fill out paperwork. Whether or not you want to fight the good fight or comply with that, I guess is entirely up to you. At this point, as long as you're not in school, I'll support whatever choice you make. We decided to leave New York because it wasn't only home education. There were so many oppressive things going on in New York that we just felt like we couldn't breathe anymore. And we chose Oklahoma for a variety of reasons, but one of them was because we felt that for the years that we're going to be with our children home with us, we don't want to be intruded upon, and that's something that we enjoy right here. They'll tell you that if you're going to home educate, we're going to knock on your door, and they want to see if your house is clean. They want to see if you have dishes. It's insanity. It's and without a warrant. I mean, you know.
No,
and
warrants have gone by the wayside.
There are people that comply. The thing that's crazy is most home educators that live in those states, and unfortunately New Hampshire is one of these states, which is really unfortunate because in a lot of other ways New Hampshire is probably the freest state, but for home education they're still not free. They are required to fill out paperwork and reports and testing and so on and so forth, and most of the home educators I know that are in that state or states like it lie. They just lie on the reports. And to me, it's so unfortunate that even has to happen. I mean, think about it. We're rejecting the school system. Why are we going to allow it to regulate us in our homes? So, but a lot of us are involved in the legislation, and we're trying. I'm involved in legislation that goes on in other states simply because I think that everyone should be free to educate as they see fit. But
exactly.
Yeah, absolutely right. It's to question the whole idea of school itself. And it's interesting that you brought up the school-prison relation because it really is. If you compare the two and look beyond just the academics and you compare what's going on there, students in school, just like prisoners in a prison, don't really have a say in how their lives are run. You're taught to sit on command and stand on command and walk on command and be silent on command, and you're taught to just absorb this predetermined and prescribed information that's supposed to be just downloaded into you almost intravenously, intellectual intravenous, and you're not supposed to question it. You're not supposed to challenge it. You're supposed to just absorb it and then regurgitate it on command, and that's how it is. Now, when you talk about school being the norm, I challenge parents to ask the deeper question and look beyond that. Like on my show, we don't talk about home education insofar as how to teach math or the academics. We do provide those resources for parents, and we do have some shows that focus on the academics in home education, like once you've unplugged, how to go forward now. But the focus of the whole endeavor is to really probe and ask the deeper question. Now, you were talking about the fact that even though school sucks, we still think, well, what are we going to do? It's the norm. This is just what you have to do, so maybe we'll do private school, so you have a better experience. But I really, really want to encourage parents to take it a step further than that. Really think about why you think school is the norm, because that's what happens. They say, okay, well, I don't like it, but what else am I going to do? And my question is, why do you think that way? Why do you feel that way? Take it back a couple of 100 years or even 150 years. Families didn't feel that way. They didn't just compulsively send their child off to school. It was something that some people did, but not all people. And when they did, it wasn't a state-run school. It was usually a very, they kept it in the community. It was a community-run, like, the old red schoolhouse type of thing, where the parents were very involved in what was going on there. And it was not this big corporate monster that it really is now, that it carries political and corporate interest in the school. So it's just a completely different atmosphere. Nowadays, it's just this compulsive action that people take without any thought. They get married, they have a couple of kids, they send the kids to school. The kids become indoctrinated, they get out of that system, go through the same procedure, figure, well, I have to go to college, and now I have to get good grades so I could get a good job, so I could get the nice office in the corner, and I could get the good benefits and the good pay, and then I'm going to have a couple of kids and send them right back into the system. And it's just this perpetual wheel that keeps spinning, and we end up in debt, and we end up owing half of our lives to bank loans, and we're just these obedient consumers and television watching people that really are just walking around in this perpetual circle like a hamster in a wheel, and we keep putting our kids back into it. So the question is, why? Why do we feel that, well, that's just what you do? Because that's the answer I get a lot too. When I ask people, why are you sending your kids to school? And they look at me, because if you ask a home educating parent, why are you home educating? They have an answer for you.
Right.
They've made a decision, they have a definite answer. But if you ask a parent of a kid that goes to school, whether it be public or private school, why does your kid go to school? Not that school, but to school in general. They just look at you blankly and they say, what do you mean?
Yeah.
It's just what you do. My question is, why? Why do you feel that, well, it's just what you do? And the answer, Jake, is because we have been conditioned to believe that is just what you do. But it's not. It's unnatural. It is not natural to separate yourself from your child when the child is 3 or 4 years old and say, I have no idea how to educate you, so I'm going to hand you over to this system of strangers that I really don't know that much about because I just can't do it. I don't know how to do it.
Yeah, and hope
It's
for the best.
unnatural for a parent to feel that way. It's almost a little bit insane.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that is one of the most popular arguments for school, is that people will say, I know it's not a wonderful experience, and I know that the quality of education has declined, especially in the United States, but they need an education. But another one is, but they need to learn how to socialize and make friends. But they need to be prepared for the real world. And I realize that the people that are saying this really believe that there's some merit and some value to what they're saying. But if you really take it another level deeper and really think about where those statements are coming from, these are preconditioned responses. Because we believe we associate education with school. We associate a child's social life with school. We associate their preparing for the real world with school. My question then is, why do we make those associations? Where did those associations come from? How did we come to associate education with school, and not only associate education with school, but actually get to a place where we believe that that is the only place in which a person can receive an education,
Right.
or I want to say experience an education, because education is not something that somebody just puts on you. Education is a personal experience. So why do we think that school is the only place where that can happen? You know, that's very interesting. When you really think about the question, it's very interesting, and it's a very interesting look at human psychology, because the fact that so many people, they hear education, they think chalkboards and teachers. That's it. The mental association is made, and that's all there is to it. So when somebody steps outside of that, they view it as abnormal or alternative. That's why parents that educate without school, or families that educate without school, are seen as fringe or alternative or strange, because it messes with the preconceived notions of how we think life should be. But if we really think about it, Jake, especially in today's day and age when we have access to communication in the way that we do, and we can bridge communication between countries in the way that we do, and just anything is available at our fingertips, the educational experience is everywhere, and mostly outside of the classroom. And I would even go so far as to say with certainty that the educational experience nowadays inside the classroom pales in comparison to what the educational experience is outside of the classroom in the real world. Now, as far as preparing children for the real world, the first point I want to bring up is, what is real? When we say, I want to prepare my child for the real world, what are we talking about? Define real world. What is that? And a lot of times people, they don't know. They don't know exactly how to define it. And they say, well, you know what I mean. And I say, no, I don't know what you mean. Explain it to me. What is the real world that they're preparing for? And they say, well, they got to graduate and they have to get a job. Okay, you have to graduate, you have to get a job. And then everything starts to unfold. And you get a job and, you want to get a higher paying job. So you get a job in the nicer office or the nicer position or a management job. And you get to wear a tie to work every day so that you can make more money. And why do we need more money? Well, we need more money because we want to buy more stuff. The more money we have, the more stuff we can get. And the more stuff we get, the more stuff we want. So now we have credit card debt. And we need to build up our credit. Why do we need to build up our credit? So we could get a good mortgage, so we could get a nice big house. Because we don't actually want to own the house. We want the bank to own the house. Well, we live in it. Because the bigger it is, the better it is. Because it's all about status. Who trained us that way? Why is that the real world? And Jake, if that is somebody's definition of the real world, this perpetual cycle of consumerism and debt and being in financial stress, if that is what we define as the real world, then yes, school is the place to train us for that, because that's what it has done. It has trained us for that environment. And so many of us are stuck in that environment, and we think we're happy, but we're not, because we have, I think this latest statistic is 1 in 5 adults are on some kind of psychotropic medication just to get them through the day. And we have social anxiety disorder and depression and everything else. It's because we have been trained for a life that is actually artificial. That is the artificial world. That's not real. And again, how can they prepare for the real world by spending their entire childhood locked away from the real world? Wouldn't it be better to prepare for the real world by being out here and actually living in the real world and getting our educational experience in real life situations? So kids that are educating outside of school are not learning what they need to learn from a textbook and from a canned environment. They're learning it in a lot of times, they are learning it in hands-on ways, through community, through apprenticeships, through conversations with peers and family members and different age people, which brings me to socialization. We're out there in the real world meeting real people, and it's not forced social situations. Because people would say that too. How's my kid going to socialize? And I say, well, we don't get socialized. I don't do socialization to my kids. Right. This is not something that I do to them. I know I'm going to socialize you now. It's 10 o'clock. Come on, we have to go get socialized. That's not how it works. We're these human beings, and human beings are social creatures, and we like to meet other people, and that's what we do. But they're not forced social environments where you plunk a kid into a third grade classroom and everyone else is 8 years old, exactly the same age, and there's one teacher, and you fold your arms and you tell the kids, go make a friend. And now they have 50 other kids to choose from. This is a forced situation. That's not a genuine relationship. Genuine relationships happen outside of that. So the experience without school is more real. Sure. I don't mind doing that. And I have answered this question before, but I always like to preempt it with, this is my experience from my family. Yeah. The idea is that you have to find what is going to work for your own family. And I just want to point out that sometimes it takes a little while before a family finds what their actual niche is. Right. Because you have to remember, we are so used to being plugged in, and we are so used to this, I'm going to have some kids and I'm going to put them into school, that when we break free from that, we're on kind of shaky ground for a little while, because we say, okay, I'm not going to do this, but what do I do? Yeah. And parents find themselves a little bit lost and a little bit confused. And that's also why my website, unpluggedmom.com, provides resources for parents that are in that place where they say, I don't want to do school, but what do I do? How do I live this way? The website is just chock full of resources and reviews and all sorts of materials and podcasts and everything else to help support parents in finding their own niche and finding their own way. Now, that said, I will tell you what my life looks like. I have 3 kids. And we are, they're all kids right now. None of them are grown yet, but none of them are babies either. So we're in kind of that like really cool phase in life where we get to, not change diapers, and we're done with breastfeeding and that kind of thing. My youngest is 7, and my oldest is 10. So we're in a really fun phase of our life. Now, as far as academics, I don't really classify us homeschoolers or unschoolers or anything. And I just have this repulsion to any kind of classification, because I think when you name when you go out of your way to name what you're doing outside of school, it automatically validates school as being the norm. So you have to name what you're doing outside of it. People that go to school don't call themselves schoolers. They just think they're normal. So it normalizes that paradigm. Okay. So if someone asks me, I like to just say that we don't go to school because we don't need it. And that's that. All right. We do spend part of the day, not every day, but we do spend some time doing what I guess others would consider actual book work or academic work, where we just put a lot of emphasis on reading, and we put a lot of emphasis on learning geometry and mathematics, and we follow the principles of back in the days of Socrates, the philosophical principles of learning through the trivium. So, which is a very kind of critical thinking kind of learning, but it happens very organically. It happens very naturally because it adheres to the way the human brain works. So we spend some time doing that, but a lot of our day is also spent on having conversations with each other and going places and doing things. I live right now in a community that very much supports home education. There are a lot of home educators in my community, and when you live in such a community, you automatically just see the rest of the community respond. So there are a lot of things for us to do in the libraries and community centers. There are a lot of self-initiated, cooperative learning experiences and social experiences that we belong to, and then there's the sports and everything else. So we'll usually have like a family breakfast, and we'll talk about what we're doing that day, or we'll have conversations. But the idea is that we're spending time together as family. Then, depending upon the day, we'll spend some more time doing some reading and maybe some academic work. Then maybe we'll play some games together. At some point, because the kids are older, they have free time to go and be with their friends or play with their friends or whatever. And, the day kind of just takes care of itself and we go with the flow. Other days, we're out from 8 o'clock in the morning until 5 o'clock in the afternoon, because those are the days that we're running to different kinds of sports and co-op events and different community activities and so on, whether it be 4-H or volunteering for something else, or just going to a community cooperative type of event for home educating families. So it's hard to really tell you what a day in the life looks like, because every day is a little bit different. But we find our flow, and as the family grows, as we grow and we change, I always try to go with the flow and say, okay, our needs are changing and our schedule is changing, and I'm just going to go with it. But the idea is that I have dedicated my life to this because I think this is important for parents to understand, because some moms will say that to me. They'll say, my gosh, where do you have time for you? And I don't separate the two. I am my child's mother. When I gave birth to my first daughter, that's who I became. That is me. It's not like, okay, I do my kids and then I got to have time for me. It's not like that. There is free time. Of course, we all need some time to be alone with our thoughts. So do the kids. But that's not what I'm talking about. I don't have two identities. I'm not Laurette the person and Laurette the mom. Laurette the person is Laurette the mom.
Yeah.
And I think that for the 20 years that my kids are in their youth, and I'm talking from the oldest to the youngest, it's going to be about 20 years.
Right.
I think that I can spare 20 years out of my entire life to dedicate to being a mother to my children, because my personal opportunities will be there when they're grown, but they're going to grow, and that's going to be it. I don't get to rewind and do that over. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. I think that's awesome.
So they're worth it. Awesome. Well, we do all learn naturally. Learning happens whether we want it to or not. It's just something that human beings are driven to do. Babies are born and they learn. Okay, they want to, when a human being starts to grow, they start to discover their world automatically, whatever that world may be, whether it be inside of a house or out in the jungle or whatever. They will start to absorb their world. They will start to discover their world, and they will want to communicate with that world and communicate what they've learned and ask questions, because it's natural. It's like being thirsty or being hungry. Okay, you're physically thirsty, you're physically hungry, and you're also spiritually hungry because you want to, everybody has that same question. We want to understand why we're here, and we seek that, and that's very primal, that's very instinctual, just like it's primal and instinctual to want to eat and want to drink. Intellectually, we all have that primal urge to want to understand our world. So it happens all by itself. Learning happens all by itself, okay? As far as when you get to the academics and being child-led or child-centered, that's when things start to get a little bit, I guess, difficult for some parents. But here's the problem that I have for it. Again, we go back to, we're looking for a method. We're looking for something to do. We're looking to call it something. Well, I don't direct my child's learning. It's all child-directed learning. And, we let them do whatever they want. And that, to me, that's just more process, more ways to make the whole thing unnatural. I think we're overcomplicating it when we're looking for all these different principles. We need to really understand, because we'll say, well, children learn naturally. And so therefore I do this method. And it's like self-contradictory. It doesn't make any sense. We need to really, really embrace the fact that this is just something that is natural, and we need to stop overcomplicating it. And as far as like going to one extreme or the other extreme, there are parents that take it to such a level that, if that's their thing, then great, that's fine. But where they will come to me and they'll say, I really think it's important that my child has a good foundation in mathematics, but, I'm an unschooler and I will never force that. But they get themselves into a tizzy and they're so nervous and they're so afraid that if they say, hey, little Susie, I think we should learn how to add now, well, then I'm not a proper unschooler, and that I'm a bad parent and I'm an interfering parent, and that's coercion. And that drives me bananas, because we've taken it to such a level where we're afraid to be involved in our children's lives. That doesn't make any sense. A family is a family. It's a combined effort. And if you think it's important that your child learns how to read, then get involved in trying to help your child learn how to read. You don't just sit there and bite your nails until they're 14 years old and say, gosh, I hope they pick up a book. I don't agree with that. And I don't think it's forceful or coercion to say when they're ready. It has to be when they're ready, but your child. Some children are ready at 3 years old. Some aren't ready till they're 8 or 9 years old. You have to decide that on your own.
Right.
But it's okay to sit down with them and read them a book and say, gee, honey, would you like to learn how to read this book? I can teach you how to read this book. And then you help them sound out the letters and you help them put the letters together. Now, if the child's resisting, no, don't do it. 100%, I will say that. If the child is resisting, then something isn't right. They're not ready. But if the child is open, which they're going to be because they naturally want to understand their world, they want to communicate, then it's okay to say, hey, let's go to the bookstore, pick out some books, and I will show you how to put the letters together. Once that happens, once the mechanics happen, then yeah, they're pretty much on their own, because then they could the world is open. Once you know how to read, you can learn anything in the whole world. But it's okay for a parent to say, look, I've been on this earth for 20 years, 25 years, longer than you have, and I know that there are certain things that are kind of important, so let's explore those. It doesn't have to be in a demanding way. It doesn't have to be in a forceful way. It's simply the fact that you're a mentor to your child, and you know that there are certain things that are going to help them, just like you know that if they're making a choice between a Hostess cupcake and a salad, you know which is going to be healthier. Ultimately, you can leave the choice up to the child if you feel that you want to, but in your mind and in your soul, you know which is going to be better for their body, and it's okay. So I think we need to stop overcomplicating things. I think we need to stop worrying about what we're going to do outside of school. Just disconnect, wake up in the morning, and be alive. Love your children and pay attention, and that's all the instructions you really need. You know what I mean? We don't want to create this false dichotomy where it's one end or the other. Either I'm sitting them down in like a pupil in a classroom and I'm hitting their wrists with a yardstick and saying, you must learn your addition facts. Or I'm just totally like, okay, you're on your own and I'm not going to do anything.
Good luck. I hope you find something interesting to learn.
Because if we're really going to do that, why are we even living with them in the first place? Why don't we just say, okay, here you go. There's the door. Here's your hat, what's your hurry? You know what I mean? It doesn't have to be one extreme or the other. And it's psychotic to think that it has to be one extreme or the other.
Yeah.
It's in the middle somewhere. And every family has to do what's right for them. And we don't have to categorize ourselves. We don't have to start following some dogmatic principle. That's the idea, to unplug from any dogmatic principle and just realize that this is life, you know? And this learning just happens, and it's okay for parents to be a part of that. It's not a sin. Yeah, I did. I experienced a lot of anxiety, a lot of fear, and a lot of social ostracism as well, because I live in a community that embraces home education right now, and there are a lot of home educating families in this community, which is one of the reasons why I chose to move here.
Right.
When I originally made the decision, though, I lived in New York City. I was born and raised in New York City. And there are not just the way the political structure is, I guess, or the social environment is in New York. Also, the laws. The laws are very restrictive on home educating families in New York. Right. So there are not a lot of home educating families there. And when I made the decision 10 years ago, there were even less, because it's growing. But at the time, there were even less, and I didn't know anybody. I did not make the decision because I knew families that home educated. I made the decision because I read it in a magazine. And I thought, well, I'd like to do this because I could not decide where to send my daughter to school. But I was suffering from that same preconditioned compulsive action where, okay, well, my daughter's 3. She was 3. And when I think about that now, I think about she was a baby. She was 3, and I was getting ready to separate myself from her, whether she liked it or not, whether I liked it or not, because that's what you do. And you put her into the school. The one thing that I did differently, and I was always a little bit different in my life. If I wasn't at least a little bit different, I don't think I'd be here today. But the one thing that I did differently was I went to the school and I said, all right, well, my daughter's going to be coming here in September, so what do you got planned? And right away, something didn't seem right to me, because the administrator kind of blinked at me a few times and said, what do you mean? And I said, well, what are they going to be learning? What are they going to be doing? And she said, and she stumbled around a little bit, and she said, you're really just supposed to fill out the forms. And I'm like, okay, well, what if I don't like this school? And she said, well, this is your district. This is where you live.
Wow.
And that's when things started to seem a little fuzzy in my mind. And I said, I could send her to a private school. And she rolled her eyes and she said, well, if you think that's going to help. And I said, can you please just tell me what the curriculum is, So we're talking about pre-K here, right? So she said they're going to learn their numbers and they're going to learn how to count to 10. And, we learn the alphabet. So I said, okay, well, my daughter already knows that. And she said, what do you mean? And I said, how could it didn't make sense to me that this was different. I didn't understand why this was different, that my daughter knew her alphabet, because going back to what I was saying before, we're hungry and we're thirsty for knowledge when we're born. Okay, I spent time with my daughter. I read her books, so she very naturally pointed to the letters and kind of just discovered them on her own. And I would say, oh, that's A, oh, that's B, and A is for apple. And she picked it up. There was no force. To me, it was just as natural as teaching her to use the potty or how to eat with a fork. It just came naturally. It was something she was interested in doing, so I followed it. And she was interested in, we were playing together, and I would count 1, 2, 3, and she would giggle and she would count. It just all came very naturally. So I said, well, she already knows that. So what becomes of her? Do you put her in a grade ahead, or how does that work? And she said, no. She just has to conform. That's the word she used. She just has to conform to what the other students are doing, because it's important that they stay with their own age. And I said, why is that important? And she said, well, for social reasons, we have to have them socialize with kids their own age. And I said, why? I didn't understand. And the more questions I asked, the more annoyed the school administrator got. And I think that annoyed me. I'm just asking questions here. I did the same thing in church a few years prior, so I was kind of used to irritating people,
Right.
And I said, I don't like this. I don't like this. So I told my husband, and he said, all right, check out some of the private schools. Because at this point, we were like, well, we got to do something, because you got to go to school, right?
Yeah.
So I started to check out the private schools, and it was kind of just more of the same, but they were charging money this time.
Right.
And I said, well, the facility's nicer and it's prettier and it smells better and it's certainly the uniforms are nicer, but it just, when you cut down to it, it's just more conformity, and I don't really think I dig this. And I started to get stressed out, Jay, because I said I don't know what to do. I got a magazine. I was subscribed to Mothering Magazine at the time, and there was an article on the front cover about home education from a dad's perspective, which was very different. And I read it and I said, this is it. This is for us. And I didn't know a soul that did it. I eventually started to meet other families that were interested in home education in my area, but there were like 5 of us that I met in the whole of New York City, and we were like living underground. Like, we didn't want to tell our neighbors, because when we did start to tell our family and neighbors, they made fun of us, they yelled at us, they threatened to call social services on us, and my daughter was 3.
Wow.
3 years old. And they were saying, well, you're not going to school, and, you're an abusive family and you're neglectful. So it was not easy. But here's my advice to parents. The reason you think that it's normal to go to school is because you have been conditioned to believe that it's normal. But deep down inside, you know that it's not. You need to push through. It is going to be scary at first. I'm not going to say that it's not. Even if you live in a community that supports it, this is something that is going to be scary at first, because you're going to say, okay, great, I'm unplugged. Now what? Because it's like, if you're used to being plugged in your whole life, that's your lifeline. When somebody cuts that off, you freak out a little bit, and that's natural, that's normal. But you have to give yourself time, and you have to push through, because once you get through a certain period of time, once you build up your confidence, once you start building momentum and you get the resources that you need, it gets easier and easier and easier, and it gets to the point where you don't know how you lived any other way. It's been 10 years now, and I cannot imagine what my life would have been like if I would have stayed plugged in. I just simply can't imagine it, because it's opened up so many other doors, and our family is free in so many other ways. It's just completely amazing, and it's been such a transforming experience. So you're going to be strange to your neighbors. You're going to be strange to your friends. I even offer a course on handling objections, specifically to know how to deal with the people in your life that are going to give you grief over making this decision. Right. But it's so important that you do it. Why? Because it's worth it, and your child is worth it. And the only other thing I'd like to offer parents is, a lot of times we have this fear that we are not going to be able to provide a quality educational experience for our children. Number one, the only reason you don't think you can do it is because you've been trained to believe that only the professionals can do it. You've been trained to believe that it's a very complicated process, and it requires a degree in psychology in order to teach a child. Most parents are making this decision when their child is 4, 5, 6 years old. If you don't think you're equipped to teach your child the ABCs and the 1, 2, 3s, then some real serious self-evaluation needs to be going on there. Because if you're a product of a 15-year system that supposedly educated you, then you should be able to teach the ABCs to your 5-year-old.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Is that something that you feel was a really important thing for people to do, to find sort of kindred spirits? Or, is that...
It is. I think it's very important, because we are human beings and we are social creatures. And it's nice not necessarily to just stroke our ego and have people tell us that we're doing the right thing, because that's, that's kind of superficial. That's not really what I'm talking about. I just want to clarify, I'll back up a second, then I'll go forward again. I want to clarify, there are more than 5 people in New York City that were home educating. That's right. But New York City is a big place. Yeah. In my area where I lived, I found a supportive group of parents that, we kind of helped each other out, and there were only about 5 or 6 of us in that group.
Yeah, you only had access to a small number.
I only had access to the small amounts, exactly. There were others all over the state, but I regularly only had access to that. And we were all kind of in the same boat. We were nervous. We were just getting started. But it's nice. What's nice about having the community support is that it helps you to not have to live like a fringe person. And a lot of people will say, oh, well, that's okay. I like living like a freak. I like living like a fringe person, but that's some kind of weird need to be different. I don't need to be different. I don't have like this insatiable need for, society to see me as strange and like Lady Gaga or whatever. I just want my family to be healthy. That's my goal. That's what I'm interested in. Okay. And it's important to know that you have the support of your community. Now, the thing that's good about the internet is that you can find a lot of that support online.
Right.
If you don't want to leave where you're living and you don't feel that you're living in a community that supports home education, there's strict regulations or whatever there may be, you can find a community online and you could connect to people and really get great advice and great support and even form really close relationships with people that can support you and help you out, and you support each other. But for the family, I think it's wise to either establish a community of home educating families where you live or find a community of home educating families, because it really opens up your world to be able to go out into the 3D world outside of the internet and get together at gatherings and have your children have access to. Now, of course, children make friends with anybody, whether they go to school or not. But it's nice that the children have access to other families where they don't feel like outsiders.
Right.
So they feel like, oh, hey, there are other home educators out there and it's cool. The reason that I chose to move, and I moved 1,400 miles away, and there were many reasons, there were a variety, but one of the very top reasons I chose this particular area to live in was because of its home education support and because there are so many other families here. I didn't want to constantly have to answer to somebody. I didn't want to constantly have to subject my kids to test taking by a school system that I rejected. I didn't want to constantly be surveilled and feel like I'm living like an outsider or a criminal. I wanted to be comfortable, and I owed that to my family. I felt my kids deserved to grow up in a place where they feel comfortable to be who they are. And that's why I moved here. And I love it because once I got here, I realized just how awesome it is. The public libraries run programs for home educating families. The public community centers run programs specifically for home educating families that they do during school hours, so we can have the facility to ourselves. Businesses, regular mainstream businesses, skating rinks, restaurants, bookstores, the place that does the swim classes, clothing stores, apparel stores, almost all the businesses out there, especially like the construction, like Lowe's and Home Depot, the local construction stores and houseware stores, they run specific programs for home educating families because they know that there are so many of us here that we have become a market.
Yeah, that's awesome. That sounds great.
So there really is a lot of support. If you could tell someone where you are, oh yeah, we're home educators, and you'll get that kind of, oh my gosh, and that's crazy, that's strange. We tell someone here, or my kids meet kids at the park and they make friends and they say, what school do you go to? And my kids say, oh, we don't go to school, we do home education. The kids shrug and go, oh, okay.
Right,
like,
right.
Just completely normal and mainstream. The problem is I lose the cool factor of being different, but again, that doesn't really matter to me. What matters to me is that my family grows up in a environment where they don't have to feel like they're constantly being pressured or watched. Well, the radio show has evolved. It's grown. We've been on the air for almost 2 years. August will be 2 years, and in that time, it's grown wonderfully, and I couldn't be more proud of what we've accomplished, and I'm also very humbled by it because it's been, the growth has been so wonderful and so unexpected, I guess, that I'm humbled by it. But it's been going really well, and we've been trying to keep up with that growth in as much as I can to keep up with the growth, because this, of course, my family always comes first. So we've changed the formatting just a little bit. We've rearranged some things. We're going to have more podcasts coming out soon, and we have really exciting topics coming up. We're going to be talking about sex and kids and beauty image and consumerism having to do with selling sex. We're going to be talking about feminism and the role that plays coming up on Mother's Day. And we have a lot of different issues and a lot of different very exciting guests and different directors that we're going to be talking to coming up. we're also opening up something a little bit new that I don't want to give out too much information about, but I think by Monday we're going to be launching something new, just a tremendous resource for parents looking to live outside of the box. We're going to have lots more resources on home education, but also resources on natural health and wellness and political activism and just living a kind of paradigm-free life and a dogma-free life. So we have those exciting announcements coming up soon, but the radio show has a lot to offer, and we're going to have more live question and answer shows. Okay. Well, the first thing I want to touch on, I mean, there is a definition for education, and it goes along with learning, but I want to kind of springboard off of what you were saying, and there is a problem with the question in and of itself when people ask, because that's the first thing that people ask. There's actually the first thing that they ask is how are they going to socialize, and the next one is how are they going to learn. Well, if you homeschool them or you home educate them, you don't send them to school, how are they going to learn? How are they going to be educated? And the first problem I have with the question is that it imposes upon itself. It's like, my initial reaction is I can't answer that question because I reject the premise of the question. It assumes upon itself. And what I mean by that is it assumes that school is the golden standard for education. Because the automatic question is if they don't go to school, how are they going to learn? So school is the only place where people can learn. And that's the problem that I have. Fundamentally, it's flawed right there because we have an entire society of people who are indoctrinated, and I'm going to use that word, to believe that school is the golden means. This is the only opportunity we have to learn. Okay. And then as far as education goes, like you said, we're just so accustomed to this idea that education is something that has to be done to a child, that has to be, that a child is born flawed and we have to fix them and we have to put information into them. Okay. And that's like filling a jar with beans. Now you can do that all you want. You could fill that jar with beans. You can take a child and you can fill them with all sorts of dates and facts and information. And some of the information is useful and a lot of the information is not useful. But to me, that's not truly learning. That's just filling a jar with beans. Learning is something that a human being is equipped to do from the moment that they're born. We learn how to walk. We learn how to talk. We learn how to get along with other people. We learn how to count. We learn how to write. Okay. And yes, we do this with the assistance of adults in our lives, whether that be our parents, our grandparents, other adults in our lives, sometimes not even adults in our lives. Sometimes we learn from other friends. Sometimes we learn from brothers and sisters. Sometimes we learn from, peers in our play group or whatever it is. And as an adult, Stefan, I'm sure you're still learning and I'm still learning. And that doesn't always take place in a classroom. It takes place outside
weirdly
of
enough.
That you're exactly right, Stefan. And the problem is that is not intelligence. That is no more than Pavlov's dogs. That's reacting to a situation. Okay, and that's why I use the analogy of filling a jar with beans, because what you're essentially doing is filling a jar with beans and then having those beans jump out on command, so to speak, or just pulling for those beans on command. It's not learning, and I don't believe what is going on in school is true learning either. I believe what is going on in school is simply a filling of the jar with beans, a filling with data, a filling with trivia, and just information that, and this is important too, that some other entity, some other elusive board, some people sitting in an office somewhere have decided this is what all the children of the United States of America should learn. And they've chosen the curriculum and they need to download it into the children, and that's it. But as far as critical thinking and really learning and experiencing the world, the only way that can truly happen is outside of the classroom. And that's something that I realized many years ago, which is why I chose to home educate. Because true learning involves, yes, it does involve assistance and help from the parents. But like I said before, it involves assistance and help from a bunch of people in your life and all sorts of sources and different kinds of stimulation, not just one. And you have this assistance, but the person, the learner, is doing it. That's where the action is happening with the learner. Just like with the child, the same with an adult. The action is happening with us. We're the ones that are learning. It's not being done to us. We're doing it. And yes, sometimes we're doing it with assistance, but we're doing it. It's not being done to us. And when you have the freedom to discover that and learn that from real world situations, you're able to process the information and analyze the information, because here's how learning happens. Learning happens in steps. First, you discover, then you understand, and then there's the rhetoric. Then you communicate. You discover something the first time you lay your eyes on something. And with any of your five senses, the first time you touch something, smell something, see something, or sometimes with a sixth sense, when you experience something, okay, you discover it. Then you analyze it. You understand it. You pull it apart, you look for contradictions, you look for the logic in it, you try to understand it. Sometimes that happens all by yourself, sometimes that happens with assistance, but it happens. Then you communicate it back out into the world. When you communicate it back out into the world, that's when you're really mastering your understanding of it, and you're helping other people to understand it too. It's the spiral approach, because then it comes back on itself, and next time you're introduced to that same subject matter or that same idea or philosophy, you understand it even better, and then you communicate it out even better. School doesn't operate that way. School operates like filling a jar with beans, and then you have the buzzer, and like you said, it's just a bad computer. So the only way to really do that is naturally, and to have an actual genuine respect for the fact that learning happens with the learner. Well, it comes down to perspective. If you're asking someone with a free mind, so to speak, like you or I or many other people out there, you would say, well, we choose to be educated because we want to learn something more about a particular topic, because we want to follow our passion and we want to understand that topic better, or as far as building a foundation so that we can learn more, like in the case with young children. And we consider education to be the building blocks, the ABCs and the 1, 2, 3s. And that really just lays the foundation so that they understand communication, they understand the world around them, and they can go ahead and learn more and pursue their own interest after that. But if we're talking about school, the purpose of education that they're doing in school, which I don't really know that I define as education anyway, I very, very strongly feel, based on all the experience I had and all the everything that I've been doing over the last 10 years and everything that I've researched, I very strongly feel that the purpose of schooling is specifically to mold as many quote unquote citizens as they can to fit into certain places in society, and to respond to certain stimulus that is put out by society. That we just have this automatic reaction to things because we're trained in that way. So it's a very canned and pre-selected information that's being downloaded into students. So when you say what is the purpose of it, I mean, the purpose of learning is to learn more.
Yeah,
but
the purpose.
You know what? I want to touch on that, and then I want to skip back first to the purpose. School actually does. When you ask the question, why do I have to learn this? They do provide an answer, or at least they did when I was in school, but it was an answer that I was never satisfied with. And the answer was elusively to be successful. You have to learn this so that you can be successful. You have to learn how to, all these meaningless dates and everything else that we're teaching you that you're never actually going to use in real life so that you can be successful. And I always picture in my mind, I remember seeing this poster. And I don't even remember where I saw it, but I remember laying my eyes upon it and really wondering what the meaning was behind it. Like, what is the message behind this? And it was a photograph of like a 5-car garage, and all these fancy cars are in each slot. Like you have your Beamer and your Mercedes and your Jag or whatever else. And there's these like really great fancy cars. And underneath the caption reads, "Justification for higher education."
Right.
And that's really sticks in my brain because I say, okay, the first message that I'm seeing here is you need to go to school so that you could get rich and have all these fancy cars. So It's suggesting that if you get rich and have all these fancy cars, this will make you happy. And in order to get there, you need to have higher education. You need to go to school. So what they're saying is you actually cannot find happiness without school. Okay. And I always found that interesting. Even when I first saw it, I found it interesting because I said the message here is go to school so you can find happiness. And happiness is what? Happiness is riches. Happiness is money.
God. I mean, and that goes, sorry to interrupt, that goes so much against every philosophical tradition in the world. If money, fame, looks, and talent were enough to make everyone happy, then Whitney Houston, Marilyn Monroe, Michael Hutchins, whoever you name it, would still be alive today. But anyway, go on.
No, you're exactly right, Stefan. You're exactly right. And I think most people on a primal level know that, but not on a daily level, if that makes any sense. When we talk about it and when we bring it to light, people nod their heads and say, yeah, money doesn't bring happiness, blah, blah, blah. But yet we're still controlled by the ever elusive dangling carrot, the golden carrot. Oh, that's funny. That's funny. The first time that I've seen it, I took it upon myself to assume it was for the students. And, I think it's a disturbing message because it does infer that you need a lot of money in order to be happy, and you need all these cars and everything. And like you said, money doesn't necessarily buy happiness, but I think that this is something that really plagues us, especially today. And I think this may have been a problem throughout all of human history. I mean, everybody went chasing gold throughout all of history, but I think it's especially a problem today because as much as we can say, no, money doesn't buy happiness. Look at the society that we're living in, okay? And all those names that you mentioned and, Whitney Houston and everything else. But the general media focuses its attention on glamour and glitz. And you have these goofy shows with these goobers like the Housewives and the Beverly Hills and the Kardashians. Yeah. And up until recently, I didn't even know who the Kardashians were. I thought it was like some mythical thing. It was really funny. And then you have these like snooky people and this chick has actually given speeches.
Oh, the Oompa Loompa. Yeah.
Yeah. And she's given speeches, commencement speeches at Rutgers University, which is an institution of learning. So what is that? I mean, what are we doing here? We're training people.
Right.
Right. We're training people that this false kind of glamour and glitz is what you want. So ultimately, we're conditioning people to consume, to learn to consume. What you want to do is consume. You need to consume because this is what you need to be happy. But then people are never truly happy, so they keep looking for it. They keep looking for that magic apple. But the problem is that the apple is poisoned because it's unnatural.
Anyway, so let's go on. Sorry, I didn't keep interrupting.
Here's more of a problem with this, okay? And this flows into the morality issue. There's a segue in a minute there. But so what we're basically doing is training people that in order to be happy and you need to be successful. In order to be successful, that means riches, that means money. And in order to get that, you need to stay in school and get this like cockamamie thing that they're calling an education and just let us download information into you and useless information. Now, the sad part is, though, in most cases, it doesn't work. Most people get out of the school system and enter into mediocre middle-class jobs. And, I would say that the majority of people out there are stuck in what we're dubbed now the dead-end job, and they don't like their job and they don't like what they're doing. And they have this 9-to-5 rat race life that they're dealing with. And, then they have a couple of kids and they become a soccer mom and they find themselves stuck in this life. And, it might sound like doom and gloom right here, but let's just take a look at society as a whole. And this is reflected in everything, all the products that are available to us now, especially pharmaceuticals. 1 in 5 adults is on some kind of psychotropic medication just to get through their own day because they're depressed or they have social anxiety disorder because they're not happy. Okay, so all that they're doing, and most of these people stayed in school. Most of these people graduated from college, but yet they're not happy. They're stressed out. They're unhappy. They're physically sick. They're mentally sick. They're spiritually suffocated. But hey, what's the problem? They went to school. Well, maybe 1 in 50, and I'm being generous. It's probably more like 1 in a couple of hundred, okay, that actually end up getting these like fancy cars in the 5-car garage. And how do we know that? Because they're being called the 1%, okay? These people, a lot of them didn't do very well in school. And if they did, they became this genius that they are, despite the school system, not because of it. And that's where a lot of people make the mistake also, okay? Now we're going to go back into the morality issue. Does everybody that makes a lot of money, and this comes back to the 1% issue now, everybody that does make a lot of money, are they all evil people? So, okay, if we say that money doesn't buy happiness and we don't want to be trained just to go after the dangling carrots, does that mean that if we do make money, we're bad people and we're evil people? No, not necessarily. But
no.
Here's an even more confusing part. And like you said, it's like a Shakespearean comedy because one thing crosses over the other with all its complexity. But you got to kind of sit down and pull this all apart when you see that it's all just a tangled mess. Is that this system is also kind of training people to believe that you need to rely on the state, and relying on the state is good, and having any independent wealth or independent money is evil. So we need the state to step in and control the cash flow and control the money. So everything just becomes this tangled web. It pits us against each other. We forget our individuality. We forget our freedom. And we think that everything needs to be controlled and manufactured in order for us to get by. But when you look at the result, and the result is that we think that, Snooki represents America. We think that it's perfectly okay to behave like the housewives of Beverly Hills. We think that it's perfectly normal for most of us to be sick or to have Monsanto poisoning our food. And we feel hopeless. We feel like there's nothing we can do in most cases. We think it's perfectly normal for 1 in 5 adults to be on a medication just so they could wake up in the morning. And we see these commercials and we think, well, yeah, that's life. But it's not life. It's unnatural, because these are the things, Stefan, that have been done to us. That is what school does. It does something to you. And that brings me back to your very, very first point. Learning is not something that could be done to a person. Some intelligence is something that I believe that we are all born with. Okay? As far as what a parent's role is in helping their child learn, it's about nurturing what is already there. It's not about fixing or correcting anything that has gone wrong.
Yeah, when my daughter learned how to walk, I didn't move her legs. I just held her arms.
Exactly.
And that you're a support and a structure, and I made sure that her path was clear to learn. I didn't sit there and grab and move her legs and saying, this is how you do it, because that would make her passive and also would have her not learn how to walk. I think being there as a support and getting things out the way is the key, at least for me so far, and that's the complete opposite of what government education does.
It's the complete opposite. And you also didn't stand up and do some crazy wiggle and say, walk this way. You have to walk this way. And if you don't walk this way, you're all wrong. You kind of just made sure that her path was clear, made sure she had the foundation. Then you held her hand as long as she needed it. That's how learning takes place. It takes place very real. Now, a lot of people will say, well, walking is something different because, algebra doesn't come naturally to people. You know what? No, maybe algebra doesn't come naturally to people, but understanding comes naturally to people. And counting comes relatively natural to people. If you gave your daughter, like you said in our last interview, she likes to play with these bits of rope, and you gave her 3 bits of rope, and you said, here, this is 1, this is 2, this is 3. Now you have 3. You watch how fast she catches on.
Oh, she's already done it.
And that's exactly what home education is, Stefan, is liberation and education, because they're being held hostage is exactly what is going on there, and they're being manipulated. And what is actually happening is they're coming out of that system, and they're automatically programmed to get married and have children and put their own children right back into that system. Yeah, that is the number one question that any home educating family around the world hears. It's the number one question. You announce to somebody upon first meeting them, or they ask you about your kid's school or whatever, and you say, well, we don't go to school, we home educate, or whatever you call it. People have a whole different way to name it, which is another problem for me. I don't think we need to name what we do. We just don't go to school. And then the very next thing is this, they come down with this kind of weird look on their face and this kind of dumbfounded, oh, well, how do they socialize? And it's interesting to me that question usually comes before the education question, because I think by now people have kind of accepted that school really doesn't do that great of a job turning out intellectuals,
Right.
But they figure, well, how are they going to socialize? Which again
begs the question, because what they're assuming is that what happens in government school is healthy socialization.
Exactly.
And if you don't go there, it can't happen. It's like, no. Don't assume that. That first assumption is where you need to stop.
Exactly. It's a question that is hard to answer because, again, it assumes upon itself. You have to reject the premise of the question. It assumes that school is the place to socialize. And not only does it assume that, but assumes that school is the only place where a young human being can meet people and be around peers and have some kind of social experience. Now, when you kind of really think about what's going on there, okay, a parent, you have a child and the child becomes 4 years old, and 4 is the average age for when they start pre-kindergarten. Okay, some kids start even younger, but it's 4. 4 is not that old, and they take them into this classroom situation, which is a closed environment, and they're with the same children day after day, and all those children are usually around the same age, within a year of the same age, and even if it's a public school, they're usually from the same cultural background and the same financial background and, class status or what have you, because school districts are in these different neighborhoods, So they're very, very the same, and they're with the same one or two adults for all this time, several hours a day, 5 days a week for 10 months out of the year. And they plop them into this situation, and usually the child cries and they don't want to be away from the parent, and they experience some kind of stress or nervousness or anxiety. But you say, no, I'm going to leave you now with these strangers, and you're going to go make a friend. And the kid freaks out. Now, that's a really warped and crazy situation when you really break it down and look at it, but that's what we're doing. And that is what we have defined as proper socialization. So I've come to hear the word socialization and cringe, because I feel like it's actually something that's being done to a child, like a process that's being performed. Again, like you said, like they're born broken without the ability to interact with other people, and we have to fix them. But the truth is that human beings, on a very natural and primal level, are social creatures. We are social creatures. We want to communicate. We want to understand our world, and we want to ask questions, and we want to communicate. That's why babies learn how to talk. They want to, like you were saying about your daughter, she wants to communicate with you. Okay, and that's why they're so interested in learning how to talk. So we want to know other people. It happens very naturally. To meet other people. When somebody says, how do they socialize? What they're saying is, how are they making? There is an entire world out there, Stefan, that exists outside of the classroom, not inside of the classroom. And there are people in that world, and we meet people, and we talk to people, and we make friends. But here's the thing, we do it naturally. We make friends with anybody, no matter what age they are, no matter what their background is, no matter what their culture is. And here's an even better part, is that the kids get to choose who they want to be friends with, instead of being forced into these manufactured and pre-selected relationships where they have this limited choice of people in the same classroom, and they say, well, I know you want a friend because it's instinctual and primal to want a friend, but this is it. This is your choice. That's it.
I can't wait for the day when I say to somebody, I've never been to jail, and they say to me, well, how did you learn how to socialize then?
Seriously, that's exactly that. That's very, very accurate, because that's exactly what they're asking when they ask that. Because you're inside of this closed situation. So when you explain it to people, they understand it and they get it. But we're so used to thinking that this is the only place to socialize, because we're so used to this procedure, this mind-numbing procedure where you just go through your life and you have a couple of kids and you send them into school, and they meet their BFF in school and they have friends. So, well, of course that's where they make friends, because it's like they don't know any different. Like when you have a flea in the bottle and you keep the flea in the bottle and you take off the cap, it doesn't try to jump out anymore, because that's all it knows.
Right.
So it's an entire civilization has gotten used to this because it's all it knows. So they think, well, you can't meet people unless you go to school, because that's all they know. Right. And it's actually really kind of disturbing and sad when you think about it, that we would rely on an institution to provide friendships and relationships for us, or even friendship and relationships opportunities for us. That we think that the only opportunity to meet someone is in this system, in this building. It's very disturbing when you think about that. We live in a world with people, and here's something very funny, Stefan. I'm never asked this question, because then they'll say, well, I figure because you home educate, you're just stuck in your house all day. And that's funny to me, because no one ever asks me that question when I'm home, because nobody's there but us. They ask me when I'm at the park and the kids are out playing, or when I'm at some kind of sports activity and the kids are playing baseball. And I can't tell you how many times at my son's baseball team, a parent will say, oh, your homeschoolers, okay, but how do they socialize? And I look at them and I look at the kids playing baseball and I look back and I say, really? Are you really asking me that? Right. So that's what's funny to me, is that we're out here, we're in the world. This is where we meet people. Or I'll meet somebody and I'll make a friend and I'll say, did I meet you in the classroom? We're friends. How do adults make friends? How do adults meet people? That is another very, very disturbing idea when you think about it, is that we think that this is natural. We think that this is normal. But the problem with bullying, okay, and this has been in the news like crazy lately, because they want to set up legislation to outlaw bullying, basically, and have all these bully protection laws and everything else. But this kind of behavior, this kind of bullying to that degree, and yes, sometimes it gets very, very bad and very, very dangerous. That's not normal, Stefan. That's not natural. That is not normal human behavior. There was a situation a few years ago, and you might remember this with pit bulls in California, with the, was it Mike Vick, the football player, and he was raising pit bulls.
Where they had the dog fights, right?
Right, they had the dog fights, and this brought to light what was going on with these pit bulls. And this actually went on since the early 1900s. Actually, they would do this with pit bulls, and that's why they're called pit bulls, because they were bred to fight in a pit. Now, what they would do with these dogs is a lot of times they would starve them, they would lock them in rooms. They would leave them alone. They would lock them in crates. Sometimes they would lock them in closets with nothing but like the static from a TV, white noise to drive them crazy.
Animals, right? So that's the worst.
Exactly.
Thing, right? Yeah.
Exactly. And they would put them in, then they would put them together and purposely get them mad at each other. And, they would become aggressive. So they did this on purpose. Now, we're talking about dogs here. We're talking about pit bulls here, but it needs to be a little bit more clever when it's done to human beings. So this process of quote unquote socialization done to human beings is they're actually being put into these situations where they are closed off from the real world. This is not the real world. I don't care how nice the school is. If you're spending all of your youth in there, and basically it is all of your youth, because from the time you're 4 years old until you're 17 or 18 years old, that is all of your youth. And most of your time you are in this situation. And my school actually had cages on the windows, and most of them have these metal doors, and they don't let you out without guards attending to you. And everything is separated and subjugated, and you're subjugated to the authority of the teachers all the time. And they're in control of what you learn. They're in control of how you learn it. They're in control of how long you can spend learning it, because when the bell rings, you're done and it's on to the next subject. So life isn't integrated. Life is very categorized for you in a very fake situation, this artificial reality that you're in, and you're fed usually very unhealthy food, okay? And everything is just this really unhealthy situation. You spend all this time in there, you're going to go a little crazy. So what naturally happens to these kids is they start acting out. And then they start developing either very aggressive behavior or very submissive behavior. And that's how you end up with your bullies and the ones that are submissive and the victims to the bullies. So these are manufactured situations by the school. We would not have to deal with bullying situations if we didn't have the school system that we have. Exactly. So when people say that kids need to be, subject to that, or kids need to experience that so they could deal with the real world, I say, but that's not the real world. Okay. When you leave high school and you get into your adult life, how often do you really encounter a bully? And if you do, it's not the same as when it was in school. No, of course not. The laws never do a damn thing for that. Okay. Now, the first thing is, there are going to be jerks in the world. Like we said, we had in our last conversation, of course, there are jerks in the world. Whether we have school or not, there are going to be jerks. Okay. But first of all, it's not going to be the same level, because like I said, school breeds this kind of behavior. Now, the argument to that I hear a lot is, oh, no, that's not true, Laurette. There are a lot of people that behave like that, even in their adult life. And I say, right, because they've been manufactured, because most of us are products of this system. We've been created. So what do? You have to stop the flow. Something has to stop the flow. And it is not going to happen overnight. We're not just going to shut down all the school doors and let everybody fend for themselves. And then all of a sudden we wake up to a utopia tomorrow where everybody's peaches and cream and there's no jerks in the world. Of course, that's not going to happen. But if it happens generation after generation after generation, the less kids we have in this system, the less problems we'll have. I mean, this really is, Stefan, this really is the root of the woes that we have. And a lot of people really have a problem with this. Or they'll say that, the state needs to be in charge, or the state needs to, have this charge over what parents are teaching their children, to make sure that they're not teaching their children wrong things, or they're not teaching their children incorrectly or whatever.
That just bugs me so much. Sorry, go ahead.
Who gets to decide what is the right thing to teach the child? Who gets to decide that? Is it Diane Ravitch that gets to decide that? And if it's her, why her? Is it Arne Duncan that gets to decide that? And if it's him, why him? Who made him? Who made them two king and queen of learning? Okay. Now, that's the problem. That's the philosophical problem with this, is that if we say we want to make sure that the parents are teaching the kids correctly, there has to be a standard. And if there must be a standard, then who gets to decide that standard? And that's what the problem is in the school situation, because someone has decided, and it wasn't you, what the standard is going to be. And it wasn't you. That it completely strangulates any fathom of individuality. There is no individuality in school. There is only the collective, which drives me crazy because philosophically, exactly,
and
a collective doesn't actually exist. Okay, only the individual exists, but that's ignored in a school system. Well, that's exactly. We're back to circular reasoning again. Okay, but this is on purpose again, Stefan, because they create the illusion that the parents have some say by letting them get into PTA meetings and being a part of the school board or whatever else. But again, it's an illusion, because when you cut right down to it, they really don't want the parents' involvement. They just want to placate the parents and let the parents think that they're involved. And we see the evidence of this becoming blatantly clear lately. If you read Diane Ravage's book on the American school system, it's The Death and Life of the Great American School System. She's very clear in that book that parents need to stay out of it and let the school do what they need to do. We had the recent article a few months ago by Ron Clark, who wrote, it was this huge controversial article that he wrote called What Teachers Really Want to Tell Parents. And that was basically, stay out of it and let us handle it. It's our job. We're the trained professionals. We know how to impart the information that was pre-selected and canned onto your children, and you don't know how to do it, so stay out of it. So all that choice is an illusion. So what is happening is they want the parents to stay out of it because they don't feel that we, the ones that are the actual parents, can do a good job of teaching our own children. But we are also products of that same system, but yet we're ill-equipped to pass that down.
Yeah, you'd figure if you had 12 years exposure to something, you might know how to do it. Like if I spent 12 years learning how to play the violin, then I might actually be able to teach little kids how to play the violin a little bit.
No. You have to leave that to the trained professionals, because the problem is that the trained professionals, quote unquote, have been specifically trained by that system to do what the system wants them to do.
Right.
Okay? To play out the agenda of that particular system. Now, I can't say that every single teacher out there is a part in this or a cog in this, or at least not purposefully. They are, but most of them are inadvertent. I think most young teachers, they come out of the school system themselves after their 12-year indoctrination process, and they're 18, 19 years old, and they say, I want to help children, I want to be a teacher, and they go into it for noble reasons, but 5, 6, 7 years later, it just really becomes about the unions and the benefits and having the summers off. And before you know it, they're just part of the system.
Most of the young teachers leave within a couple of years.
They do. There are a great many teachers that come out of the school system. John Telegato is probably the most famous one with his line, I left because I'm no longer willing to hurt children. But there are a great many that come out of the school system that I know personally, that I've done interviews with, that are in my friend circles, that said, no, I when I had kids, I stopped being a teacher and I decided I was going to home educate. I don't want my kids in that system, because they know. And they said, it didn't matter about the benefits. It didn't matter about the union. It didn't matter about the paycheck. They wanted out because they knew that it was just morally corrupt. And there wasn't anything that they were going to be able to do about that, And speaking of morality, another popular question I get is, well, what if the parents are crack parents? Okay. Or what if they're teaching their child about violence or hate? Or something like that. Okay. Now, first of all, Stefan, these situations where the parents actually are crack parents or on meth or something like that, or they are actually teaching their children some kind of swastika ritual or whatever, these cases are so far and few in between that they're almost meaningless, and they have nothing to do with home education or not. The problem goes beyond that. If a family is a crack family, the least of their worries is how they're educating their children. Believe me. Of course not. There are plenty of crack kids. There are more crack kids in the system than there are outside of the system. There is so far and few crack kids, or any kind of drug abused kids, or any kind of abused kids for that matter at all, that are outside of the system. There are more of them inside of the system, because families that choose to home educate usually are not those types of parents. Now, this is another example of circular reasoning, or this backwards crossover argument, because what'll happen is someone will say, well, there's cases where the teacher is abusing the child, or teachers are accused of sexual abuse or physical abuse, or accused just as for neglect. Educational neglect. They're not actually teaching the child. They're sitting there reading a magazine, and the children in their class are going crazy. And the response then to defend the school system is, well, those are isolated incidents and they only happen once in a while. You can't really judge by them. Okay, so why can you judge the whole home education population by the few incidents of crack parents then?
Well, and of course, we all freak out about sexually molesting priests, which is, of course, terrible. Children are hundreds of times more likely to be molested by a teacher than a priest.
Absolutely.
Hundreds
it happens
of
all the
times
time.
more likely. And you don't hear a lot about that, of course.
No, of course not. So I mean, these things just cross over each other all the time. And as far as the family that is not teaching their children correctly or incorrectly, or teaching them, morally incorrectly or whatever, again, it comes back to the golden mean. Who gets to decide that? Who gets to decide the standard for that? Who gets to knock on your door, Stefan, and say to you, what are you teaching your daughter? And I need to approve of it. And, when you choose who gets to do that, why that person? What makes that person special? When did we have a monarchy on education? Who gets to be the king of that and why? So, right. I mean, it really gets very philosophical when you think about it, but you have to break it down. You have to pull it apart and just understand that the only reason we even ask ourselves these questions, the only reason we even ask ourselves, how are the children going to meet people? Or the only reason we ask ourselves, how are the children going to be safe? How are the children going to learn? Is because we have been programmed to believe that school is the only place that we can meet people or learn a thing. All right. First of all, it's not the only place where we can meet people or learn a thing. And on top of that, it's actually a very unhealthy place to meet people and learn a thing. I want to just interject a second, Stefan, because I understand why you're saying it's hard work, but I don't think that you mean that it's difficult. I don't think it's challenging for you. I think it's time consuming, and that
it's challenging. Seriously, well, it's challenging, and not in a bad way. I mean, it's challenging.
Well, that's what I mean. It's not in a bad way. It's not like you're. Yes, it is challenging, and it does require a lot more effort, and it does require a lot more time. So as far as it being challenging, I understand what you're saying, and I understand why we feel that way. And in a sense it is, but I see it as being challenging sort of in a positive way. And almost everything I do as a parent is challenging in a positive way. Life is supposed to be challenging in a positive way. It's not supposed to be boring and stagnant, and we're just supposed to move along in this way. And learning for children, learning for anybody should be challenging in a positive way. It should never be where, well, that's it, I've got this. But I think the reason I had a little bit of an issue with the word hard or the word difficult is really just mental, and maybe it's due to my own conditioning, because I hear the word hard or I hear the word difficult and it has like a negative sound.
You hear it in a whiny way. It's hard.
Right.
Difficult. I don't want to. Make it easier, Mom.
Exactly it. I think that's exactly it. And that's not how my experience as a home educating parent is. I don't find it to be something that's dreadful. I find it to be something that I'm excited about. And yes, it is challenging at times, and it does require effort, but it's supposed to require effort. You're the parent. Now, I know that there are some parents out there that actually find it difficult and that would think that before they start home educating, and they think that they can't do it because they say, well, no, that's too hard. It's too time consuming. There's no way I can do that. And, the thing is that it's challenging. It is challenging. It causes us as parents to have to step up to the plate, and that's the good thing. But I think the reason why we see it as something more than challenging or something so difficult that we can't do it, or maybe in a whiny way, is that not we as in you and I, but parents that are new to the concept think that they're supposed to replicate the system at home. They think, okay, school isn't working out for us, and somebody says, well, what about home education? And they think, wow, I can't do that. That's too hard, because they think they're supposed to bring school home and duplicate what's going on in the classroom. But you know what, Stefan? That is too hard. Right, that's crazy. Nobody can do that. I don't advocate for that. I don't advise trying that. You don't need to become an expert in each one of these subjects. I think our perception is very much shaped by our own experience having been schooled ourselves. It is so important that we let go of that when we start to embrace the idea of educating without school. And I'm not saying that education is not important. Education is crucial as far as I'm concerned. But education, quality education, is not something that we're actually receiving in school, that kids are receiving in school. If you and I are educated, Stefan, it is despite the school system and not because of it. Because most of what we've learned and that made us the people that we are, we were able to learn and experience outside of the walls of the classroom. I know that's true for me. I'm guessing that it's true for you because it's true for most educated people. So I'm not dismissing education. That's so important that people realize that. And I think the reason why I'm making such a point of it is because there are those in the home education phenomenon now that will dismiss education and kind of take it to a whole other extreme where they say, no, it's okay. You know, some people just aren't interested in that kind of thing. But I think education is very important. And yeah, of course, it's still our choice whether or not this is important to our family. But I think it's very important because when you are educated and when you have in order to become truly educated, you need to have unlimited access to all the information that's out there because the learning happens with the learner. So you need to be able to have all of this access. School gives you very contained, restricted, and limited information. It's being artificially spoon-fed, okay? The information is then dispensed according to whatever corporate or political interest that is funding that particular district. So this fosters a very limited perspective and feeds the illusion of this paradigm effect that we have in our culture. And it also makes people ignorant because all they have is that particular information, and ignorant people are very easy to control and often rely on an authority, and they're used to depending on some kind of authority to live their lives. But when you are outside of that system and you're allowing your family to have the freedom to learn in a more natural way, okay, we have unlimited information and we have access to this unlimited information. And when the parent is involved and actively participating in that, you don't need to be an expert because the information is out there. All you need to do is be a parent and help your child learn and grow as they're going to do naturally anyway. We are born hungry and thirsty. We want food, we want nourishment, but we're also intellectually hungry and thirsty. Kids want to learn, and we went over this before. They naturally want to understand their world, and they want to communicate their world. And that includes the foundations of grammar and language, and it includes the foundations of mathematics. They will want to learn this. So it's your job to give them the tools and to clear the path, as you said, so that they can learn this and they can get this nourishment of the brain so that when they grow up, they're able to think critically and they can decipher between truth and propaganda, and they will not be so easily controlled and they will not be so easily dependent on some outside authority to dictate their lives for them. So it's important that we understand the difference between education and schooling. You don't have to do schooling at home. That will be extremely difficult. I would even say that you can't do it, but you can help your children find education and nourish their brains. Not only can you do it as a parent, but you're supposed to. So in those times where it's challenging, step up to the plate because it is supposed to be challenging. It's supposed to be challenging for you, and it's supposed to be challenging for the learner. You have to constantly be challenging yourselves. This is the way life is supposed to be. We've just forgot. Well, the more and more popular this has become, and it's become more and more popular as the school system is becoming so much more obviously broken, the more information that becomes available out there. Okay, now the problem is, just like anything else, when you're so saturated with information coming from so many different sources, it's up to you then to exercise your intelligence and critical thinking, if you're able to do that, and kind of decipher the difference between healthy information and not so healthy information. It's like being presented with a platter of food and you have to decide, well, okay, that is high in high fructose corn syrup, and this is a little bit more whole and natural, so this is going to be more healthy for me. But the beauty of it is, Stefan, is now the decision is up to you. So now the responsibility is yours and you have to make these decisions, yes, but you have to celebrate the fact that you're free now to make these decisions, and you should be making these decisions. They're not being made for you by some strange elusive board within the school system. So now you have this bevy of information before you, and you have all these different methods ranging from well-trained mind kind of approach, which is very much based on, I don't know if you're familiar with the trivium concept.
No.
No?
No, I'm not.
Okay. The trivium, you're familiar with the Socratic method of learning.
Yes, somewhat.
Okay. The trivium is based on that, is based on the Socratic method. Okay. And there's lots of information available on that, but then someone like Susan Weisbauer, who's a very widely known expert in the home education field, bases her Well-Trained Mind series on this concept of the trivium. Okay. And that's, by some, it's considered very rigorous because it's there's a heavy emphasis on academics. So that I would consider one end of the spectrum, and the other end of the spectrum is complete radical unschooling, where and that's what I mean, they kind of don't really put any emphasis on academics at all. And I don't really advocate for that either, because I think that puts us on a slippery slope to educational apathy, which leads to intellectual sloth. And I think that intellectual sloth makes us kind of easy to control and manipulate. But the fact of the matter is that we have these two ends of the paradigm. In between those two ends of the spectrum, there's most people, okay? And most people will find the resources in that. And when I say resources, there are so many different methods out there that I would encourage everybody to, of course, become familiar with, but never marry yourself to. And I always say never marry a method, because you have to decipher what's going to work best for your family based on your particular interests, your particular needs, what's important to you. And when I say you, I mean your whole family, including your children, okay? Right. There, as far as books and resources and everything else, I mean, we have the internet, so we have everything available at our fingertips. And yes, it does require some effort in deciphering junk information from good information, but that's what you're there for. That's what you're supposed to do. You know how many things I've learned on YouTube? We learned the Greek alphabet on YouTube. It was fantastic. So the internet is a wonderful resource. Your library is an awesome free resource where you have books and you have the internet. Okay, so when you say where are the resources, they're there. It's just a matter of recognizing that they're there. And there's more of them there outside of the classroom than there are inside of the classroom. Now there are home education co-ops in every single state and in most counties in every single state. So there are support groups and cooperative home education groups almost in every geographical location that you can think of. And I'm going to say around the world, really, even in places where, home education might be remote, but especially in the States and in Canada. So you have your live support groups and you have your online support groups and you have your resources at your fingertips. Well, there doesn't have to be people around that are doing similar things. It helps. And the reason it helps to find a homeschool support group or a home education support group, socialization, it does help for socialization, I guess, but it's really more for the parent than it is for the kid, because it helps us to be able to connect with other families that are doing it, because we learn from each other and we pick up techniques from each other. And it's nice to just become friends with other families that are doing it, because there's other people to play with in the park at 11 o'clock in the morning when everybody else is in school. So that's nice, but it's not completely necessary, because our kids don't have to exclusively interact with other home educated kids. They can interact with anybody. I mean, they walk outside the door and there's neighbors everywhere, and you meet people when you're out and about in the world all the time. And yes, that is a myth that it's isolating. I mean, you have to think about the question, though. I can't answer it because the question doesn't make any sense. When you say, well, home educators are isolated, why would anybody think that? You have to really pull it apart and say, but why? Why do you think that? Why are we assuming that because we're home educating, we're locked inside of our house and we never leave our kitchen? I would think most parents wouldn't want their kids to conform to that. And they're just not thinking about it. But when you stop for a minute and you think about it, most parents would say, no, I don't want my kids to adapt to that. I don't want my kids to conform to that. And I go so far as to propose, Stefan, that it's actually the opposite, that school is actually isolating. Because think about it, okay? Here you have a kid that's 3 or 4 years old and you're putting them into a school system, you're putting them into a building and locking them inside of a classroom, and even the physical structure of the building itself is depressing, because it's most of the time it's cinder blocks and gates and bars and metal doors, and they're locked inside of there because they're not allowed to leave. Who would supervise them if they leave? So they have to be locked inside of there, and they're forced to categorize their entire lives. This is time for math and and this is time for history, and this is time for this. And they're forced to make friends with a very limited amount of people, and they have very limited access to the real world. And they are spending most of their day in here for most of their week, for most of the months out of the year, for 15 years of the most crucial years of a person's life. That is extremely isolating. So to say that home educators are isolating, I don't know, maybe it's the word home that confuses people, that we're actually staying in our house all day. We're home so little. Most of us, this is true for most of us, we're so busy, we got so much on our plate, and we've got so much going on that we spend very little time actually at home. We're out in the real world, experiencing the real world. My kids learned about, now you're going to yell at me here, and I'm just going to have to let you yell at me a little bit, Stefan.
Yeah, because that's what I'm all about. Go on.
My kids learned about politics and the legislative process from going to the Capitol and watching it happen. They learn about voting by going with us to these things, by going to the meetings. They don't learn about it from a textbook in school. Now, whether or not parents are out there agreeing or disagreeing whether I should be teaching my kids about politics, that's not the point. The point is you learn by actually experiencing it, not from sitting inside of a classroom. No, and we don't hide any realities from them. And that's just the thing. They're not hidden from reality, and they're not hidden from the real world. And it's a complaint, too, that people have. Well, what about exposure to the real world? And I look at them and I say, and that's the real world inside of the classroom? This is the real world. And it's funny because what do they say to kids all the time in school? You know, this is going to, wait till you get out into the real world. This has to prepare you for the real world. They wouldn't be saying that if the classroom was the real world, because they keep saying you got to prepare for the real world. So clearly they're acknowledging that that is not the real world. Well, we're out here already in the real world. We don't have to wait until we're 17 to graduate and get out and experience it. So that by the time these kids are 17, 18 years old, they've had a whole life of experience in the quote unquote real world. But then what is the real world? Inside of a cubicle? That's not the real world either. This is the alternative. We're normal. And, you know, I mean, that I got to like kind of, that takes away my cool factor if I say that I'm normal, because now I'm not so hip and cool anymore. But the truth is that we're very rational, normal people. It's the school that's maniacal and twisted. Mm-hmm. And, you know, that's one of the advantages. I mean, imagine that. Imagine if I was doing something with, say, my son, and he was getting really into it and really learning about it. And my son has one of my sons has a math head. He has an affinity for math. He sees it as a language. He's really good at it. So we could get really involved in something that's scientific and go for it. And supposing a timer goes off at 40 minutes and I ring this bell in the house and the alarms go off and I say, that's it. Now we have to go spell words. I mean, that's insane. And that's how school operates, you know. But he, like you said, he can just get drunk on it. They can just have as much as they want from it. I mean, until they fall asleep, basically. And that's another thing. They could stay up as late as they want. And my daughter stays up sometimes until 1 o'clock in the morning reading. And I'm going to have a problem with that? I don't have a problem with that. That's fine. I mean, she's reading. She's having a great time. And they can really have that time to get involved in something. And you mentioned ADHD. That's another hot button for me. That's another thing that drives me completely nuts. Because so many kids are diagnosed with ADHD. And Stefan, just in and of itself, just the fact that we have an average of 1 in 5 kids in America that are diagnosed with a disease, isn't that a problem? Don't we see that as some kind of problem that we have 1 in 5 kids that are supposedly broken in the brain? Shouldn't we be, I don't know, asking ourselves why? What is causing this deficiency, even if it is real? But I don't think in many cases it even is real. I think what's going on is that the 5-year-old is being a 5-year-old. And that's another thing that I actually just recorded an episode this morning on that's going to be released over the weekend. If you are reading, okay, and you have a 3-year-old, so you know this, and you're reading a book, and I think this is more true for boys than it is for girls, but sometimes they fidget while they're listening to you. You're reading a story to them, whatever it is. It could be War and Peace, or it could be The Three Bears, whatever it is, and they're young, so they start to fidget, and they start to play with things, or my sons will start to play Legos while I'm reading aloud. They're still listening. That's okay. In school, if that happens, they say that there's something wrong with that student, and if the teacher can't manage them, if the teacher can't handle them, they want to give them a drug. Now, of course, this is what has to happen because the teacher is overloaded. The teacher has 30 kids that she has to deal with. And if they're all running around the classroom and fidgeting, she loses her mind. So she wants them on drugs. But to tell you the truth, to get through that 15-year system without any problems and conforming, you would have to give me drugs too. I was a problem in school because I didn't want to conform. And believe me, if ADD was around, if it was popular when I was a kid, I would have been diagnosed.
Yeah,
but
no,
you know, it's an unnatural, very straining and mentally straining environment to be in. That's why these children are acting out. But as far as just fidgeting and moving around, that's called being a kid. That's all absolutely true, and it's self-serving also. It serves itself because, again, we have these crossovers like we talked about before. Like when you start to pick it apart and when you start to really dissect it and look at all the pieces, it starts to all come together for you, and you start to realize these are all symptomatic branches of the same tree, okay? And the root being school, and that's why you have to cut it off at the root, but they all interlink and they all cross each other over because we have this society that we're living in where our nutrition is just horrendous, and we have high fructose corn syrup in everything, and we have Monsanto in all, you know, in all of our food, even the natural food. They want to sneak into the natural food as well. So aspartame and everything else, and all these toxins that are going into our diets, and we're feeding them to our children. And then we have all these other outside overstimulants, like the overuse of video games and overuse of internet and TV. And I don't, of course, every kid's going to play some video games or whatever, but clearly there is an overuse of this going on. So they're overstimulated. They're overfed with lots of sugar, and they have these diets of Red Bull and Skittles. So they're all hopped up and all over the place, more than natural. Now, a kid has natural energy anyway because they're supposed to. They're kids. But when you have them on a steady diet of Skittles and Coca-Cola and McDonald's, they're even a little bit more wigging out. And then you take them and you put them into a classroom and say, now just sit still and shut up.
Yeah.
And they're expected to just sit still, but inside their body, they're bouncing off the walls. They can't think straight. They're filled up with all sorts of God knows what, you know, and all this stuff is going on with this poor kid. So it's all these mixed signals and all these different things going on. And then by the time they're 15 years old and they're out there buying street drugs, you're wondering why. So, you know,
Right.
of course, you can't win the war on drugs. War on drugs. I love that term. It's ridiculous. But you can't expect kids not to take drugs when you're teaching them from the time they're 6 years old that they need a drug in order to cope. You know, so
Right,
it's a very self-serving, perpetual kind of system that exists for the sole purpose of serving itself, and it uses your children as pawns. And that's why home educators have chosen to get our children out of that system, because we realize that they're children, they're human beings, they're not pawns. And you're supposed to, because this parent is supposed to have that natural instinct to protect its young. Every animal on the planet has a natural instinct to protect their young, except for us. It's you know, it's kind of crazy when you think about it, because I think something went wrong with our conditioning. And that's why I say everything that you're saying, I'm nodding. And that's why I've been known to say to people when they say to me, you know, but, you know, this person and Mary or Jane or whoever went through the school system and they're just fine. They got straight A's and they did well. And, you know, everything they tried to do, and they were on the honor roll, and, you know, they graduated first in their class and everything else. And I say, you know what? I actually worry a little bit more about them. Right. Because they seem to be the ones that have conformed seamlessly. And those are the ones that I have actually more concern for. The ones that are rebelling, I'm worried about them, because if they're kind of lost and they're not having any direction, then it could go in the wrong direction. Like for me, when I was okay, I turned out okay, obviously, but for a lot of kids, it didn't turn out so great. So there is concern, but I'm actually more worried about the ones that are conforming seamlessly, because we seem to have more of those in our society. And the more drones we end up with in our society, the more scared I become. Because then it starts to remind me more and more of, I don't know if you read or not, Anthem by Ayn Rand.
Yeah.
And yeah, whenever I think of that gave me chills, that book. It was one of those really quick reads, but it gave me chills. And I said, you know, the reason this is giving me chills is because I could recognize the signs in our society. You know, it's not just like some far off fiction to me. So every time I hear another story about some student that conformed seamlessly with the system, I get a little bit more concerned. That's right. That's exactly right. We have been so far removed from nature and from how we, like you say, how we are supposed to be as a species, that I think that we've actually forgotten. And the few of us that come to terms with it and that start to see it and start to recognize the patterns and see everything that's there, we're the ones that are speaking about it. We're the ones that are speaking up, and we're saying, hey, maybe we shouldn't be behaving like this anymore. Maybe there's something wrong. And at first people respond with kind of that insignificant, yeah, whatever, you're just one of those crazies. But I think the good news, Stefan, is that more and more people are, so to speak, waking up. More and more people are beginning to unplug. More and more people are beginning to see it. And as we advance, we're actually returning to a more stable and more conscious and a more whole and natural way of life. It's still going to be a process. It's still going to be a long road. We're still, we're only a fraction of the way there, but we're more there now than I think we were in the 1980s, say. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
So as we move forward, we're returning, so to speak, and that's definitely a good thing. But I do wholeheartedly believe, after 10 years of reading about this and experiencing it and talking about it and just being in this world, I do wholeheartedly believe now that the school system, this Prussian system that we've implemented in our society, is really one of, if not the root cause of why we are the way we are, because it trains human beings from the time that they're very, very little to accept this as okay. Okay, that's why we look around and we say, yeah, that's normal. Feeding veal to a cow, sure, that's normal, or all these things that are going on where we have a money system that's based on absolutely nothing, and we have politicians that lie, and they get away with it because we say, well, that's just politics, that's okay. And we have all these other things going on in our society, and we have chemicals, dangerous chemicals in the food, toxic chemicals in the water, and everything else, and we say, yeah, that's fine, that's fine. The reason why we think it's fine is because we've been trained to believe that it's fine from the time we were very, very young. But there are so many people now that are challenging that are saying, wait a minute, I don't think this is okay. And I think that there are so many of us, Stefan, that are challenging it because eventually nature will win. Eventually, what is natural, what is real, what is whole will rise to the top and will surface and will win, because we inherently, and you can't take this away from humanity, it's primal, it's in us. We want to be free. So we can only be captive for so long until we'll finally say, wait a minute, this isn't right. And we'll return to that. I hope so anyway. And I think maybe I'm being too positive. Maybe I'm being a little bit too much of an optimist here, but I'm trying to be an optimist because in the last decade that I've been involved in this and that I would consider myself quote unquote unplugged, I've met so many other people that are awake also, and it gives me hope. You're absolutely right, Stefan. We are perpetual infants. And yes, we do expect that entitlement or else we throw a tantrum. And that's one of the things that drives me completely insane. And all those things that you mentioned throughout history, that we survived the plague and the Industrial Revolution and all these other wonderful accomplishments throughout humanity and throughout human history, we accomplished all of that without schooling.
Right.
When schooling was introduced, enter schooling in the late 1800s, early 1900s, and all of a sudden we get on a road to wussification. We're a society addicted to Facebook, and that's not a result of college education either. Well, I want to just make a distinction again between education and school, because to me, education is acquiring knowledge of the world. And that's actually a beautiful thing, to acquire knowledge of the world in the way that you're free to do it. And you have a passion and you follow your passion and you become educated in that particular passion. Like I'm really interested, say, in, learning computer programming, which I'm not, but let's just say that I'm really interested in that. I'm going to educate myself in that particular field. Or I'm really interested about health and wellness. Like my husband was very, very interested in natural and alternative health and wellness. So he became educated in that field, and now he runs a very successful business in health and wellness. So education is a beautiful thing. It's a sacred thing. It's a wonderful thing. And it's a highly respected thing as far as I'm concerned, because it's sharpening the intellect. I want to draw a distinction then between education and schooling. Okay, schooling is training, schooling is conditioning, and like you said, all of the bad things, all of the crap in our society, all of the things that are oppressing us, and all of the people that are in a position of power to think that they have some kind of authority over us, and all of the those authority figures of authority that all these other people are bowing to and accepting them. That's all a result of schooling, of this manufactured, conditioned, artificial schooling. It's not really a result of genuine, natural education of the mind and building of the mind. Someone like Steve Jobs was interested in technology, so he educated himself in his passion. So that was a result of pure, natural, not homogenized education. Okay, but when you have like a packaged, artificial, homogenized schooling, that's different. So I just wanted to, in my mind, I see it with that distinction, and I wanted to verbalize that.
Wonder
And
why
it doesn't become meaningful then, because all you're doing, like you said, is swallowing and throwing it up and just regurgitating it. And you're not answering, you're responding like Pavlov dogs. So therefore, the information is always superficial. It's never meaningful. It doesn't mean anything to you. You don't become passionate about it. You don't care about it, But if you introduce, like you can have a kid that's, 10 years old, 11 years old, and they can say to you, well, I don't know, I don't really think I'm interested in history. But then you say, you know what, though, history is pretty important. And they say, all right, well, why? And they'll give it a chance because kids are naturally curious. Now you have a choice. Now you could present history in one way and give them dry facts and data and say, okay, like Marie Antoinette or whatever, and she lived here and she did this and she died on this date and that's it. And the kid will go, well, geez, that's boring. Or you can read some kind of story, like they call them living books. Okay, a living book is a story, but everything that takes place in the story is based on fact. Okay,
right.
Sort of like Gone with the Wind or something like that. And there's more factual ones out there. And you make it exciting, and you read the book with the kid. Okay, and then maybe they act out a play or something, and you talk about it, and you discuss it, and you talk to other people, or you find some historian and you talk to them about it. And maybe the book you're reading is not really interesting to the kids, so you get another book, or you look on the internet, or you get some kind of documentary, and all of a sudden it becomes fascinating because now you're not talking about the dates. You're not talking about the dry facts. You're talking about the meat of it, the nuance of it, the passion of it, the lives of these people, When you talk about American history, you could say, well, Columbus came to America in 1492, and then we did this and this and this. Or you can really talk about what happened and the genocide of the Indians and, all the different cultural intricacies of going west and the pioneers and how dangerous it was, and even talking about like the nitty gritty of it and the dirtiness of it and the grime of it, how many people died building the railroads. This is fascinating to a child.
And also,
it's absolutely fascinating, and it sticks and it remains and it means something to them. And then when they get older, America means something to them because freedom and liberty means something. It's not just a bubble sheet that you had to fill out whether it happened in 1892 or whatever. It actually means something. They build a relationship with their world, and they want to. You're not forcing it because a child wants to know this. We're born hungry. We're born thirsty. And it's a parent's job to provide food and to provide mental nourishment in a way that we can, or at least provide the path to mental nourishment. And it's just so much more exciting to live a life when you have a relationship with your world. Instead of just living on it, you're living in it. You know what I'm saying? It helps them build a relationship with it. And, the same is true for history, for science, for math, for anything. I mean, think about math. Of course, we need the mechanics of math. And a young child, they learn how to count and they learn how to add. And I think there is a place for some repetition and workbooks. I don't think that workbooks should ever be relied upon as the main way of learning. I think that we need to build a relationship with anything that we learn, whether it be math or grammar or anything. But I can understand parents relying on in some way using workbooks as a supplement or something like that, just to kind of bring it home. So I'm okay with that, and I don't think workbooks are sinful. But I think what we need to do is not completely rely on them, and we need to find ways to help the child build a relationship with the material that they're learning, okay? And build a relationship between that and everything else that they're learning so things aren't categorized into different subjects. For instance, the best example I could think of in math is cooking. There are some kids that love to cook, and kids especially love to cook cookies and cupcakes because that's just a wonderful thing, So, back to cooking. Most kids love to cook, especially, treats and candies and cupcakes and pastries and cookies and things like that. And when you're cooking, even someone as young as your daughter, you can show her how to measure and use math. So now they're learning math and they understand that it's math. You don't have to hide the fact that it's math. It's not a taboo subject. They understand that it's math, but they're also building a relationship with math. So they understand how it applies to their lives. You go shopping and the child wants to help you shop and they say, can I get this? And you say, okay, here, you know what? I have X amount of dollars to spend on shopping today. Here are my coupons. And depending on how old the kid is and what their abilities are, these are the coupons, these are the daily specials and the sales. Help me figure out how much we can fill this cart with and, whether or not we're going over our budget. That helps them build a relationship with math in their lives. They're doing science. They're out in the yard. They're finding tadpoles and, they're learning about the growth of the tadpole, or they find a snake and it's a dead and they want to bring it in the house and dissect it. And you say, no, that's a rattlesnake or whatever. But you're building a relationship with science. We did some kind of science project the other day, and somehow it evolved, and they were asking about why we were using the water for something instead of alcohol. And we talked about that a little while, and I also said alcohol is flammable, and they said, but it's liquid. And I said, yeah, watch this. And I soaked a paper towel in alcohol, and I lit a match to it. And I mean, you can imagine what happened, right? It was like, woof. It just went up in flames to the point where even in the back of my head, I was like, "What? Am I crazy? What did I just do?"
See, that's called the missing eyebrow of truth.
Right, exactly. Luckily I have the fire extinguisher there, but now it built a relationship. You didn't just say, "No, alcohol is flammable, let's move on." You're building the connection, you're building a relationship. Or when we were reading about Greece, and we stayed on Greece for a long time because they were just super interested in it. So instead of ringing the bell and saying, "No, we have to move on to something else now," we just stayed on Greece for as long as we needed to. And even my youngest at 7 years old, we watched Troy together, and that's a really bloody movie, but we were able to watch it, and they were so excited talking about and criticizing the movie, like harshly criticizing the movie for the differences, and they felt that it took too many liberties for the differences in history. And my 10-year-old is going, "But you have to understand that it's all made up anyway, none of it is proven." And they got into this huge discussion, and I was like, this is it. Because the average kid will tell you some kind of random facts and dates about Greece and then forget it by the time they're adults. My kids are going on Minecraft now and building the city of Troy because they've formed a relationship with what they've learned. And then you could apply that to math and you can apply it to science, and everything just comes back. And that's the whole thing. And that's the thing that school doesn't give you. And, I theorize, Stefan, that school doesn't give you that on purpose, because if you don't form a relationship with your world, then people become dehumanized and your world doesn't matter to you. So you don't care about it. So you become apathetic and complacent. And then you're very easily controlled if you're apathetic and complacent. So on the whole, I see my family. I don't think that I'm just doing good for my kids by giving them a better education. Okay, I actually think I'm enabling them to grow up more free. And I think that they will actually have the opportunity to grow up more free than I am. And that's what a parent wants. The parent wants better for their children. I don't know, maybe they'll be more wealthy than me or not. That doesn't matter to me. What I'm convinced of is that by keeping them away from that Prussian school system, I'm enabling them to be more free. Right. Because they will have a relationship with their world, they will care about their world, and freedom will mean something to them. Yeah, it wouldn't be in charge. It would just be, I don't know, help. I don't know what the right word
would be. A resource.
But I mean, in charge maybe would take on a different meaning. There would be a new lexicon if it was a truly free society, and it would mean something different than it means now. Now we hear the word in charge and we think totalitarian authority, but maybe it would mean something different in a truly free society. Well, yeah, also on my website, there's a lot of practical information. I consider myself someone who advocates for home education, and I also like to provide the why, the philosophical reasons, like we talked about today, as well as the how. So I do also have some logistical information on my website as far as methods, and I provide information about all the different methods that are out there, and we also have a lot of reviews and reviews themselves of resources that are out there to learn all kinds of different things and all different ways to learn on the internet and in the 3D world and everything else. So there's a whole lot of logistical, practical information if you want to start embracing life without school in your family. And I have on my show, Unplugged Mom Radio, I have done an extensive amount of interviews And I am actually just re-releasing, next week I think, I'm re-releasing one that I've done with John Taylor Gatto, which was very good. I also did a re-released one on vaccination recently, which is also very good. Coming up, I have some more coming up, but I also have information about, let's see, what other interviews I have here beside you. Charlotte Mason, I have some conversations that we've done on our own. I have interviews with different people from alternative education resource centers. So there's a lot of information there about education, and you can just check that all out. And that's, again, unpluggedmom.com. And I believe you have some British listeners, so I want to clarify that it's MOM. It's our colonized version of mom. So it's unplugged.
No, because otherwise it would be unplugged mumsy pie.
I'm glad that you're joining us, Daryl, and I know that you have something very special to offer, and I know that you've been talking about a little bit already. It is Trivium, but from a fresh perspective, or maybe not a perspective, but you have a nonviolent communication, parenting, all having to do with Trivium. So you've kind of blended that all together. So let's just jump right in. Well, you know what, Daryl, I've talked about nonviolent communication. I've read your work. I've followed up with a couple of other people from Tragedy and Hope. I've spoken to, of course, Stefan Molyneux. I've spoken to other people that have an interest in nonviolent communication. And unfortunately, there are varying definitions, but we're kind of all in the same, maybe not on the same page, but within the same chapter. So as far as nonviolent communication, it basically, to me, the very simplest and non-complex explanation is communicating properly, honestly, and directly, but in a way that is human to human and without violence, without the use of coercion, without the use of force, without the use of manipulation tactics, and being able to communicate in any relationship, whether it be through a spouse relationship, a friendship, especially a parent-child relationship, which is what I hope to talk about more with you today.
We're going to get to that, I promise you.
I'm going to go ahead and let you, because the way you present the information is unlike anything that I've spoken about before. We've talked about Trivium, we've talked about critical thinking, we've talked about fallacies, we've talked about communication, probably a great deal. We've talked about politics, and of course we've talked about education and parenting. But what you're able to do is really highlight the very organic and very natural relationship between learning how to communicate effectively and understanding Trivium principles, understanding logic principles, and mixing that together, blending that together with nonviolent communication insofar as parenting. So I don't see you as someone that actually took all of these ingredients and put them together. I see you as someone that recognized that they already have a relationship, and you're ready to show the world what that relationship is so that we can move forward and progress. Provide some examples for the sake of the really understanding this and really grasping this, because I understand it, of course, but I want to make sure that we are communicating effectively so that the people that are listening to us truly understand it before we move forward. So what I want to do right now is sort of spiral back before we move forward. And I always picture communication happening in that spiral so that we can discover it, analyze it, understand it, and then communicate it forward, even if that means just further communication from us and further listening from us. Because if we move forward from this point, we'll lose everybody. I heard you say a couple of things that I just wanted to point out. I'm not going to summarize everything you just said, but there were a couple of things you mentioned: feelings and needs.
Yeah, I prefer motivating factors, but people call them needs. That's the jargon in DC. Yeah.
I'd like to just focus on that for just a second, because this is a very big topic, especially in the home education world and the parenting world. And we try to be better parents, so the mantra, or the modern pop culture mantra within the quote-unquote alternative circles, which I don't like that word, but I'm using it to illustrate a point right here, is make sure you meet the child's needs. So we can apply this, of course, to any relationship, to a relationship with our spouse, with our friends, to our parents, whatever it is. But specifically talking about parent-child relationship, the mantra is make sure you're meeting the child's needs. I'd like to just focus on that a little bit with you right now as far as nonviolent communication, because there is a distinction between a need and a want, because we have our basic needs. And like you said before, with an infant, that's a little bit obvious. And as we get older, that the line gets a little bit more blurry. But there is a distinction between a need and desire. Not saying that people should not have their desires met as well, but there is a significance. And it does behoove us to be able to make that distinction when we're communicating. Am I dealing with a need? Am I dealing with a desire? And what is the distinction between the two? Again, not saying that desire shouldn't be met, but it does help to make that distinction first. So just really briefly, let's just address that, and then we'll move forward a little bit and we'll be able to go on to step 2. Being aware of that, helps us focus and helps us become better communicators ourselves, so that our ideas and our goals are communicated more effectively and people know what we're trying to tell them or what we're trying to achieve in the relationship. But it also helps us to recognize when people are not communicating well, and sometimes, yes, they are trying to manipulate us, so there is a protection factor there. We can protect ourselves from manipulation, but it's also important because maybe they're not trying to manipulate us, maybe they just plain don't know how to communicate effectively, and we can actually help to draw out what their goal is, what their desires are, and we can say, okay, this person is clearly not communicating with me effectively. What is it? What is their goal? What are they trying to tell me? And the point is not to point out all of their flaws and tell them what they're doing wrong, because that would be one of the D's in and of themselves. We would be diagnosing, and that's an uninvited diagnosis. But the point is to be able to say, okay, they're not communicating effectively. It's not my job to change them or teach them. It's my job to recognize it, see through it, and try to derive what I can from it using my own expertise. So that's important. It's important that we remember what those D's are, so I want to reiterate them too, and then we'll move on. The first was a direct order, giving someone an order, a direction. And a demand, right, thank you. When we communicate, I'm writing with my left hand, so my notes are scribble right now. When we communicate in that way, people shut us off automatically. So we're severing the communication immediately when we make a demand, because we're not being open, we're not being focused. And then we have the diagnosis, the uninvited diagnosis. And this happens all the time anyway. I know that it happens in every relationship, even especially in political relationships, but it happens a lot in parent relationships with children. The parent gets frustrated, the parent gets angry and says, you're bad, or you're naughty, or what's wrong with you. That in and of itself is a diagnosis, because it's assuming something is wrong with you. But it's important that we remember, and I'm glad you mentioned this, that reward is also a diagnosis. When we say, oh, good job, and we're giving you a reward, it's automatically assuming that before that point, it was a bad job. You've done something wrong. So, of course, praise has its place, and it can be beneficial, but when it's overly done and arbitrary, it can be damaging. And then you have denial of responsibility. This is a big deal in our culture, and if we can begin with children to kind of teach them or exemplify for them how to really achieve self-responsibility, that really does make for a better life for everyone. Something that it reminds me of is with my children, I have 3, and they're close in age. They're siblings, so they bicker. Siblings bicker. When they come to me and they say, he made me angry, I try to tell them, no. He did something, you got angry. It's okay that he did that and you reacted with that in that way. It's okay that you're feeling angry, but let's be clear. He did it, you got angry. Your anger is on you. You're in control of how you feel, you're in control of how you react. Once you acknowledge that and embrace it, it really is very, very liberating, because then the child realizes, I control how I feel, not him. So no matter what he does, if it infuriates me, it's me. I can change that. And that, on a very simple level for children, it's easy to use those examples, but even as adults, and Daryl, you must know this, it's prevalent in our society where we love to pass blame. Obama really irritated me, or this one did this, or this one did that, and everything's somebody else's fault, especially on reality TV. So I want to make sure that I'm just making those points clear and that my audience understands real-life examples of what these things mean, so we can get a really good grasp and then move forward with the rest of the beneficial presentation. Well, the only observation I have right now, and I really like the way you connected responsibility with the power of response. Because language is very, very important. Just like we mentioned, pronouns are important. Language is important. I do have a presentation that I'm preparing on specifically words and how words are used to manipulate and how we have to really pay attention to language. My kids and I focus a great deal on language and a great deal on the building blocks of language because it helps improve our communication. So the way you really drew that together, those two words, was powerful because you relayed responsibility with the power of response, and it really does lie in the power of response. When we give up our power of how we respond to outside stimuli, we're essentially disempowering ourselves completely. So I really like that. I like that you went there. I don't think it requires any further explanation than that. So let's go ahead and move forward. Tell me more about abundance. This is really the meat of it, the core of it, that I think we really want to get into, because that word is kind of hijacked a little bit now. You hear it a lot in New Age circles. You hear it a lot in kind of, I guess it's law of attraction kind of thinking, which to me, law of attraction kind of thinking in the quantum physics, it has something a little bit to do with pseudoscience, but conflicts with critical thinking in many cases. So you hear it tossed around, well, life is all about abundance. You just get whatever you want. You don't have to think about it. You don't have to do it. And I'm not really jiving with that because I think that critical thinking and language are very important. So when you say abundance, I know that it strikes a key with a lot of people. So let's move forward in that direction. How can we embrace abundance in an intellectual way by employing communication and critical thinking? And what do you mean by abundance anyway? Let's define that first. I'm glad that you did, and there are a lot of important points there, one of which, having grown up without a lot of training in critical thinking and in the concrete jungle of Brooklyn, I do interrupt people, and that is something that I am working on, and I feel that I have gotten better, ironically, since my conversations with Jean and Jared and those folks. So I am trying. If I do still do it, I apologize, but I do try, because I'm finding, and this touches on another thing that you mentioned, the value of listening in so far as communication. You cannot truly communicate with someone unless you're attentively listening to them. And that doesn't mean listening and thinking about, well, what does this person mean by this, and trailing off somewhere else while they're still talking. It means training yourself and really exercising the ability to hear what they're saying beyond their words and to know, okay, they just used some kind of logical fallacy. It's not my job to diagnose them and say, you just used a logical fallacy, that means you're a moron and I'm smarter than you. That's not what it's for. It's so that you can say, And I loved your metaphor of splinter, because you're right. It isn't offensive. Everyone's had a splinter. It's something that we all understand, that we all recognize, but it is something that is intrusive into our bodies. It's not something that we normally like because it does pinch and we do want it out, but it's ubiquitous. It doesn't matter. It doesn't raise any kind of bad feelings or anything, but it is something that another person isn't supposed to touch without permission. So that's a wonderful metaphor, and I really love that you used it, because you don't want to do that when you're listening to somebody. The point of recognizing their fallacies is not to call them on it and to tell them that they're using it, but so that you can say, okay, well, there's an appeal to authority there. Clearly, they're very attached to their religion. And it's not for me to say, well, your religion is wrong, but it's for me to recognize that and say, okay, I might want to omit that from the conversation, because if I go there, I'm shutting down the communication. And we see this happen with people where they'll start out in a great conversation and then someone will mention their religion and the other person will say, oh, well, I don't believe in any of that crap. And that's it. The communication's over from that point forward. They may continue to talk, but they're not really communicating anymore, because now it's just become hostile and there was an attack made, and then it becomes a testosterone fiesta after that. It's not really communicating. So I'm glad that you brought those up, and those are, it's refreshing, because these are things that I feel that I somehow know, maybe instinctively, because I do think children are born with this ability. They need it to be sharpened, perhaps. But somewhere along the line, it's not sharpened, and it gets derailed. by pop culture, by the poor communication going on in school. School is a violent place. It's a coercive place. It's a place full of false dichotomies and all sorts of paradigms that are unhealthy to communication. So it gets derailed, and we have to come back to it as adults. I think on some level, too, I knew it because of the training that I did with Gino Denning and Jarrett Sanchez and, a few other people, and the books that I've read and the trivium and logic. But the way that you're wording it and the words that you're using, the metaphors that you're using are all very important, and you're making it very easy for the untrained audience to really get it and understand. So I appreciate that, and it's very, very refreshing. I can already see how everything you're saying is going to apply to parenting and to our relationships with our children. But I don't want to take that step and go there because I will not be as eloquent as you at explaining it. So go ahead. Can I interrupt you for a moment?
Yep.
I'm sorry. I know that you're building momentum, but what you said was so much more important right now than you may realize, and it's because that I run in these circles. I run in the home education circles and the parenting circles. I know how valuable it is, what you just said. Children do have needs, and they are expressing their needs. When they are acting out that way, they're not saying, I need to have this cookie because I need a sugar fix. They're not saying, I need to choke the cat because I have a need to be violent. Because we see this sometimes where children do these absurd things, and the parents say, well, my child is being violent, or my child is demanding sugar, or my child is demanding to smack the dog, and he has to have his needs met, so I have to make sure, but I'm so confused, I don't know what to do because I don't want to hurt the dog, I don't want him to have too much sugar. And then, of course, then it gets very confusing, and the answers come and they say, well, you have to make sure that they feel autonomous, you have to make sure that they feel independent, maybe tell him not to smack the dog so hard, or just let him have the cookies. And I'm thinking, oh my gosh, it seems so superficial. It's just on the top level. Nobody has a need to smack the dog. Nobody really has a need for an extra cookie. There's some other need going on there. And when the child is acting out, like you said, and I'm going to repeat what you just said, Daryl, they're saying, I have a need, I don't know how to articulate it. I haven't been taught, I haven't been trained, I have no idea how to articulate this, so I'm just going to express it in the only way I know how. And maybe that's through violence, because maybe that's how I see my parents behave, or how I see the culture behave on television. I see this behavior, so I'm using it because that's all I know, but I don't know any other way to communicate. And that's why language is so crucial and so important. And that's why we put so much emphasis on teaching children the power of words and the power of language and the structure of language, because it helps us learn to communicate our needs, so that when the child feels angry, they say, I'm feeling angry and I'm very frustrated and I need help, instead of smacking the dog. Or they feel bored and they say, I'm bored. Help me find something to do instead of give me more sugar so I could get more crazy. You understand? So that's why I wanted to stop you, and I do apologize for interrupting you, but it was remarkably important to punctuate that. It's important, and what you're saying is important, and it's making me think that I feel that I came to the table with some, even if it was a very, very superficial background to this understanding, or to the understanding of logic and fallacy. It may have been very insignificant at the time, but at least I had some idea. I came to the table with something already. So when I began to have conversations with Gino Denning and everyone else, I was somewhat there already. I don't want to say halfway there, but somewhat there. And that's not to say somewhat there as far as expertise, but as far as grasp, as far as understanding it and wrapping my brain around it. What I do notice is I do get a lot of feedback on the Trivium episodes, whether they're with Gino Denning or some other episode that doesn't necessarily mention Trivium, but you can tell that there's a flavor there. A lot of the positive feedback I get from folks who are already students of the Trivium and already critical thinkers and really trying to move themselves in that direction. It's conversation, it's a little bit of criticism, but it's always very constructive criticism, very well communicated, and we get into great conversations. Some of the feedback I get, though, from folks who didn't already bring some understanding to the table is that they want to understand it more, but they find it very confusing. They kind of say, okay, I understand what Jean is saying, but I don't know how to apply it. I still don't get it. I've listened to everything, and it's still not really making that much sense to me. So I think the way that you're presenting it now, and you're covering things that, you're right, really needed to be covered more, you're making it very practical. Very much so that the average parent who's coming to the table with nothing, and that's common and it's understandable, is saying, yeah, I get this. I understand that. I understand what a diagnosis is. I understand what an order is. I understand needs versus wants. I understand everything you're saying. I get it. And you're really opening the door. So I appreciate what you're doing. And I can already see the nature of abundance that that can manifest in when we train our brain to think this way. And I hate to even use the word train, but I guess I'm using it in the same way that a bodybuilder trains his muscles, or that a football player trains himself to play better football. I'm not using it in a industrialized, institutionalized school kind of way, but in a way that we're not allowing our brain to atrophy. We're training it to think and to communicate better. And it does take some training, and sometimes that's very natural. So before I go off on too much of a tangent, I want to kind of highlight that that's what you're doing, and I'm grateful for it. Well, you know what I think it is? I think we take the responsibility of protecting our children to an extreme. And I speculate that it might have something to do with an institutionalized culture, because we've been raised in a climate of fear. If you don't get a high school degree, you'll never get a job, and you'll fall off the face of the earth, and you'll just be a loser and a bum for the rest of your life. I mean, that's pretty much the fear that school instills in us. And then it's a whole other culture than when I was younger. And I do recognize that there is a difference. And yes, like you, Daryl, I left the house on a Saturday at 8 o'clock in the morning because there was nothing to watch on TV. There was nothing going on in the house. There was no video games. There was Pong, but who cared about that, right? I left the house at 8 o'clock in the morning, and I grew up in Brooklyn. And I was gone. And I didn't have a cell phone, and I didn't have a beeper, and I didn't have any way for my mother to get in touch with me other than to just trust that I would be back at 12 o'clock for lunch. And most of the time I was. And when I was late, there was an eyebrow raised, and there was some concern, and she would ask me, why are you late? And I would explain it. But it was just communication. Why are you late? I explained why I was late, and the communication was made. It was very simple. But I do remember that, and I do notice that there is a distinct, that was prevalent. Everybody did that. Every kid was raised like that when I was younger. There is a distinct difference now where there's so much more of what is called helicopter parenting now. I talked about that a little bit with a couple of my other guests, and Janet Sternberg introduced me to the phrase Velcro parenting, which is even more than helicopter parenting, where the parent is so attached that they're afraid. I have to be a little bit empathetic because I do understand. You're the parent. You want your child to be safe. Unfortunately, we do know that there are a lot of dangers out there. There are a lot of situations that could be harmful. We know that the world is an ugly place. Politics is an ugly place, and we want to protect our children. And to some degree, yes, it is our job to protect our children. But there is a balance to be had, and that's another false dichotomy problem. Our culture, the biggest fallacy that I recognize everywhere I go is false dichotomy. If I don't overprotect you, you're gonna die. And that's pretty much, I know it sounds crazy, but that's pretty much this reality that we're living in now. And I will admit that I have been guilty about that myself sometimes, whereas my kids want to do the simplest thing and I have to think about it a few minutes, but I do try, and I do try to say, you know, when I was your age, I was like 3 blocks away playing in a playground, and drug dealers were across the street, you know, so it is a different environment, and I get that. I had a conversation with Peter Gray. We talked about this to some degree too, and I don't blame the parents entirely because I think something happened to us to make us feel this way. What we can do to move forward, though, is acknowledge it. Acknowledge it, take responsibility, learn how to respond to it, more effectively and have a better relationship with our child, because ultimately we do want our children to grow to be independent and strong and autonomous. And we want them to embrace liberty. We want them to have responsibility and know how to handle it. So there is, it behooves us to acknowledge that we're doing this and say, how can I do this better? How can I meet my needs to feel like I'm being a good parent and I'm creating a safe environment for them without stealing from their needs to grow independently and have adventures. One of the things that Dr. Gray suggested is that there were more people to play with when we were kids because they weren't all in the house watching TV and playing video games. Now, that's not to say that there's no room for video games and TV, because there might be, which plays into a conversation I had with Janet, which is going to round back to something that you said that was also very important. Abundance is an environment of and both, not either or. If we can embrace that, because the whole media culture comes into the false dichotomy it comes into the false dichotomy as well, because we overconsume. We glutton ourselves on too much of it, and we don't want to hear it when someone suggests that it might be unhealthy. We put up our hand and we say no, because the person that's saying that's unhealthy is giving us an uninvited diagnosis, and we're not hearing it. We don't want to hear it. So we get stuck in this, and all of a sudden our children grow up in this environment where they don't go outside and play so often because there's nobody else out there to play with. One of the things that I found is I will say, okay, maybe they're spending too much time on the computer the last couple of days, and sometimes I'll say, you're on the computer a lot. Why don't you go outside and play? And my son will shrug his shoulders. And then I said, come outside and play with me. And that was a whole different thing. Once we started to do that, then I started to open up a little bit because I observed them at their play. I watched them ride their go-karts. I watched them ride their bikes. I watched them climb trees. And I'm saying, they're okay. They didn't fall out of the tree and get a concussion. He took his ATV and he's riding all over the place, and he even fell and he lived. He's fine. They're making fires and they're fine. They're building sheds. They're fine. They've got their little knives and they're carving sticks. They're okay. And I was able to say, okay, Mom, go back inside. You're good. You're okay. Let your kids be kids. So there is a process there. But it is important that we begin to embrace. We don't have to be there every second. I know that a lot of parents may have raised eyebrows when you talked about kids, young kids playing with fires and playing with knives, and a lot of parents would say, oh, you can't do that, it's dangerous. Yeah, there's danger involved, but there's danger involved in everything we do every day. It doesn't mean that they're going to cut their arm off. Maybe a happy compromise is, hey, you got this knife, you want to carve a stick? There are just some safety rules to follow, and if you know those safety rules, I feel better about you playing with this knife. That's a happy compromise for the helicopter parent to meet the child halfway. Yeah, it does. It does. And I'm looking at the clock now, and I'm realizing that we did run a little bit longer than I was scheduled for. Daryl, I want to say I am taking some time off in July, and I wasn't going to do any podcasts in July because I do want to take that time off, but I don't feel like we're finished. So can we schedule something else maybe next week so that I can just ask you a couple of follow-up questions, and maybe even give it some time to collect follow-up questions from viewers and listeners and see if we can address that. So I want to say that I can definitely make this my only Unplugged Mom project in July. I do have some stuff scheduled for August, and I just don't want to wait to schedule you further down because I think we're on a roll here. Would you be willing to do that? Would you be willing to join me again? And let's do the Google Hangout. I think this is working. This is working
agree.
well. No, you were very thorough. I think just for food for thought, what the question that comes to mind for next time, it's probably too lengthy for this time, but the question that comes to mind for next time is, a lot of times when we have parenting conversations, we do this. And I'm using the pronoun we as in you and I, or anyone that has parenting conversations really, is we focus on new parents and parents of young children, or especially in home education, parents that are not even in school yet and they want to embrace home education, and we tell them how to get started and what to do. parents that have the most struggle are ones that are kind of already in the midst, in the throes of parenting, and they've been parenting with a certain style up until maybe 12, 13 years old, or they've been in school maybe till 12, 13 years old. They've just recently discovered maybe nonviolent communication, critical thinking, logic. They've just recently discovered the benefits of home education. They struggle to bring these new concepts into what already is a pre-established relationship and a pre-established life with their children. Now, maybe it's not healthy. That's why they're looking for a change, because they've recognized something is not right, something is amiss, this is not healthy, I want to introduce something healthier. But even if it's not healthy, it's what they're used to. It's what the child is used to. It's what the rest of their family is used to, and it's how their lives have been established. They really struggle sometimes to embrace these new concepts and incorporate them into their lives, and especially into a family that might be thinking, why are you trying to change everything? And even if we say, well, I'm trying to change because it's not healthy, then these parents find themselves in a situation where they're saying, our family's not operating smoothly, and I'm going to change it because we're going to be nonviolent communicators, and we're not going to go to school, and we're going to just, be free to do whatever we want. And the rest of the family's going, no, that's not what we want. And then the parents saying, yes, yes, we want freedom. We want that. We're doing it. So it's really very difficult sometimes. I know that's too much to answer now, but I know that I've run across that. And if you can kind of chew on that for a little while, and the next time we meet, we can talk about parents that are already in the throes and maybe even have teenagers and want to start incorporating new ideas, because it's possible. It's possible. It can be tweaked a little bit, but it's certainly possible. And I want to offer that because I know that parents sometimes feel like, well, coulda, shoulda, woulda, oh well. But that's not necessarily the case. Yeah, and this has been an ongoing theme for me and an ongoing problem for me. And as you know, Stefan, I've worked through this with you before with my own philosophies and whether or not I stand here or there. And it's never a matter of where I stand along the political paradigm, whether it's on the left or the right. I don't stand on either of those two extremes, but whether or not folks should be actively involved in politics, or whether or not to take an anarchist approach, which I'm learning does not equate to just not being involved. It doesn't equate to not being informed. It's still extremely necessary to be informed. And here's an example. This is the reason why. And the conversation you mentioned with Howard Stern, I actually just listened to that yesterday. I heard the audio. I didn't see the video. And, all I could do is really roll my eyes around and say it's just amazing how many people are uninformed. But what I'm coming to recently, and I'm trying to decide, and as I had a conversation with you previously off air, that I was talking about this with my kids, and it was part of our history lesson and part of our talk about society and politics and family. We have these conversations. And my daughter was actually the one that brought up, she theorized that anarchy was actually not possible. At first, she said that anarchy was actually not possible, theoretically, because people don't want it. Basically, people don't want it. And because when you look through history, you see that time and time again, you'll have a small group of people that will try and that will talk about liberty and freedom and everything else. And then you have the larger group of people who not only don't, but they seem to actually want to be led. They want the freebies. They want their Obama phone. They want to be controlled. And it's then I kind of wonder, well, does that have to do with lack of information? Because all through it has history. I mean, we can go back to ancient China and the first dynasties of China, where the emperor of China was suppressing information so that the people were not informed. Because when people are informed, they make decisions and they overthrow tyrannical rulers. So, of course, there's always suppression of information. And as anybody that knows me knows that, of course, I blame the school system for that. But then you have to take it a step further and wonder, do they even want the information? What is human nature? And this is a philosophical conversation that I wanted to have with you. And I sent you the video about the Obama phone lady. I'm so disgusted by that. Between that and Honey Boo Boo lately and Snooki and everything else, like you have to wonder, like, is the army here? Is it upon us? And my first reaction to it was disgust. And I said, I can't believe this. And then somebody asks her, okay, and he's asking, you kind of tell in his voice, he has the tone of voice that he's kind of tongue in cheek. He knows he's going to get a ridiculous answer. And he says, well, what about Romney? And her answer is, he sucks. And she has no idea why he sucks. She has nothing to back it up. He just sucks because he sucks. And why are we voting for Obama? We got to keep Obama in president because we're going to get an Obama phone. And then you have the other half, which the conversation that Howard Stern was having, that Obama's going to get Osama bin Laden. So there's the freebies and the illusion of protection. And, we can have a whole other conversation about the misinformation about Osama bin Laden. And there's a lot of schools of thought there, too. And you go into conspiracy when you start talking about that. So we don't need to go there. But just the sheer sake of misinformation, how misinformed the public actually is. And they are going to the voting booth and they are voting. And it kind of makes me sit back and wonder, you know what? I don't really think I should be involved in this. And the good news is I'm not voting this year, so you'll be proud of me for that. I'm not even voting on legislation this year. Nothing. I'm out of it. But that doesn't mean that I don't stay informed. You have to stay informed. So I was just wondering, what were your thoughts? Do people just want the freebies? Is this modern? Is it just the Snooki generation and the Obama phone lady, or has this really been going on throughout all of history, where people just seem to want to be protected and they call Caesar, protect us? So in other words, it's the presence of the state, the presence of an entity that is giving us something for nothing, that perpetuates our desire to have something for nothing. Or in other words, we're innately born with a desire to have something for nothing, because the easiest route is always the route that we take, right? And because we're being handed it, we're automatically going to go that route. But if the state didn't exist, then, in other words, I'm just trying to understand what you're saying. If the state didn't exist, we would be in a position where we would be almost forced to be more creative and be more innovative and inventive and find a way to acquire for our basic needs, and probably be kinder to one another and communicate with one another. The thing with the cell phones is that they're not actually free. There is no such thing as something for free, because taxpayers are paying for it. And if you have a cell phone and it's actually on your bill, I don't know if you looked into it at all, but anybody that has a cell phone, you're getting an extra charge for the Obama phones that are going out free to people. So it actually, it's free for them, maybe, but it's not really free for anybody. You're always, even if it's not financial, you're kind of selling part of your soul for something. There is no such thing, I think, as actually getting anything for actual free.
Well, and it's not even free for the poor.
And it damages society even more. It's a self-perpetuating conundrum. But the problem is, I think that I guess I hate to use the term they or the people in charge, but let's go ahead and use that term. There's a small percentage of people that actually see that and perpetuate this on purpose. And these are the same entities that would suppress information. Like, you have tyrannical governments that suppress information, because the more people know, the more they're apt to resent that information, or resent the tyrannical rule and reject the free phones and Obama phones and the Snooki culture and everything else. So we're suppressing information and people are misunderstood. And it's also this, not only a sense of apathy, but this inability for the general population to see beyond the tip of their nose. Instant gratification. All I know is that I have this free Obama phone, and I don't know anything about where it's coming from or who's paying for it. I just hear the word free, and I get a phone, and now I'm going to vote for Obama, and that's all I know. And, this is a microcosm. It's just an example of how everything else is working in society. So my question is, when I look at this, and I don't want to just say to myself, well, we're in this situation because we put ourselves in this situation, which is true. And the suppression of information is definitely something that works to this advantage of this corrupt system. And of course, everything goes back to the education system, which is pretty much the theme of my book, why people should stay out of school so that they can really learn for themselves. But then when you do learn and you do study history and you do go down the line, what disturbs me is that we see the same pattern repeated again and again and again. And I remember doing for my show an interview with Susan Weiss Bauer. I don't know if you've heard of her, but she wrote The Story of the World, and she wrote a number of other books. She's a historian, and she's also an advocate for home education, which is why I interviewed her. And one of the questions that I asked her, since she is a historian, was, why does history repeat itself? And I thought her answer was perfect. She said, well, history doesn't repeat itself. People repeat. And I said, well, you know what? That really does hit the nail on the head, because history is different and it changes as time goes on, but people keep repeating the same habits over and over again. So when there is suppression of information, we don't learn from that, and the next ruler comes in and tries to suppress information and control education, and we allow it. And the next ruler comes in and we have tyranny again and again and again. And then you have maybe 10% of the people. I'm going to take the 90-10 rule here, because the 90-10 rule, I think, mathematically applies to everything in life. 10% of the people really do want to exercise liberty and freedom, and 10% of the people are leaders, and they understand human nature, and 90% of the people just want to feel safe. They just want things to be normal. They just want to wake up every morning and know that everything's taken care of. And because I see this pattern repeated over and over again, I don't know if I'm losing hope for humanity or what, but I'm wondering, is the way I see anarchy now, and I've learned in part from you, so thank you for that, but the way I see anarchy now is really just a pursuit of liberty. And I have to wonder, is it possible? When I was having this conversation with my daughter, I think she's smarter than me in some cases, is she brought it up, and we talked about it, and I said, I think you're right. I think maybe it can only exist in the hypothetical, because it does seem that people have rejected it over and over again throughout the years, and people just constantly want something for nothing. And whether there is a state entity there, like you said, there's a state entity there handing us something for nothing, so therefore we want something for nothing, and it's a cycle, and I agree with you. But even so, if the state didn't exist, if there was no government, if there was no entity controlling our information and handing us something for nothing, would the majority, again, the 1090 rule, would the majority of people demand it? Would they say that I can't live like this? I don't want to find out on my own. I want things to be planned for me. I want things to be given to me. And would they just automatically pick a leader? And would somebody automatically assume that position? Is it just a matter of human nature? Right. So when I said that, of course, my 11-year-old daughter said, just because it hasn't been done doesn't mean that it cannot be done. And I said, well, you got me there, I guess. So I don't know if she's just right or more hopeful than I am. Right. So I wonder, when we see people like the Obama phone lady, do I have a right to be angry with her? Or is she just exemplifying human nature? And is it the school's fault? Is it the tyranny's fault? Is it the government's fault? Or is it simply a matter of mammalian existence? That's the question that's plaguing me, Stefan. I'm listening to you right now, and I agree with you 100%, but a question is coming to my mind. I agree that this does come down to the very core of it is not a state problem. It's not a political problem. The very core of it comes down to a lack in parenting. Okay, but let's take that question now a step further and say, where did that lack of parenting come from? How did let's take her for example, and I know this represents a large majority of the population, especially the modern population. Why that lack of parenting? What was it that happened to the parent that made the parent lack in his or her parenting abilities, or insufficient as a parent? So that the child now has this insatiable need that they'll never grow out of, and this perpetual infancy that's going to carry with them through adulthood. What happened to that parent? What was the problem with that parent, and how can we avoid that? Now, we can also say that it's a matter of self-perpetuation, because more than likely, not only is she stuck in infancy, her and people like her, but I'm going to theorize that she grew up in a family that also welcomed this type of environment, because as we know, welfare perpetuates itself. So more than likely, her parents were on food stamps and welfare and everything else, and then they grow up expecting the same cycle to continue. Now, I might be wrong, but I would bet that in a majority of cases like hers, it's kind of just passes down from generation to generation. You grow up in poverty, and you grow up and you perpetuate the same cycle. And there are the small number of people that break out of that. And we always hear those Rex Riches stories, but they're not very often, are they? They're maybe 10% of the population, and we highlight that 10% of the population. And like I said in my book, we call them geniuses and we call them rare, because we don't realize that everyone is actually born with that potential. We just expect the cycle to continue. Where did it start? How did it start? So yes, there is a deficiency in parenting there, because this person obviously never graduated beyond infancy in her mental or emotional state. But what happened to the parent to make them insufficient?
Right.
You know,
well,
so you have to keep asking how does the root start? And does it have anything to do with our training? Are we actually trained to perpetuate this, and why? Well, it seems that we have evolved in many ways, so the hope is that we will continue to evolve, but I do still have some concerns, and I wonder whether or not
You mean I haven't answered the entirety of objections to any of this stuff in 27 minutes? No, of course, yeah, that makes sense.
I'm still exploring this, because
Sure.
it's basically, it's not only government and politics that I'm trying to explore here, but basic human nature. And it does seem that we have evolved, and it does seem that we no longer participate in the same violence as a human culture that we participated in many years ago, but we are still participating in war. We are still participating in pretty heinous crimes against other human beings, even though we're not seeing it on the news. We're still seeing evidence of torture, and sometimes being performed by Americans and American troops and American soldiers who have been desensitized. And of course, they've been trained to be desensitized and not actually see other human beings as other human beings. They are the enemy, so therefore they're no longer human. And like you were saying before, we make excuses for our own convenience, for our own comfort, or the illusion of comfort, which is another matter of human nature, just something that human beings seem to do, and whether or not they're trained to do that really comes into play, because now we have the talk of religious leaders, and religion plays a big part in manipulating people for war. Now, I think you and I both know that the wars that we're experiencing right now, a lot of people like to blame religion. It does seem like religion is the forefront of the reason why we're at war, but it really comes down to economics and money and power and control, which is another thing that people seem to crave. Not only do they want something for nothing, but they want power. So you have the majority who want something for nothing, you have the 10% who craves power, and put that together and you have a relatively deadly mixture. I'm taking this back. I'm thinking to myself right now, taking this back to Mecca and the journey from Mecca to Medina and the problems that happened with Muhammad there. And of course, just on a side note, my daughter believes that the angel Gabriel was a troublemaker because he seems to go around visiting everybody, telling everybody that they're God. But that's a separate story and just a funny little anecdote. You see the journey that Muhammad had, or at least we hear about the journey that Muhammad had from one city to the other. And then they had problems. They didn't have any food and they didn't have any water. So their religious leader at the time, who was Muhammad, tells the people, well, you need to go and you need to steal from the caravans and you need to plunder and you need to take their food and take their money and take their supplies. And when they said, but we're not supposed to do that's against the 7 pillars or the 5 pillars of Islam, he said, well, it's justified because it's in the name of Allah. So all these crimes and all these violence and all these acts of violence are justified if they're in the name of either a religious authority, or in Hitler's days, if they're in the name of the Fuhrer, or if they're in the name of being an American patriot, or if they're in the name of something. So we still do tend to have these violent behaviors, and we pass on the violent behaviors from generation to generation, and we change, but we don't seem to be able to stop. We don't seem to be able to break free from it. We change, and then we make excuses, and then we're saying, well, we're not wrapping the feet of geisha girls anymore. So therefore we've evolved as a human race. And you're right, we're not abusing children in the same way that we used to. When we do have laws now that protect children from being abused. and we have laws that protect women from being abused by their husbands, and we just don't accept that behavior anymore, and we don't stone witches anymore or unbelievers, and we don't burn witches anymore. So it does seem like we have evolved in many ways, but I'm wondering if we actually have, or we just changed the violence and we're doing it in different ways, because we're still seeing the evidence of people that are like the Obama phone lady, or like months ago, I remember, and this is one of the first times I was introduced to you is when I saw your rant about the people on Wall Street, and I agreed with you 100%. You have this, and hordes of people that are pretty much demanding something for nothing. And, maybe it does stem from perpetual infantilism and this perpetual childhood where they're never able to break free from that. But here's my question for you. The cure is in getting angry. You have to get angry first. And I know that that agrees with what I have learned about psychology as well. So I'm wondering if, as a whole, we are in that state right now. And, all the Ron Paul people and everyone else that is very riled up about the election and very riled up about politics, myself included, I feel angry a lot lately when I think about society and the economy and the political climate. And I know that a lot of people out there too. So are we in that stage? And does that mean that we're ready to heal, that we're ready to move forward? Are we on the verge of something better? Do you think, though, that being that most of our society, especially, someone that's from your generation, from my generation, and especially younger than my generation, because we have had these thousands and thousands of hours of being trained on what an appropriate family situation should be and what appropriate parenting should be, do you think that it causes us to hold ourselves to that measure? And if we do mess up as a family and we do mess up as parents, or we do have some situation happen to us that we don't deal with according to the ideal television situation, do you think it messes with a family psychologically and kind of can have a backfiring sort of effect?
Yeah, I don't know.
Because nobody is Leave It to Beaver. I mean, the shows today kind of maybe more clearly reflect what the modern American family is. But back in the Leave It to Beaver days, nobody was like that. That's why the Roseanne show was so shocking at the time, because it was so much more realistic than the shows at that time. Not even Family Ties was all that realistic. I mean, it was great, and you had the kid that didn't agree with his parents politically, and so you had a little bit of shock value there, but it still wasn't exactly what the typical family was, because people don't want to see the typical family on TV. They don't want to see a reflection of themselves on TV. They want to see the ideal on TV. But then we hold ourselves to that ideal as a measuring stick for how we should be. And when we don't meet that ideal, do we punish ourselves, and then does that backfire?
So we all know.
So we're not mimicking media. Why is there still so much violence? If it's not media that we're mimicking, who is providing that training for us? If it's not, because clearly it's not the media. You're right. We're actually being trained to not spank our children. But there are still so many parents out there that are violent, and I think far less now than would have been even in the 80s. And in the 80s, it was far less than was in the 60s and 50s. And now I know that we're not a spanking family, we're not a hitting family, we're a talking family, and there are many more families now that are. So why still so much violence in the world and in the way that we treat other people? Who's providing that training? Who's manipulating our children to grow up and still feel entitlement and still feel hostile and violent toward their fellow human being?
But I think that's what we need to start working on.
Of course it makes sense. Of course it makes sense. It does. I agree with you, Stefan, insofar it all does come down to how we're treated as children. Because if you can control the children and the minds of the children, you essentially can control the future. Because you're training them when they're formable and when they're young and when they're moldable. I mean, when you're between the ages of 4 and 15, 16 years old, those are the most formidable years of your life, right? So if you can capture the children's attention during that time, and whether it's by an abusive parent situation or an abusive Board of Education situation, and in both cases, I think that those entities can be abusive forces in a child's life, even if we don't see them as abusive forces, even if the parents aren't spanking the child. It might still be an abusive situation because maybe they are being withheld in other ways. Maybe they are being forced in other ways, or
neglected,
emotionally stunted or neglected or psychologically stunted. And of course, I see the compulsory school situation as an abusive situation because children are being emotionally suppressed and they're being creatively suppressed. So we have generation after generation after generation of abused children becoming parents and continuing to abuse other children by perpetuating the same motion. So I guess the obvious question is, where do we begin if we do want to see that change? Because if we are going to move to a place in humanity where we are going to enter into a different age and we are going to change history and we're going to stop repeating the different variations of the same behavior over and over again, then something's got to stop the rhythm. Something's got to stop the flow. So if we're going to change that in parenting and we're going to stop the welfare cycle of entitlement and the perpetuation of Obama phone ladies, which she's been affectionately come to be known in my house now, the Obama phone lady, if we're going to stop that cycle, then it needs to stop in parenting. So besides folks like you and I talking about it and trying to reach other people, what are other ways that society as a whole can really change to make sure that we are moving in the right direction here? I mean, you know, we can talk about abuse laws as much as we want, but we really don't want to install more laws onto society. We don't want to make more things illegal. We don't need more rules. We need to change it from the beginning. So, you know, just to like clarify that we can definitely evolve and go into the right direction. We know what the problem is. How do we solve it? In other words. Which I'm sorry to interrupt you, but that when you have the single motherhood and the breakdown in the family, and I would never ever support a woman staying in an abusive relationship. So I understand why there needs to be single motherhood in some situations. Sure. But as you said, it has risen, and now you have these situations where a lot is put on a single parent, whether it's a mother or a father. A lot of financial burden is put now on that single parent, and these things do affect the economy, which does in turn affect the political climate. So that's why these problems are bigger than they seem. Just now, actually, just a minute ago, where you were saying you have a Lord of the Flies situation and socialization being, that is interesting to me because I know I've spoken about this with you before. One of the top arguments, if not the top argument against homeschooling and home education is always socialization. And I really think that's a compulsory thing that people just say. I don't really think that they put much thought into it before they say it. They just say, well, I'm going to homeschool, and the person says, okay, what about socialization? They just kind of say it. It's just something to say.
Yeah,
it comes out of the mouth.
No government. What about the roads? What about national defense? What about the poor?
Right, exactly. If we don't have government, how are we going to have roads? What have the roadman's ever done for us? The aqueducts, but it's just this compulsory thing that people say, and when you really dissect it and really think about it, you realize that healthy socialization is actually not happening in school at all. The school situation stunts healthy socialization because they're really not having the quality time that they need with their parents, and children do need quality time with their parents. Those relationships are extremely important because if you don't have them, they do lead to things like we were saying before, perpetual infancy, and this needs not being met, constantly needs not being met because they're not having this relationship with their parents. But they also need relationships, and they need to learn how to interact with everyone around them, not just the same 30 kids in the same classroom and the one adult that's really not paying that much one-on-one attention to them. And
we would never let the government assign us our friends as adults, right? Like we'd never go to the friend pool and the government says you have to be here. These are your friends. 3 of them are criminals, 2 of them are embezzlers, 1 of them is an art dealer, and 3 of them are car dealerships and whatever. Right? We would never let the government choose our friends for us, but we let the government choose our friends for our kids.
Put me into a room with 30 other women exactly the same age as me. I'm not going to tell you what that is. And I have to choose from one of these women or one of these people who I'm going to be friends with. That's not how it works in the real world. How it works in the real world is you have diversity and you have variety and you have all different people and other adults to interact with and children to interact with. And that's what children need. They need reality. But when they're in this situation, and I know you've talked about bullying before, Stefan, these situations, like you said, this kind of peer pressure, this kind of Lord of the Flies atmosphere, or we have Hunger Games is a good macrocosm of what we're seeing in the school system right now. You have this atmosphere where it actually breeds bullying. Bullying was not, I mean, I know we had violence all throughout human history, but bullying and peer pressure were not parts of our vernacular prior to the compulsory school age. This is an atmosphere that actually breeds bullying and perpetuates the kind of behavior. So the people then, of course, graduate from this situation, and then they go on into what they consider the real world to be, and they actually construct the real world now, and the real world becomes something different that's not very natural anymore and not very organic anymore. And over generation after generation, it has become the new version of what the real world is, and everyone just accepts this compulsory, systematic entitlement, political paradigm separation as a representation of the real world. So in as many ways as we've evolved, like you said, the situation with the compulsory school has almost taken over for the lack in parenting. So now, instead of having miserable parents, the parents maybe are doing a little bit better, but we're putting them into another abusive situation, still perpetuating the cycle. Well, you know what? You've provided me with the necessary hope that I needed to ponder this topic, because I came into this conversation kind of with just one bullet point after the other, proving how human history just repeats the same mistakes over and over again. And in the last 30 seconds, you've just listed all the ways in which we have improved, and we have embraced voluntarism, and we have embraced true liberty. So perhaps there's always two sides to the coin, and I need to be looking at that side of the coin and seeing in just how many ways we have progressed. And you're right, if we have the children, then it's all about that. I guess the final question I have for you is, what is this going back to suppressing information? We have government suppressing information through the school system, or more important than suppressing information is manipulating and controlling information and purposely divvying out incorrect information. Now, to me, information is extremely important, and the pursuit of truth is kind of an elusive thing, because you need to use discernment and you need to use critical thinking and judgment to really understand whether or not the information you're getting is worthwhile information and can stand on its own merit. And in order to be able to use discernment, you do have to kind of build your critical thinking skills. So as far as information, I know that schools are a lot to blame for this, but what are your thoughts on pursuing that information when it comes to parenting and helping children discover and pursue information and use critical thinking and using their faculties and being aware of what is going on in their society and what is going on in their world? What is a parent's role? In your opinion, I'm asking you, which is kind of turning the tables here, because it's usually me that's answering this question. What is the parent's role in helping a child have the intellectual ability to steer clear of the abuses and the confinements that are offered in the world? So, in other words, it's our job as parents to make sure that our children aren't being abused or neglected, and, so they don't perpetuate the violence. But there is also, we want to make sure that we're essentially protecting them from manipulation of information. What is our role as parents, and how do we assure ourselves that we're going to do the best we can by our children, intellectually as well as physically? If we examine the most peaceful, prominent people throughout history that would serve as examples for humanity, they were not ignorant people. They were probably in the top of the intellectual people. It's the more violent people, like even Attila Hun, or people in today's economy that or today's political climate that I would consider relatively violent and also not too bright. So it's normally where the opposite is true. The more violent a person is, the less likely they are to be highly intellectual, but the more peaceful they are. Gandhi was very intellectual. Carl Sagan, I would consider a very, very peaceful person, also very intelligent. So when you really think about it, it is actually intelligence and peaceful-mindedness really do go hand in hand. Yeah, or they can justify their own behavior, their own shortcomings in their own behavior. While we're on and I'm sorry that I'm asking you a lot of questions, but I'm curious. You did bring up a while back to the way priests would use hell to abuse children or to scare children, and that's a scare tactic. And it just kind of makes me think back to, I as you know, I'm no longer, but I was raised Catholic. So I was raised with the idea of hell and punishment and eternal damnation if we meet on Fridays or whatever it is. But of course, there's absolution. And if you go to confession on Saturday, all is forgiven. You can pretty much do anything you want during the week as long as you go to confession. Then I get older, of course, and I learned that it's mostly story, and the whole idea of hell isn't even really biblical in the Christian sense, but it's based on Dante's Inferno, which is actually quite funny that there are whole religions based on a work of fiction. And I know that's pretty much how it is anyway, but would you consider, because like I consider a lot of these compulsory situations, abusive situations outside of the family. So even though children are not being abused inside the family, we still have abuse by society that we're allowing as a society to continue abuses on children, whether it be mental, spiritual, physical abuse, they're happening. And one of them is the compulsory school system. And I'm starting to wonder whether or not organized religion is another form of abuse, because I used to be very forgiving and figure, well, you know, people have to find their own path. But now I'm wondering whether or not these forms of organized religion are actually, and this might sound conspiratorial to some degree, but whether or not organized religion is an arm of the state and used as a manipulation tool, and whether or not it is an actual form of abuse because it uses scare tactics to get people to behave. Well, also in its structure. Also in its structure, because you have the Vatican being a huge religious force and a huge political influence. So, you know, in its very structure, the leaders are almost one and the same. I think that it's organized religion, maybe not an actual arm of the government, but it's used as a manipulation tool because it does kind of work as a manipulation tool, and it has historically. I think that the state and organized religion need each other to survive, and in order for humanity to move forward, and this ties back to the original question I had in this entire interview, in order for society to move forward and evolve, we may have to look at both, and not only the dismantling of the state, but dismantling of archaic religions as well. So we may have to embark upon a completely new age in human society and human growth if we are going to see generations from now a society of true liberty and volunteerism. And, you know, whether or not it is something that is actually possible, like my 11-year-old daughter pointed out to me, just because it hasn't happened doesn't mean that it cannot happen. I think that's true now. And I do see, like you said, there are a lot of ways in which we have moved forward as a society. I think that we have a lot further to go, but I do think that we have to broaden our perspective a little bit and not only look at the state and the control that's going on there, but also the way that our information is manipulated and controlled, the way our society parents, like you said, because it really comes down to how you grow up as a child and whether or not you grow up, whether or not you're able to reach past that infant stage. And I think that for many of us, for almost all of us, there are many ways in which we are still very immature. And I think that on an individual basis, we need to learn how to mature, and we need to make sure that we're bestowing better habits upon our children and just doing better by our children. But there are many aspects of our society that will need to change in order for us to move forward and change. But the good news is I'm walking away from the conversation feeling much more positive and refreshed as usual. So thank you. Well, to move forward, we need to keep asking questions and keep pondering and keep thinking. That is progress. That is the way to move forward as a society. And I hope so. And it always includes love and patience and kindness, of course, for the fellow human being. And I think at the root of love and patience and kindness lies communication, to be able to communicate with one another effectively and we do that through conversation. So that is why I appreciate these talks that we have.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. The whole idea seems to have backfired, and I'm guilty of walking down that road too, thinking this is very important. And going into that time, and it was probably around 2005, 2006, and then even more so in going into 2008 from 2007, I became heavily involved in politics, and I was very, very active, and I felt that it was extremely important. And my children were very young at that time. They were younger than they are now, obviously, and I tried to balance my time the best I could, but I was convinced that it was extremely important that I'm paving a better road, that I'm making a better future for my children. And it was difficult because there was that sense of, but shouldn't I be spending more time with them, versus the sense of, but you're responsible to your community, to your world, to the future of your children, to your country, and so on and so forth. And I think I was very nervous about the future that I was bringing my children up into. And I wanted to do my part. I felt, and we all felt a certain amount of ambition, and you get riled up about a certain cause, especially when it comes to personal freedom and liberty, and you want to do what you can to try to protect that. So I was a fan of Ron Paul at the time, of course, and I was very active. I didn't run for any particular office, but I was very active. And over the years, I had been asked several times to run for office. And I declined, but I declined running for House of Representatives or Congress or anything of that nature, but I did agree to get involved in a lot of other ways. Over the last year, some personal matters as well as what I've just learned culturally and politically, and just through, I guess, personal evolution and wisdom always changes your perspective, and experience always changes someone's perspective. I pulled away from a lot of that, and for most of the time I was just trying to observe and remain aware without getting too actively involved. And like I said, there were a myriad of different reasons why I made the decision to pull away from it. I also pulled away from a lot of what I was doing with Unplugged Mom Radio, and I just started to realize that I matter so much more than I think with my family, which was a little bit of a difficult reality for me to grasp, because it was what I preach. That's the message that I talk about. That's what Unplugged Mom Radio was really about, was you need to focus on your family. And if you need to make the sacrifices in, your life while your kids are small, then that's what you need to be doing, and home education and supporting home education and all of that. And I started to say to myself, I need to be doing more of that. Then I will admit that meeting you did have an influence on me, because it opened up a world of exploring the need to not be involved and not be as politically active as I was, and that by not being involved, I'm actually perhaps doing more. So I started to explore that avenue, like going back to what you were saying before, perhaps the whole idea backfired on us, because the more people that were involved, the bigger the whole thing is now. So it's kind of like foot and mouth syndrome there. Recently, I had lunch with one of the members of the House of Representatives, former member of the House of Representatives that I know here locally, and we had become friends back in 2008, I think. We kept in touch, and he was in town recently, so we had lunch, and of course he asked me if I would run for my district for the House, and I said no. Well, it turned out that a few people on his heels also got in touch with me shortly after that, and tried to wrangle me into it. No, but we need somebody that, thinks like you, and conservative, but freedom-minded, and things are bad right now. And of course, they lay down the whole kind of, but you owe it to your children. You owe it to the future of your children. It's your responsibility. And, we need, and if we don't get someone in office like this, then it's the same old, same old. One woman said to me, I know that you've been tossing around this idea of anarchy, but I got to tell you, that's not the way to go, because, there's going to be someone in office, and if it's going to be anybody, then it might as well be someone that's friendly and, friendly, quote unquote, to the cause. And I said, no, who needs me right now? My children need me right now. And yes, they do need me to help make a better future for them, but they're the ones that are going to be living in that future. So they need their parent right now. They need attention. They need the home education that I'm offering them. They need me to drive around to their different events and spend the quality time with them so that they are healthy intellectually, spiritually, and physically. And they don't enter the world feeling that they've been neglected in any way because their mother was spending 3 months out of the year, across the state in the capital.
For what?
It is a big deal. And Stefan, even if he was unbelievably successful, and even if he was everybody's favorite governor and he did wonderful things and the whole country was better because of him, you still have to look at the fact that his children, the human beings that he brought into this world, suffered. So, there's the whole, well, it was for the good of the many, so you sacrifice the few. And a lot of people will look at it like that, and I get that. I get why that seems like it's a noble cause. But your children are such a huge responsibility, and they only demand a fraction of the years of your entire life. That's it. That's all they're asking from you. And I think that we need to pay more attention into dedicating our time to that. Now, I do realize that we do need to earn a living. We, either the mother or the father or in some cases, both of them need to make money in order to bring it in. But there needs to be more focus on balancing that so that you can still focus on your children. And I don't want to support child worship where you have to like completely just stop everything and just lay in bed all day and hug and squeeze and tickle your kids. There has to be a balance there, but I don't think enough of us in our society today even attempt to balance that. We just figure, well, this is the way life is. And first of all, we are all going to have a legacy. Everybody's going to die. And everybody's going to leave something behind. And it's going to be a memory. It's going to be something you accomplished, something you did. Sometimes it's big, sometimes it's small. But whatever it is that you've done is not as important as the actual human people that are going to go on after you. You know what I mean? Ideas are great, but the world is going to turn. The world is going to spin no matter what you do. I'm not saying that you're not going to do something important, but you can do something important and still be an unbelievable parent to your children. And again, they only need you. They only need your focused time and attention for a small fraction of your life, and they deserve it. Do you know who Mitch Snyder was?
Oh, the name is familiar. I can't place him.
Washington, D.C., circa 91, maybe, 90, 91. He was a activist for homelessness in America. And he challenged, I think it was during the Bush administration. He was very challenging to the president, and he camped out on the lawn, and, he did all this stuff. That is my husband's father. He died in 92, I believe. Now, when you look him up, there's a lot of information about him, and that's why I'm not partial to Wikipedia. I mean, this guy was my husband's dad. He knows what's true and what's not. But he did a lot of great things for homelessness. We would differ. You and I would probably differ from him if he were alive today in a political perspective, but the fact remains that he did accomplish a lot for homelessness in America. And this was on the heels of the when they closed down the government mental hospitals. And
right.
We had all the homeless people, tons and tons of homeless people all over America, all over the streets. So right on the heels of that, enter Mitch Snyder, and he did all this work. There was a movie made about him with Martin Sheen. Little known fact is that he left my husband's mother with 2 little boys, my husband and his brother. He was 2 at the time. His older brother was 4. He just left. He just disappeared and said that he has a calling. So I always think about that and I say, okay, how is that okay? That he just walked away from his wife and 2 kids. So we're laying down the red carpet for this guy, and we're praising him like we're going to canonize him like he's a saint. He left his wife and kids. So there just has to be some perspective there.
Yeah, I said in a
it would be great, and I think I might be slightly more convinced to give it more of a go, but I did give it a go. And all it did was get worse. I'm not saying that I personally made it worse, but I mean, I don't really feel that all the time and energy and effort that I spent really helped all that much. And people can argue and say, well, if there were more of you and if you just kept at it and you kept at it. And I'm like, no, you know what? Because there were nights that I didn't get home until 11 o'clock at night and I didn't tuck my kids in bed. I need to do that. I need to be there for them. And if everything is going to, hit the fan, like they keep saying, then they need their mother. They need their mother and they need their father and they need the security of a loving, warm, safe household. That's what my children need. And that's what they're going to get. And once they're older and they're on their own, then hopefully I've given them enough security and enough love and enough guidance that, they can be strong. And they'll be okay. And then whatever they need to offer the world will be that much more powerful because they came from a strong foundation and a stable background. That is my job right now. I think a lot of times, and I probably was guilty of this at some point, there's a little bit of narcissism in all of us where, like, I think my husband's father, Mitch Snyder, one of his friends growing up said the same thing. He was a bit of a narcissist. So that did play into why he was so into getting in front of the camera and in front of the news conferences and saying, I'm going to go on a fast and I'm going to do all these things until you help the homeless people and until you build these shelters. Not that what he did was not a good thing. What he did for the homeless cause was definitely a good thing. But there was a little bit of, look at me, look at what I'm doing in that. There was a little bit of, hey, look at Mitch Snyder in there. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't all pure, and that's okay. I get it. It's a human trait. But behind that, he left his family. Now, I've had other arguments with people that will say, that's really illogical. It's not intelligent to think that way. It's a logical fallacy because it's ad hominem. You don't want to judge the action of what he's doing and the goodness of what he's doing by who he was before. It has nothing to do with it. It's irrelevant. I don't think it is irrelevant, though. Just like you were saying before, you got to kind of go to the source of it and say, okay, is this person handing me some BS, or are they giving me non-smoking advice, and did they actually quit smoking? Are they going home and they're smoking themselves? So there it does require some substance behind it. I don't want to go off track too much. The point is that we all need to pay more attention to our family. That's the point. It's interesting. You're reminding me of a very interesting and kind of fascinating perspective on humanity that's been manifesting with me lately. I'd say it's probably over the recent few months or even year that I've been doing a lot more work in home education. There seems to be, I don't even know what to call it, this trend in parenting that portrays itself as very free-thinking and very into the kids and very respectful of the kids. But if you take a deeper look at it, it's a little disturbing because I think we're doing more harm than good when we start to go in this direction. And this is another thing that I'm trying to encourage parents to do, and another reason why I've made a lot of the decisions that I made, because I realize it's just not about me saying, look how cool I am. I'm such a cool parent. I'm a home educator, and we do this with the kids and we do that with the kids, and I'm just so damn cool. I think that is a sickness that has infected a lot of society, and it's that narcissism problem again. And what you were saying is reminding me of an incident. This is one example I could think of, but it clearly illustrates back to what you were talking about, where a mother that is a home educating mother and considers herself very free-spirited and cool, and I'm so cool, and my kids are so cool, and we just all do what we want, and we don't force anything, blah, 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 was talking about how her kids were outside playing, and the neighbors were rolling their eyes around and kind of complaining that the kids were so loud, and she laughed, and she said, haha, yeah, that's my family, we're so loud, deal with it, because we're just free-spirited, and we're not in school, and deal with it. And I'm thinking, okay, so you go on and on about how you trust your children and respect your children like they're adults, and they could just, play and carry on and do whatever they want. Why don't the neighbors get any respect? Why isn't that okay? And of course the argument was, well, I'm just going to conform to society standards. I'm like, wow, you're just a rebel for the sake of being a rebel. Well, what's the point of that? And that's what you were reminding me of when you were talking about showing up to work in shorts, showing up to an interview in shorts. It's just to purposeful rebellion for no reason. There's no substance to it for the sake of being rebellious. And the problem, bringing it back to parenting, is when we're not focused on our family and we get so wrapped up in trend and whatever else is going on, we're so easily swayed. But what other people are doing, and why they're doing it, and look how cool everybody is, instead of teaching your kids empathy and respect for all people. Your neighbors matter. People matter. And this is what I think we're really lacking. So I think, we're just paying our attention in the wrong direction. And if the choice is between being active in politics or being with your family, you need to be more with your family, especially when the kids are kids, because the more we breed this kind of selfishness and this kind of narcissistic behavior, things are just going to continue to get worse. So we need to pay attention to that with our children. Yeah, well, I think she needed to maintain her posture in her community and how her peers looked at her. So she needs to make sure that her children are always looking like, however she wants them to look, so that she feels like she's, preaching a good message or whatever. I don't know. The whole thing gets on my nerves anyway. That whole kind of trend, I keep going back to the word trend, gets under my skin to begin with. But I do understand what you mean about that. There is that temptation to stand behind your children and kind of, rub your hand on your chest a little bit and say, yeah, I did that. That's me. Those are my kids.
It's good on me. Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
My child,
they
you look good. It's a fashion accessory.
It's like when I'm at the baseball game and my kid slams a home run, I do stand up from the bleachers and go, yeah, my boy, that's my boy.
Yeah.
But I think it's appropriate at a baseball game. When you incorporate that into your whole life, it's a little bit different, or when my son was in a play and people came up and said, wow, he did really good. I liked it. It felt good. But you can't incorporate that into your whole life. And that's why I try to not use my children as props in my work. When I did Unplugged Mom, I think my daughter appeared on one of the shows with me, and that's because she really, really wanted to. And I finally said, okay, you can do one of the shows with me and have a conversation. But I very rarely mention their names. If any time I ever mention my kids' names, I very rarely write any articles or blogs that are personal about my own kids. I do have a home education blog specifically for home education to give like ideas and tips and tricks. So I will talk about what we do, and that's just recently, but I still don't mention like real kind of detailed information. I try to never use them as props. I don't put pictures of them on professional websites. I don't put them in front of the camera. I just don't do that because I want to try to maintain that separation. So I do understand the temptation to do that, but I don't want to. And I also want to respect their privacy. They did not ask to be part of this. So I don't want to force them to be part of it just to say, look how great of a mom I am. I'm like so cool. I mean, there are some things that happen here and there that I feel are share worthy, and I will do that. But I try to share it if it's really share worthy, if it's really like something that's really cool or that I think is going to be helpful. But I try not to incorporate it into everything. Just like you'll use examples, you'll tell stories of when you were, showing your daughter a certain thing and, how she responded or whatever. But you don't put her in front of the camera and say, hey, look, it's all about her. It's all about, my daughter and everything. It's tempting, but you have to try to steer clear of that because it's supposed to be about them growing up and becoming healthy, independent individuals, not about you standing on their shoulders and saying, look how cool I am. I think there needs to be. I've known a lot of libertarian parents. I'm one myself, and I think there needs to be more talk about raising your kids with a freedom-minded perspective and healthy intelligence, healthy mind, healthy body, healthy spirit, and also a sense of community and a sense of respect for other human beings and a sense of empathy. I think there needs to be more conversations about that. And that's why I said, I still am willing to participate. I'm still willing to do the work that I do. I just have to take it down a few notches, because if I'm going to talk about this stuff, then I need to do this stuff. I have to walk the walk before I can really talk the talk. Other words, everything I'm saying is useless. It doesn't make any sense. And then I could do even more work when my kids are grown, and I'll have those years to bolster my wisdom. But of course, that question has come up too, if I will eventually get more involved politically and run for office at that time. And I don't know. I don't know. There was a time that I would have said, yeah, later on in my life, maybe I'll get involved or whatever. But I don't know. Unfortunately, I don't think that humanity is close to a truly peaceful, volunteerist society. I think that we can certainly work toward it, and we can continue to work toward it and talk about it, but I don't think we're going to see that in our lifetime, unfortunately. I hope that my grandchildren see the beginnings of it in their lifetime. So there is going to be politics, and there is going to be problems. And I hate to encourage anyone that really does feel like they can make a difference not to do it, but Stefan, I don't know. It's just all such bullshit. I don't know how else to put it.
What do you mean, it's all?
When I look back at my time now, the time that I did spend when I was so involved, I feel dirty. I do. I feel dirty. I feel like my skin is tainted with the dirt of bureaucracy and BS, because it was a dirty, dirty game. Anyone that says, oh, but I'm an honest politician is not, because you just cannot be in that world and not get involved in some kind of sneaky, underhanded business. There was just so much going on that was so dirty. You realize that in order to be here, in order to accomplish anything, you have to just play. You have to play this game, or else you're just going to get trampled. And it sucks that it's like that, but it is like that. I don't want it to be like that. And I think we have, new zealots entering politics every year that think that they're going to change it and they're going to make it different. But unfortunately, it's the other way around. It changes them. And it's really unfortunate, and it's really sad. And like I said, I think that we can definitely still have conversations about moving society in a better direction, but it's going to take a while. It's going to take a long time. So whether or not I'm going to get involved when my kids are older, I don't think so. I think my work is in focusing on family and the productiveness and the health of the family, because that's like the root. You know what I mean? You have to really get things at the root. I think we just spend so much time swiping at branches and pruning leaves and trying to paint the branches and the limbs, and we're not paying attention to the root. The next generation that's coming up, they're the ones that are going to change the world, because everybody else is going to die off. Is a good analogy trying to shrink the ocean by throwing another bucket of water into it, thinking, well, this bucket of water is going to make the ocean shrink. You
mean taking a bucket of water out?
By throwing a bucket of water into it. Like, you can't really shrink the size and scope of it by joining forces with it, can you? I think people enter it with a lot of conviction, thinking, well, I'm going to run for office and I'm going to shrink government. But it's like, well, you just ran for office, though. You just became one of the government.
I see. I see. Yeah. That's right. I'm gonna pee into the swimming pool to make it all dry. No.
Right.
It's just polluted and a little bigger. Well, I think that people do want to go into government to shrink it. I mean, I have no doubt that that's the case. I have no reason to doubt the integrity of Barry Goldwater or Ronald Reagan
I think
either
they're
of the
honest
Bushes
in
or
their
Ron
intentions. Paul. Yeah, it's like when someone says, well, I love you, and the person says, I know you think you do. I think they're honest about their intentions.
Right.
No, the whole system is self-contradictory. It's entirely set up so that it can eat itself. And I think that there were people in history that have made differences in the world, and I don't know how many of them have been politicians. I think that would be an interesting project for me to research and maybe go over as a history lesson with my kids, because I'm wondering about the people that have really had significant positive change on the world, and how many of them were played this game, how many of them actually played this game. And as you're speaking, and I'm thinking the theme that we're talking about here is parenting versus politics. I mean, I could, or any mother or any father that's thinking about the same thing, and believe me, I understand how it feels to be really riled up about something and really feel like I have a purpose, I have a calling, I have to get involved in this, I can change this, I know I can do it. I know how it feels to have those feelings. I've had those feelings. For a long time, I've had those feelings. And you feel really ambitious, and you're just sure that if you can convince enough people that, you know, you can really make an impact, you can really make a difference, and then you start to feel like you owe it to the world. I owe it to my community, I owe it to my world, it's my responsibility, I have to do this. And that's really some weight to put on your shoulders, you know.
Or
then
like when
you start to feel,
they get older, my kids will understand why I did what I did, and will
right,
applaud me for
exactly.
it.
Like,
Yeah.
you know, because I'm paving, I'm making a brighter future for my kids. But think about that. And if you're out there and you're listening and you're thinking, well, yeah, I do feel that conviction, I do feel that energy, and you know, I got to make a difference. I got to do something. I can't just, you know, sit at home and watch Fox News and do nothing. You're not doing nothing. If you're a parent, then you especially are not doing nothing. I'm thinking about the scenario that you just painted and how futile the whole thing really is. And believe me, I know I didn't run for office, but I did do a lot of things. I was very involved, and I was very involved in my county. And, you know, I went to all the meetings and all of the conventions and everything else. And it's very, very dirty. If you think that you're going to clean it up, not by yourself, you're not. And, you know, that doesn't happen. But think about that scenario that you just painted. And think about a day in a life of a parent where all you really have to do is be honest. Like, you actually have to be honest. You should be honest. You don't have to lie. You don't have to ask them for money. You don't have to ask them to vote for you. You don't have to win them over. You don't even have to be charismatic if you don't feel like being charismatic that day. All you need to do is love them. And that is going to have a greater positive impact on the future than anything you do at your capital. And, you know, that might be shocking for some people to hear, but I'm starting to see that it's true. Because my 3 children can enter the world and make so much more of a positive impact if they had a healthy foundation from the beginning. But if not, then I'm sending 3 people into the world that have been damaged. You know, I would argue, Stefan, that it's not significantly determined by, but almost completely determined by, because it's very basic. We're talking about very, very basic physics here. One generation replaces the next. People die and children grow up, and then they grow up and they die and their children grow up. This is a very simple cycle that we're talking about here. And with all of that proof that you just talked about, the most recent proof is in our own history right here in this country, in America. I'm not quite certain how far-reaching that was, but I would venture to guess that the whole world changed after World War II. Let's just look at our history. Let's look at the inception of mandatory compulsory schooling, where suddenly all children had to go to school, and that you know, kind of all within the same few decades of more women going to work and the boom of feminism. Now we have more children in school, more women going to work, so even more children have to go to school, and now we have government raising kids instead of parents raising kids, and society is getting more stressed out, more tired. People could argue that a lot of people were making more money. Okay, a lot of people making more money. So what does that mean? They're spending more money. We're consuming more money. So we're better trained to want more. So we feel like we're not happy, we're not satisfied unless we get more. So now we want more. Now we're going to show examples to our children of, it's not about the quality time that you and I spend, it's about how many gadgets we can have in our house. That's where happiness is how much we can have. And we can't have that unless we're working. So we have to work more. And dad comes home and he's tired, and, you know, little Johnny wants to play baseball, and dad says, I can't, son, I'm tired, I've been working. And they get into an argument, and he says, you know, how do you think you have all these things? How do you think you have the PlayStation? How do you think you have, you know, your ATVs and all this stuff that you have? It's because I work, and I work my ass off, and I slave away so you can have all of these things. So now Johnny thinks, okay, well, that must be important. It's important to work and slave away and make all this money so we can have things, because that's what daddy says is making us happy, instead of going out in the yard and tossing a ball with me, which is free.
So this is kind of the cycle that has been going on generation after generation, especially since we've been telling women, oh, you have to go to work. You have to earn your own paycheck. You have to get out of the house. You just don't want to be a housewife, do you? You have
you
to get
won't
out
be
there.
fulfilled playing with your children. What you really want to do.
You won't be fulfilled. You want to get out there and you want to bring home the bacon and you want to work 9 to 5 and you want to do all this. Well, how has that worked out for us? Let's examine the last few decades. How has that worked out for us? Do we have better family values now? Do we have smaller government now? Are we more free now? Are we economically in better condition now? Do we have less sick people? Or do we have more people on psychotropic drugs? Do we have more depression, more disorders, more ADD, more stress, more suicides, more people flipping out and inflicting violence on other people? Do we have more violence or less violence? So how has that all worked out for society where we're spending more time paying attention to work and politics and less time paying attention to our family? Isn't it time now that we kind of just stop the flow and say, whoa, 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 maybe we do need to spend more time with our family. Maybe it is fulfilling for a parent to spend time with their children because it's free. It really doesn't cost you any money. It costs you money to buy your kid a PlayStation and plop them down and say, I'm going to go have a glass of wine while you play with the PlayStation. But it doesn't cost you any money to giggle and roll around on the floor or go to the library together and learn something or go to the park together and have a nature walk. So yeah, there is a financial issue. You do have to pay the mortgage and, you do have to bring in a paycheck. But it's significant that one of the parents takes a chunk of their lives, a decade, maybe 15 years of their lives, and says, I'm not going to work. I'm going to pay attention to you, and I'm going to focus on you. And no, I really don't think that politics is the answer anymore because it hasn't been. It hasn't been. And like you were saying, correlation doesn't equal causation. Yeah, I get that. But there's a point where you have to just say, okay, there's a little too much evidence here for me to ignore. We really have to do something here. We really have to pay attention here. So I could spend another 8 years of my life fighting with these other yahoos at the Capitol and living there for 3 months out of the year because it's too far for me to commute every day. Or I could spend the next 8 years of my life with my children. And again, it's the fun. It's very basic. If I'm absent from their lives, and they grow up missing a mother or father or missing some very basic attention, I'm sending 3 broken people into the world. Or I can dedicate and focus my energy on them and send 3 healthy people into the world. Who's going to offer the world a better chance at peace and compassion? Broken people or healthy people? This is very simple, very simple principles. And then by default, they will spend more time with their family, because that's what they're used to. That's how they've been raised. That they've accepted that as normal life. So when they get married and they start having families, they start having children, they will treat their children respectfully and peacefully and spend time with them and focus on them because that's how they've been raised. Chances are they'll seek out a mate that agrees with them because we often do seek out people that are, on the same wavelength as we are, hopefully. So especially if they're healthy, mentally healthy and spiritually healthy, they'll probably have healthier relationships. So the cycle will continue. But you send people into the world missing something, and I hate to sound cliche, but maybe Freud had a point. Maybe it is all the mother's fault. I'd like to point out also that when you say protecting your kids, I think a lot of people have in their minds, especially when they hear from someone like me, who's a home educating parent, they equate protection with shelter, and they must be sheltering their kids, and then they hear the word shelter and they put a negative spin on it, like we're overprotective somehow, or we don't let our kids out of the house, or we lock them up in the house and we never let them out, and that's our way of protecting them. That's not what we're talking about when we say protect them. It simply means that when you are an active parent, and by active parent I mean you're actively part of your child's life, which you're supposed to be, you're aware of who they are.
they're aware of who you are. You know who they are as a person. You know who their friends are. You know where they are during the day. Even when they're not in your immediate sight, you know where they are. You know where they're going. You develop a trust factor. So if your teenager says, I'm at the library, you trust that they are actually at the library and not at a strip club, because you have a relationship with them and you develop a mutual trust factor and a mutual respect. That's what we mean by you're able to protect your children, is because you're able to have that closeness with them and that intimacy and that relationship where you communicate with each other and you know what their activities are, you know what their social life is, you know who the boyfriends and girlfriends are, you know who their friends are, and you have some influence, and not by force. You don't force them to hang out with certain people or forbid them from hanging out with other people, but because you do have that close relationship, they are naturally able to make better decisions about who they spend their time or with whom they spend their time. I hate to end with a preposition. So
no, but
that's
I think you're right. This is
that's very important. Is statistically, and we can do it to scale, because I realize that I think there are, I think it's close to 3 million families now. I think the latest was close to 3 million families now in America that home educate. So that's still a small fraction of the society in general, but you have to do it to scale. And statistically, if you measure it to scale, there are significantly less incidents, less than 1%. Of home educating families that are found to be abusive or sexually abusive or neglectful. And that's always what you hear. Well, we have to regulate home education because the parents might abuse the kids. But statistically, there's really no concern there. But if you examine the abuse that goes on in schools, that's where abuse is happening. Sexual abuse, physical abuse, mental abuse, emotional abuse from other students, from peers, from teachers, from people exerting improper authority. And then, let's not even get started on the abuse that happens with the religious sector. That's a whole other conversation. So the kids that are not in a secure family situation, these are the kids that are getting abuse on a daily basis. And the only, let's examine that for 1 second. The majority of our children in society are in school, being exposed to almost daily forms of abuse, whether it be emotional, mental, physical, or sexual. They're being exposed to some kind of abuse daily for 15 years of their lives. These are the people that are entering society. And these are the people that are going to enter the quote-unquote real world when they're adults and shape society. Whether it be a democracy or a republic or a volunteer society, these are the people that are going to shape it. What's the likelihood that it's going to get better if we keep pushing out generation after generation of kids that have spent their entire childhood being abused? I mean, this is, again, very basic math, very simple concept to understand. The only thing that I want to point out for listeners is that in our conversation, it's all very important. The things that we're mentioning and child abuse is very important, very significant to mention. But I want to clarify that I don't think either of us are trying to create a false paradigm where, if you're not staying home and focused on your kids, then you must be a sexual abuser. I don't, there are parents that are just spending a little bit too much time at work and not focused on their children that I think you're still doing damage, but I don't necessarily think that you're molesting your child.
Or I believe that there will not be problems.
Right. Well, the key is to be active and be involved in your children's lives. And there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with being involved in your children's lives. There's nothing, I think, we like to paint this picture of, well, we want to give them freedom. We want to give them independence. We don't want to, we can't draw this false dichotomy where there's one extreme or the other extreme. Either we're, rebel parents and our kids come and go as they please and we're totally free, or we're authoritarian. I think it's okay to maintain a balance and to embrace your responsibility as a parent and say, look, I brought you into this world. It's my responsibility to guide you, give you advice, give you support, and have conversations with you. And you find that when you are an active, involved parent, you don't need to be tyrannical. You don't need punishments. You don't need to forbid. You simply have open communication and you talk about things. I don't think I've ever forbade any of my kids from doing anything. If they wanted to do something I felt was a little bit too dangerous or that they weren't ready for, and only the parent can really judge that because you know your child, or you're supposed to know your child, then I would talk about it with them and we would reach a decision. And if they decided that they really wanted to go ahead and do it, I just made sure that I was a safety net for them, that I was there because I knew that it was going to get messed up, and it did, and I was there when it did. If it was something extremely dangerous, then I would just say, okay, I don't really think so, and here's why. I never just said no because I said so, because I don't think that's respectful. I don't like that. But the idea is not to quit your job and just throw yourself at your kid 100%. If you need to work, you need to work. I get that. I understand that. It's about balancing. So many parents say, well, I need to work. Therefore, they go to work for 8 to 10, sometimes 12 hours a day. They come home and they say, well, I worked all day. I did my responsibility. I'm done. I'm just going to turn on the TV and I need to relax now. I need to chill because I just worked all day. So you can have that PlayStation. So you just sit down and be grateful. You're working all day, and I applaud you for that because it takes a lot of energy. But guess what? You still have to pay attention. You still have to have a conversation with your kid when you come home. And I hate to sound so judgmental, but I think that's what happens. And that's why I also advise parents, reevaluate your situation when you say, well, both of us have to work. Do you? Do you? I think there's a lot of consumerism going on there that if we release our dependence on that, then we could make a lot of changes. I'm not going to be clutching a Coach bag when I kick off, and I'm not going to take it with me. But hopefully the love and the relationship will live on through my children. And, that's what I'd like to see. I've been accused when I say things like this, I've been accused of being privileged and a princess, and I don't understand how the other side lives. And, it's really sad that people think that by hearing me, because people that know me in real life know that I drive what I like to call a vintage car. That's better than saying
right,
old piece of shit. I tell people it's not crappy. It's vintage. I'm just really into the vintage look.
It's not that it has all these different colors. It's an abstract expressionistic car.
Well,
like that old Adam Sandler
the
car.
thing is that there are people that, yes, they have to. Just to make ends meet, they have to work. But unfortunately, you still have to make an effort to have a relationship with your child. And there are ways to keep them out of school in households where both parents work, or even in single-parent households, which there are a lot of single-parent households that home educate. But on top of that, I do believe that many of us can reevaluate our financial situation and really, really ask ourselves, can I give certain things up? Are there things, can we downsize? Can we have less? And what is the reasoning for doing that? Because my child is worth it. Because my child is worth it. They don't need another PlayStation. They need more time with you. This is something that in the back of our head we all know. That's why we all get teary when we hear the song "Cats in the Cradle," because we already know this to be true. We just don't take it to heart as much as we really should.
I just got to vent a little,
sure,
Brett, because there's so many things tied together. First of all, please, you didn't vote, right?
Nope.
Before I go there. Okay. This is actually the first election where I didn't vote at all. The last election I didn't vote for president, but I did at least go and I voted on local legislation and things that were going on in the community. But I actually stayed away from the voting booth completely this election. So who's ever been trying to talk me into that for the last year and a half, and I've been really resistant. You win. I didn't do it. I couldn't go. Chris Matthews, I watched Chris Matthews. I watched the Democratic pundits, and I've been listening to the Republican pundits. And the next morning, the morning after, of course, Neil Borth was about to have an aneurysm. I thought he was going to kill himself live on the air. And it's like a calamity to me. But at the same time, I don't have that same feeling of dread or that feeling of hopelessness, because it's almost like I was prepared for it. I knew it. I woke up in the morning. I didn't know what was going on the night before. I didn't care. And this is the first time since I've been eligible to vote, since I've been 18 years old, that I actually didn't care. I always cared. And when I woke up in the morning and when I turned on the computer, I saw that Obama won and I said, ugh. And then I realized I would have said, ugh, either way.
Yeah, exactly.
Because I was kind of deflated, and you're seeing all these conversations going on in the social blogosphere and everything else, and I'm thinking, wow, it is what it is, but I almost feel sad for myself that I don't feel more desperate, that I don't feel more hopeless, because I think it's even more sad that I'm almost at the point where I just accepted that this is life. But here's the thing, Brett, and I think you already know this. I think the reason why we're in the position we're in is because people don't know any better. They're lacking the understanding of the process and what it really does. Mm-hmm. And it all comes down to a really bad education. So that's the segue. Yeah, I don't use the word homeschooling to describe what we do as a family. I don't use the word unschooling, and I don't use the word professionally either in the work that I do. I always use the word home education or family-based learning or something of the sort. I try to mix it up a little bit, because the point is that I think as soon as we name it and call it a thing, which we've already done. I mean, homeschooling has already been a word for a very long time, but I personally try to steer away from that, because by making it a thing, then we validate the system as the standard. Yeah, actually, I was doing a show for Unplugged Mom Radio, and this was way back when the show first started, in the very early stages of the show, and I got on a rant, and Desiree, my producer, was on with me, and I think we just finished up with a guest. We were just talking a little bit, and I went on, and it just came out. I just blurted out the phrase. I said, you know what, folks, here's my advice. Here's my advice to you. What you need to do is just stay out of school. Just stay away from school. And I stopped, and I said, as a matter of fact, don't do drugs, stay out of school, because I was thinking of the cliche, don't do drugs, stay in school. And Desiree started laughing. I got so much feedback from that, like almost immediate feedback. People were loving it. They thought it was hilarious and funny. And then a few shows later, someone repeated it back to me, and we started laughing again. And it just became a thing all by itself. So I had written a couple of articles, and it was actually Desiree that said, you know what, you should write a book. And I said, yeah, whatever. What would I call it? And she said, don't do drugs, stay out of school. And I thought it was so goofy at first. I said, nah, that's silly. But it stayed on my mind for a while. And what I decided to do at some point was take a few of my articles and put them together. But the first idea was just kind of to create this kind of long article and sell it out online and put it out online and, print it in different magazines and such. But as I was putting it together, it was getting bigger and bigger and bigger, and the outline was getting bigger. And before you know it, I had the outline for a reasonably sized book. And I just went ahead with that. It took a while because I have a household to run at the same time, but it got done, and I meant it to be just a very simple, easy to read, prolific message, like one parent talking to another parent and saying, look, I don't think we should use school anymore. Here's why. Here's what the problem is. Here's what the potential harm can be to your children. Here's what I found out. Here's what you should go and look for yourself. And here are some possible solutions for you. And I think that I've been able to accomplish that with this book. It was all shocking when I first found it out, because remember, Brett, when I decided to home educate my kids, it wasn't because I thought anything was basically wrong with the whole system in general. I think on some level I always sensed that, because I rebelled against school when I was a kid naturally, but I think a lot of kids do. Now hindsight teaches me that the reason kids rebel naturally is because it's this instinctual rebellion against being suppressed. But at the time I thought I was just a rebellious kid. My decision was primarily based on the fact that the New York City public schools, which is where I lived at the time, were simply not going to work for my family. I felt that after going and interviewing several of the schools, my first clue was just the fact that I was interviewing them was a problem. It was so shocking that I would sit down and ask all these questions. And I said, why is this uncommon? Why is this a problem? So that was the first red flag. But my decision was primarily based on that very narrow kind of reasoning. Well, it's the New York City schools and they're overcrowded, the main thing that you would hear on mainstream. And they're not doing very well. Statistically, they're low. I want something better for my kids. So you want something done right, you do it yourself. Yeah. I decided that I was going to do it myself. When I started reading about home education. And the first books I started with were just logistically how to put it together. Linda Dobson, provides great material for that. Like if you're new to home educating, what do I do? How do I do this? Linda Dobson. She kind of, in her books, she very softly introduces the idea that there is something terribly wrong with the school system and that education does not actually happen in school. But she introduces it much more softly than, say, Gatto. Once I got through that, I continued to read because learning is an ongoing process, of course, and I became more and more interested. Then my political views started to change. A lot of things in the world started to change. I started to find out more about just the economy, life in general, politics. Then the doors started opening up even more as far as education. I started to read Gatto. Once I started to read Gatto, and then I was reading Charlotte Iserby, and I'm sure you've read Charlotte Iserby, The Deliberate Dumbing Down of America. These things, I mean, they were all shocking. I don't know that I could pick one in particular, but in general, it was a hard pill to swallow to realize that it's on purpose. Not only is it happening, but it's not inadvertent. It's on purpose. There was a very purposeful agenda to program and condition large quantities of people and mold them for specific tasks in life. Like we heard from President Wilson, which I mentioned in my book. He made it very clear in a very well documented, easy to verify speech where they literally want to train people to fit into certain areas of society. That's shocking in and of itself. Then you have the ways in which they do it. And it's not only through the conditioning of the information that they're giving or a lack of information, because you remember they are giving children information, but it's controlled, contrived information. It's a different version of history. And you were a history teacher, Brett, so you know that the version of history that the textbooks want to give young people and the version of history that actually happened are typically two different versions. Sure. And that's a problem. Yeah. Economics and all this information being controlled and contrived, it gives paints a very particular picture, but it's also done through medications. And from my conversations with Lori Couture, I don't know if you've spoken to her yet, but a lot of these made up diseases, and in some cases the children actually do have these conditions and these problems, but maybe 10% of the time they actually do. 90% of the time they don't. And there's the medication, the education, a lot of different means that, we can get a little bit more into, but the whole thing is shocking, really. If you want to bring up I have a short but pretty thorough chapter on feminism and the agenda, what you're fed in school about feminism and the fact that women are especially taught constantly that we have to compete with men. Mm-hmm. I think that was a big deal. I think that has really ruined family life in America, probably globally.
In many cases.
This is an epidemic in today's society, and I'd like to be able to really draw a clear path and maybe come up with some kind of theory and write a thesis on it someday, because it is something that is a topic that I find fascinating and very passionate and interested in. But it does seem to be the nemesis of our modern culture today is we want an easy fix, we want an easy out, and we always want to blame something else. It's never our fault. It's never something that we're doing. And if you suggest that to a parent, if you say, well, maybe the child's acting out behavior has something to do with the parenting, maybe it has something to do with the fact that both the mother and father are working 3 different jobs and they're never present and the kid is being raised by the school system. If you suggest that, oh, no, it couldn't possibly be that. And, they'll react sometimes with violent opposition and violent aggression toward you for just suggesting that it might be something that they're doing. And that's very sad, because I'm really not making any kind of profound suggestion that there's anything wrong necessarily with the parent, but just self-examination. We seem as a culture to have this real horrible inability to look in the mirror and really examine ourselves and take true responsibility. Now, I'd like to say that it's because that is what our conditioned and our programming has done to us, but I'd like to find out specifically what about the programming has done that to us and made us so infantile and unable to take responsibility. But one of the things that we do as a culture, and I use the pronoun we loosely because I'm just trying to generalize here to not point specific fingers, but I think we know who we're talking about. Kids are acting out in school. There's 40 kids in the classroom. Teacher can't control them. The easy way is to put them on some kind of medication in order to get them on the medication, which will keep them docile and easier for the teacher to control. In order to get them, we have to tell the parents that there is something wrong with the child. So we make up these conditions and we make up these diseases and we make up these disorders. And like I said, there might be, maybe, I'm going to be very generous by saying 10%, but I think it's actually far less than that. Maybe 1% of the time, okay, the child actually does have some kind of legitimate issue that is a physical issue. 99% of the time, there really is no legitimate physical issue there. It's just simply a matter of we need the child to be more docile. But the teachers have convinced themselves that these conditions exist. A lot of the facilitators have convinced themselves, because that's the only way to deal with your conscience, is to convince yourself that this is legitimate. Because somewhere deep inside, the parents, everybody knows that putting a child on a psychotropic medication is dangerous and harmful. But in order to convince themselves that they're doing the right thing so they could just send their child into school and go back to work, they say, well, my child has a condition, that's why they have to be on the drug. Because God forbid they have to look at themselves and examine themselves. And that is a symptom of the same programming that they were brought up in. So all these children now are growing up, Brett. We have a wave of children growing up completely dependent on medication for depression, for oppositional defiance disorder. When I was a kid, oppositional defiance disorder didn't exist. It was called being a kid, okay? There's a whole world of trouble there. We have this wave of kids that are getting out of high school and entering into the world that they really aren't prepared for, completely dependent on drugs and medication. And the whole thing just perpetuates itself. And, you know, in walks more health problems and more dependency on more drugs and medication and more health problems after that. And then inputting offspring into a whole new generation that's going to do this exact same thing. We're creating a very unhealthy, very dangerous cycle here. And it's just another problem that's happening. And that is more what my title means. It doesn't mean don't use marijuana. It means stay away from the psychotropic drugs that are harming your children in school. And these are the ways that school is physically harmful, mentally harmful, spiritually harmful. So our natural rhythms aren't interrupted. We can eat when we're actually hungry. We can sleep when we're tired. And I'm using the pronoun we because in my family, home education is a complete lifestyle for the whole family. It's not just something that, you know, I sit my kids in a room for 6 hours a day. That's not really how it works. So you have a healthier environment in that way. And a lot of parents are starting to pull their kids out of school because these are the parents that are realizing that something is not right about medicating, and they don't think anything's wrong with their children, and they don't want to medicate their children, so they put them out of school, pull them out of school, and they have them at home without any medications at all. And a lot of parents are finding that this really is the solution to their supposed ADD problems or oppositional defiance disorders or whatever it is. Simply remove them from the environment that's making them behave in these odd ways, and then we don't have these issues anymore. Also, parents whose children are on medications and they're still not doing well are pulling them out of the school system. And I hear case after case of this, where they say after a few weeks, we didn't even need the medication anymore. And then I realized that it was all made up anyway. It was all a farce. It was all a scam. And of course, these parents have, you know, they have come to the point where they've looked at themselves in the mirror and they had to realize that they've done something, but it means that progress is happening. And like we were talking before about that feeling of dread, that feeling of despair, because we're still walking around with one of these two clowns for presidents, we know that this is where the hope lies. Seeing more and more families pull out of the system, and all the people that we've reached, Brett, you and I, that call us up or write and say, you've convinced me, we're not using school. That is where the hope lies, because that means those children are going to grow up healthier, smarter, and able to contribute better things to society on the whole. Personally, I have not offered that professionally, only because I can't possibly fit that into my schedule right now. But among my friends and sometimes somebody will email, and I'll get into it a little bit as much as I can. But yes, that does happen where there'll be this vehement defense of the school system. And sometimes I think that they're making an excuse for themselves. Like we talked about before, they want to clear their own conscience. Like somewhere deep inside, they know that the school system is not healthy. Their child isn't really thriving within the school environment, but they want to make excuses and they want to clear their own conscience. So they'll defend it and say, oh, but they have a great sports program. Oh, but they have a great math program, or whatever other excuse there is. The most common one, and I do cover this in the book as well, is, well, most people turn out okay. So what's the problem? But I always invite people to take a deeper look at that and say, well, how are we defining okay? What is okay? And I want to go back to something you mentioned before, Brett, and let's really break this down as far as the harm that it does to a child's health, physically, mentally, spiritually, all three aspects of what makes a person a whole person. It really works on all the three of those aspects. And a lot of it is done on purpose. Just for instance, the drugs. You're putting a child as young as 4, 5, 6 years old, 4 years old, okay, with diagnosis of depression. Think about that. A 4-year-old with depression, being diagnosed with depression and being put on some kind of medication that is going to alter their brain chemistry. Now they have to stay on this medication. Or you have 8 or 9-year-olds being put on oppositional defiance disorder medication because they are oppositional, because they are challenging their teacher. Maybe they're bored. Maybe they are smart, which most people are born with an ability to be educated or an ability to learn or educate themselves, and that's suppressed later on. But at 8, 9 years old, it's still there, it's still present, it's still natural, and they're bored to tears in school because the teacher has to teach the medium. The teacher has to teach to the whole class. And if some of the kids are slower, we have to dumb it down a little bit. And again, they're learning contrived information. So the kid that's bored to death and is doodling and looking out the window and not paying attention, well, that kid's being oppositional. Or the kid that has a problem with something the teacher said and said, wait a minute, I don't understand. And says, you just said so-and-so, and that kid, oh, well, now you're being contrary. So we don't want to teach them to challenge authority. We want to teach them to conform and be obedient and just submit to authority because they're supposed to be subjugated. We're supposed to feel that. So now this child is put on medication. What it teaches them is that they can't exist without medication. The child is being told there's something wrong with you and you cannot handle your own emotions or your own feelings without medication. If you challenge authority, there's something wrong with you. If you are curious about something, there's something wrong with you. If you are too smart and that's what is making you bored in class, there's something wrong with you. So you have to just slow yourself down. Now this child gets to be 14, 15 years old and hormones are going strong and they're a teenager and things are happening to their body and they're feeling a little emotional and they're thinking, well, something must be wrong with me. In comes illegal drugs. And now we can have a whole other political discussion about whether it should be illegal. But the point is, in comes more hardcore street dangerous drugs that can be very dangerous for them.
Right.
And they think this is perfectly normal because, hey, I need drugs to handle my own life. Right. So they're mentally disturbed, they're physically unhealthy, and they're completely emotionally unbalanced. And it has also taught them that challenging any kind of authority is wrong. So they comply and they submit and voila, programming. Mm-hmm.
So,
well, Brett, it's like looking at a building and saying, well, this building is not structurally sound. It's dangerous. It's infested with rats. There's poison in there. The roof is going to cave in. Beams are falling down. Nobody can go near it. It's very dangerous. So someone comes along and suggests, okay, well, let it crumble. Bulldoze the thing. And it's like people panic and saying, oh, no. We can't do that. What would we do? The building would exist. And it's like, but it's not working. So it really is this strange fear that people have. What will happen to all the children? But think about it. You know where that fear is coming from because that's what they're asking. And people will even say, Brett, well, we know that it's terrible because it's mainstream news. Everybody knows that the American school system is just not doing well.
Yeah.
I mean, children are graduating. They can't read. So what you and I know and what you and I talk about is we're taking it to a deeper level and we're asking people to take an even deeper look at the compliance issues and the psychotic issues. And I know you talked about psychosis on one of your shows. We're talking about that. But even on just the surface level, even on just like, you know, the Chris Matthews level,
right.
We know that the schools aren't really doing so good academically anyway. And yet when we talk about changing it or we talk about pulling children out of school, people like wig out. They start going, oh, what will happen to all the children? Oh my God, everything's going to collapse. And you're thinking, wow, we have really grown dependent on this system as a society. It really has become the backbone of our existence. And I'm trying to make people understand it's the bane of our existence. What it really is. But people are panicking, Brett, not because they're afraid their children aren't going to learn. They need a babysitter. Yeah. And you know what, Brett? This whole illusion of political paradigm is also perpetuated by the same school system because children are taught from a very early age, Democrat, Republican, Democrat, Republican, Democrat, Republican. So the problems that we're suffering from as a society, socially and politically, all stem from the conditioning that's happening and the programming that's happening to the children. So you have the purposeful programming. And like you were saying before, when you talk about the money, this is really a vicious circle. This is a laundering pit that is happening, supporting the teachers' unions and the teachers' unions perpetuating the cycle and then the cycle supporting the teachers' unions and so far and so forth. And we're using this to justify taxes that we're forcibly collecting from people. And I say the word forcibly collecting instead of stealing, which is what it really is. So everybody's paying for taxes, including home educating families. We're supposed to be paying taxes also to the schools. And what we're really supporting is not the education of the children, but the establishment and perpetuation of the teachers' unions, who also are not really supporting the education of the children. And I get a lot of trouble when I say that. Teachers don't like to hear that because a lot of them will say, well, hey, I got into teaching because I love kids. You know what? Maybe that's the reason that a lot of teachers get into teaching. But the teachers that don't end up going to the dark side, they have their hands tied and they really can't help the kids get an education either. And I've had a lot of teachers on my show that have said the same thing. And you were a teacher yourself, Brett. There's only so much you can do. The system actually is not productive or not conducive to an education. So really, it's just unhealthy for children. It's unhealthy for society. It's unhealthy for the political climate. Everything just really goes back to the kids and how they're parented, the fact that we're so dependent and we're not independent and that we keep passing blame. And we talked with Stefan about the Obama phone. And, you know, it's not only that lady. It's a whole epidemic that's going on. It's the Obama phone kind of nation or epidemic that's happening, is everybody wants something for nothing. Everybody thinks that they're entitled to something. Nobody wants to take responsibility. And again, I'm using these words loosely. I don't mean every individual is like this, because clearly there are those of us that are saying, hey, we need to do something here. But I think the fact that it's so prominent and so infused into our culture today really does go back to a problem with how our children are growing up. There was a video on YouTube. I was introduced to it last week, but it might have been floating around for even longer than that. And it was a woman in Cleveland that was standing outside, you know, holding up an Obama sign in traffic. And she had a group of people with her, but somebody with a camera was interviewing her. And I don't even know who it was that was interviewing her. I just saw the video on YouTube and saying, what are you doing? What are you out here? And she was just using this like really kind of uneducated vernacular and really street language and saying, I'll do the best I can to imitate it, but we got to keep Obama in president.
I got it right here.
Saying, well, you know what? Yeah, go ahead and play it.
46 seconds.
Yeah.
Obama.
You got Obama phone?
Yes, everybody in Cleveland, low minority, got Obama phone. Keep Obama in president, you know. He gave us a phone.
He gave you a phone?
More.
How did he give you a phone?
You sign up if you on food stamps, you on Social Security, you got low income, you disability.
I have a question. Okay, what's wrong with Romney again?
Romney, he sucks. Hey.
Okay, so yeah, that's tough.
It was disturbing to me because it was a microcosm of what is going on in our culture and how the voting process is working for us. Basically, this woman is concerned that Romney might take away her free Obama phone, and she wants to support Obama because he's giving away free stuff. So we have to support that. We have to perpetuate that and keep that going. And I don't know that it's particularly her fault or her upbringing or the environment but what created that environment? What is going on in this society? We can't just look at the problem for what it is and say, well, this lady's crazy. What is going on that's producing millions of people this way?
And it wasn't
what
even
is happening?
It wasn't even any different for the other side, because I don't know if the Obama phone is a real thing or just a myth, but
no, there are Obama phones, and if you have a cell phone, it's in your cellular bill. You're getting charged for it.
Right. Interesting. Oh yeah. You talked about, so it's driving up the cost for everybody.
Right. It's not free. Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
This is a philosophical question, one that I went over a little bit. I went into some detail with Stefan, but it's something that has been plaguing my mind recently. When you mentioned people either expected Obama to give them free stuff, or on the other side, they expected Romney to save us from the other side. And like you said, it's 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. We're having the same problem either way. But then we talk about this, and you were a history teacher, am I right?
Yep.
Okay, so you are a student yourself of history, and you've studied history. All throughout history, it seems that this has plagued societies over and over again. And from an anthropological standpoint, I'm wondering if it's simply human nature. Maybe folks like you and I and other folks that feel the same way we do, and we talk about, personal independence and personal responsibility and personal liberty, and even like sliding over into the realm of anarchy like Stefan talks about. Are we actually the minority? And is that natural? Is that just the way humanity is, that there is just a minority of people that can survive like that, or that even desire to survive like that? Are we not unlike other mammals insofar as we desire a structure in our society? And even if it means that we're at the bottom of that structure, as long as we know where our place is, we feel safe. And again, I'm using the pronoun we, but I don't actually mean you and me. I think people like us, maybe we truly are the minority. Maybe it is human nature to want to be saved. And they call thousands of years ago in Rome, Caesar save us, Caesar do it for us. Were they conditioned to feel that way, or is it just human nature? Because it seems that that's what people do. They get together, they pick a leader, and they say, save us. So are we fighting a losing battle? Or are we ready to evolve as a culture? Is that why there's so many of us that are starting to break out and say, I don't want to live this way anymore? And liberty is becoming a cliche statement, but a very important idea. When the children are young, when children are that young, they will absorb most of their understanding of the world on their own. They will look at the world. They're in a discovery stage right now. They're learning about their world. They're in what the Trivium would relate to as a grammar stage. They're discovering what everything is. They're looking at it. They're using their 5 senses. They're touching it. They're feeling it, and they're learning. That is how it's going to go for a number of years. As far as actively educating them, that's really, it's kind of loosely defined. And I'm saying that because it's different for every family, it's different for every child, and it needs to be different for every child. So you kind of just pick up on the cues, and you see that your child is really just extra curious in numbers and building and engineering concepts, so mathematical concepts. So you start to introduce things slowly, and you count the number of Cheerios that they have. That to me is actively educating when you're talking about a 3 or 4 year old, because you're introducing something actual numbers, actual mathematical skills. Now there are families that really don't introduce that at all because they consider it coercion. I'm a little bit different. I come from a different philosophy, or I've developed different philosophy. I have a great deal of respect for an actual academic education because I think it's extremely important to the health of the human mind. I'm very into health. I think that we have a responsibility as parents to make sure that our children learn about physical health, learn how to keep themselves physically healthy, emotionally healthy, and intellectually healthy. Because in order to really understand freedom, in order for people to grow up and really understand what it means to be independent, what it means to take responsibility, what it means to love one another, what it means to be an active part of the community without being forced by the government to do so, you need to understand your world. You need to understand history. You need to understand how things work. And that is through intelligence. That is through fostering intelligence through active education. As they get older, they start to pursue that education on their own. And that's when they analyze things. Then they're in some kind of like logic and rhetoric phase where they're discovering, and then they're really analyzing, and then they're repeating it back, which is, what's considered to be rhetoric. And I'm saying this because this is the philosophy that I really go by, an education philosophy that's important to us. So when they're really young, as far as when to start, just follow their cues. You're reading a book with your child, and they're pointing to the words. Okay, they're curious about how to sound out this word. So take it a step further. Start teaching them the alphabet. Start letting them recognize A, B, C and putting the words together. If they're not really showing any signs of that, just wait. I would say, though, if they get to be 8 or 9 years old, it's time to start learning how to read. I don't really go for the whole, if they're 12 and they don't know how to read, it's no big deal. It kind of is a big deal in my book, but you have to kind of just follow your own child's cues. There's a flexibility there, and there's never violence. There's never any kind of force or anything like that. There's if you as a parent find that these things are important, your children will naturally go in that direction as well. I hope that answered the question. If not, then keep asking.
Oh, wow. Laurette, I just had a question. My husband is the one that found all of you guys, and I really like what you guys are saying and what you guys are all about. But what about teaching children that, that they have to live in the real world and what is acceptable to society, and also, in our world?
I'm sorry, just repeat the last part. I heard the part about the real world, teaching children about the real world, but what was the last part of the question?
Yeah, but also in our world, in our world that we want to create within our home environment. Like, do you guys have any opinions on, we found a public homeschooling that does classes 2 days a week, and they focus more on art and PE and social interaction. And, it's the parent's job to do whatever it is, the 2 or 3 hours a week of education by their criteria, so to speak. And then I figured we could educate ourselves on what we wanted the rest of the time.
So you're basically, your question is how homeschoolers or how home educators teach the kids about the real world. Am I understanding your question correctly?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, actually, I've gotten asked this question before, and it's an understandable question, and it's not that easy to answer because it demands another question. Okay. And the question is, how do we define the real world? What is our impression of the real world? And automatically, I think people assume that when we send our children to school for 15 years, we are preparing them for the real world. But let's really break that down. Is school the real world? And it's not. They're locked inside of a classroom. They're with the same 30 kids and one adult, and they're usually right around the same age. That doesn't really reflect the real world, so it doesn't really prepare them for it. What it does is prepare them for the processed world, to get out of the school. And that's what they're being trained for. They're being trained to sit in the classroom so that they could prepare to apply to a good college, so they could sit in a classroom for longer, so that they could get a job in an office, so they could sit in a cubicle. And the bigger office that they get and the nicer window that they get, it teaches them that this is an achievement. That, to me, is a replicated world that exists because of programming. But if we think about it, nobody's actually finding true personal happiness or freedom in that environment. So it's really not the real world. The real world is outside of the classroom, existing out there every single day. All we have to do as parents is take our children outside and let them be a part of real life. Let them be a part of our family, an active participant in our family. Let them go out and participate in real life and meet real people and make friends naturally, not under contrived circumstances or forced conditions, but just dealing with people on an everyday basis and meeting people and being friends with people. You mentioned that your local home education group has PE classes and art classes and things. Those are great ways to get out there and do things.
Oh, Yeah.
Okay.
Hi, Heather. I'm usually not a fan of things that are funded by the public school system because I'm very suspicious of why they're offering so many wonderful things to the home education community. In my community here, we take advantage of PE classes and art classes and things, but they're put out specifically by the home education community. There's no funding there.
Okay, yeah, because see, I've Googled and I've searched. I mean, my kids, they're not even 2 yet. I've Googled and I've searched, and I can't even find anything that's not religiously affiliated with anything. And I'm not anti any religion. I just don't necessarily want a structure based on a religion.
Of course,
you know.
I understand that. We choose secular home education choices too. Where are you? Just out of curiosity, what state?
Arizona.
Okay, all right. There should be some choices. I can look through my resources if you connect with me through my website, and I can send you some resources if I can find them. I can tell you that I'm in Oklahoma, which is about as red as they come as far as states, and it's not easy to find secular choices out there, but they're out there. They're everywhere.
Okay, that's good. We're just trying to prepare. I mean, I personally, I'm not the big supporter of this. My husband is, and we have this kind of a relationship where it's, I stay at home, and the way we make decisions is if it's really important for him, and not, I can't say anything against his choices. That's how we work, and if something's really important for me and his opinion is mild, we kind of go with it. So he wants to keep them at home with me, and that's great because I love spending my time with them, so I have no problem doing it for X amount of more years. But I'm just kind of like, we can't find anything that's not religious-based. We can't find anything that will even let us poke our head in now, to see if that it would fit our family. And also I'm kind of like, how, one of my bigger questions is how do you have these children who haven't done things, and I understand that the normal way isn't the right way, but how do you, what's the end result when they're, when they're grown and questioning authority in a job where they can't question authority? It's kind of like you go in, you clock in, and that's it. That's the rules.
Well, Heather, what I think you need to take time to do is really examine what your objectives are. Heather, I know that we don't have a lot of time, and but I applaud your question, and I want to let you know that it's a very normal and legitimate question. The more you look into this and the more you read about it, I think that these answers are going to start to come to you because you're going to start to change your perspective, and you're not going to have the same questions anymore. You're almost going to reject the premise of your own question. So what I'm going to encourage you to do, because we are short on time, or else I would love to spend more time talking to you, is go ahead and get the book, Don't Do Drugs, Stay Out of School, read through it. That is going to open up a lot of doors for you. And then you can go ahead. I'm going to suggest Linda Dobson to read some of her books, because that's an even better introduction into how to really incorporate education into your home and incorporate real world experience without having to use the school system. So start with Don't Do Drugs, Stay Out of School, move on to Linda Dobson, and at some point you might want to check out John Telagato, but like Brett mentioned before, that's a little much to chew on at first. Well, like Heather had a legitimate question, and that's about the real world. And I have heard that question before. I actually have a video up on YouTube that answers that exact question. What about the real world and exposing kids to the real world? And what I first try to do is just remind people that the real world is out there. It's out there every day. It's part of the world that we live in. So as far as exposure and preparation, just live, just be, just exist. That is how to prepare for the real world. And I think Heather is also concerned with the child getting older. How are they going to get a job? How are they going to learn to respect authority? You will learn to respect authority when it's more genuine, when you're in a situation where you understand that a mutual respect is something that two human beings have for each other, that's not by force, and that's not under some kind of tyrannical idea. Respect for authority, respect for a boss that you work for, comes from a genuine respect for other human beings. And that comes from just living in a very real, very organic environment that is applicable to home-based learning and home-based education, because it becomes your entire lifestyle. And this is how your children are going to learn values and morals, because you're going to emulate that, and you're going to be a big part of their lives, and they will get to know you in ways that they won't get to know you if they're trapped inside of school for 15 years of their lives. In that environment, they will learn by force to obey authority. But in a more natural environment, they will learn just generally a mutual respect. And when you enter into a new situation, such as a job, that person has been there longer, and this is simply the way it works. However, they will also learn that if they are being abused in that situation, they don't have to tolerate it, and they can step out of it. And I'm going to piggyback that by saying that a lot of home-educated kids, once they reach adulthood and they get older, majority of them end up in work situations where they're working for themselves. And they're actually outside of a cubicle situation or an office situation, and they are making their own income and being responsible for themselves. And a lot of times that happens after a couple of years of being a protege for someone else. But they can have internships when they're 10, 11, 12 years old because they have their day free to do that. So life kind of happens sooner for them because we're not on any kind of time constraints. We don't have to wait until we're 18 to become adults. We can open up a business when we're 12 years old. My daughter was 9 and she had her own soap making business. So there's a lot that we can experience about the real world before we graduate from high school and get to taste the real world. It's just really altering your perspective and realizing it. I hope that helps. Like I said, we're short on time. We don't have a lot of time. But, you kind of have to just go. You're just starting right now. Just keep going. Just keep learning. Yeah. So. Yeah. I'm getting positive feedback from parents that are wanting to pull their kids out of school because they know that their children aren't thriving and they just needed that little extra boost of confidence. But I'm also, most buyers are buying it because they haven't entered into the school system yet and they just need somebody to back them up and say, don't do it, don't go. Also, Brett, and this is interesting, I've had a lot of feedback, more than I would have expected, from teenagers that have bought the book for themselves, read it, and used the information in it to communicate with their parents, to try to convince their parents why school is an unhealthy environment for them, especially the whole bullying issue that is being addressed in a lot of the schools in a very wrong way, in my opinion. They are 12, 13, 14 years old, 16 years old, buying the book, writing to me and saying that it opened up communication dialogue with their parents, which is fantastic. Because that's the whole idea. We have to communicate. We have to learn to communicate with our children and children with parents. And if it's opening up dialogue, whether or not the parents are going for it, I don't know, because they have yet to write back to me and respond to me. So we'll see. But just the fact that they are using it to open up reasonable dialogue with their parents, I was shocked by that. I didn't know that teenagers were buying the book, but I thought it was fantastic. I thought it was great.